We're a few minutes delayed here, but thanks for your patience. We'll begin by saluting the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, so CAO Hayes, do we have any modifications to the agenda?
Thank you, Chair Bass. One modification, we are going to move the behavioral health item up some, as we have people in the audience for that. So we'll hear that item after the pesticide item and prior to the closed session time set.
All right, thank you. And do we have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any comments on the consent calendar before we go to members of the public? Supervisor Bushnell?
Thank you. I just want to recognize that October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and thank you to everybody that wore pink today. I really appreciate that. And you know, it's 1 in 8 women will be affected in their lifetime, and not only women, but men do get breast cancer as well. So I think it's very important and very fitting that we we recognize the struggles that are associated with that disease.
All right, thank you. Anyone else at the moment? Supervisor Bohn?
And I believe if you want to put it on your calendar, March 10th is the Cancer Crushers fundraiser, who has raised probably close to $300,000 or $400,000 for families affected by all sorts of cancer, but especially breast cancer. So, and have been a big proponent of helping in any way they can. So, be there, be square.
All right, and so for those who may be watching at home, if you're wanting to comment on items on the consent calendar, you should call in, turn your volume off on your video feed, because there's a time delay and you can really miss your opportunity to speak because it's quite a time delay. And then press *9 to raise your hand. And we will generally go through those on the phone first. I do not see anyone on the phone yet.
That's correct, Madam Chair.
Okay, so we will go to those who are in the audience today in person with us first regarding consent calendar items. And I know we had a couple people that had signed up wishing to speak on the consent calendar. I believe Vivian is one of them. And we'll have you up next. And Rose, are you on this one as well? Okay. And then everyone can come up after the two of you. Welcome, Vivian. And you have 3 minutes. It's a strict 3 minutes. There's a timer behind me. You'll hear a sound at 30 seconds. And then once the time is up, the microphone is muted.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Bass, Supervisor Wilson, and supervisors. My name is Vivian Hallowell with PCFFA and the Institute for Fisheries Resources, IFR. Today, in the 4th week of October, we're celebrating Wild and Scenic Rivers Week, according to a 2014 resolution by this board. 398 miles of the Eel River, including the South Fork, the Van Dusen, and all its tributaries, were designated wild, scenic, or recreational under the California Wild and Scenic Rivers Act by Governor Ronald Reagan in 1972, soon after he stopped a major dam at Dos Rios that would have flooded Round Valley. I am delighted, Reagan said, we are able to resolve several years of controversy over the preservation and utilization of our North Coast rivers. Then, in 1973, Governor Brown and the legislature amended the California Forest Practice Act to include the Wild and Scenic Rivers Act and its adjacent special treatment areas. The Eel River has long been prized for its incredible salmon and steelhead runs, now hovering at 2% of historic numbers and listed as threatened or endangered under the Endangered Species Act. Humboldt County has been deeply involved in negotiations over, first, the relicensing, and now PG&E's license surrender and decommissioning of the Potter Valley Project, an obsolete hydropower plant and water diversion that relies on Eel River water held behind 2 100-year-old dams that block fish access to the headwaters. According to the Times Standard, in 1922, Humboldt County made resolutions strongly opposing diversion of Eel River water to the Russian River, along with the Humboldt County Grand Jury and the Chamber of Commerce. More recently, Humboldt County was at Congressman Huffman's roundtable during PG&E's dam relicensing attempt, along with counties, tribes, irrigation districts, fishermen, and state and federal agencies. Studies were commissioned on fish passage above the dams and back to the ocean and water supply to Potter Valley. These reports are posted online at Free the Eel. Now, Humboldt County is working on a full basin Eel River restoration plan funded by Department of Fish and Wildlife, along with Caltrout, the Wiyot and Round Valley tribes, Russian River water districts, and scientists. More information is on the Caltrout website. The Wild and Scenic Rivers Act says it is the policy of the state of California that certain rivers that possess extraordinary scenic, recreational, fishery, or wildlife values shall be preserved in their free-flowing state, together with their immediate environments, for the benefit of the people of the state. Here's to a wild and scenic, free-flowing Eel River and lots of big fish.
Thank you, Vivian.
I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Actually,
No questions right now.
Thank you.
and we do have your
Let's stick
contact
around.
information, so that's great. Thank you. Welcome, Rose. And anyone else who wishes to comment on an item that's on the consent calendar, if you're here with us in person, please do stand by the side of the road, how about the room, not the road. We're not sending you to the road today, but at the side of the room. It's a really busy day, so as efficient as we can be is the better. Welcome, Rose.
Thank you. I'm Rose Gale-Zolik, Executive Director of the Breast and GYN Health Project. Thank you, Supervisor Bushnell, for sponsoring the Breast Cancer Awareness Month proclamation, and to all the supervisors for your support. Thank you for recognizing all the people who are currently dealing with breast cancer, the survivors, the thrivers, and those who are no longer with us. That is what this month is really about. Thank you for also including the Breast and GYN Health Project in this proclamation. Although we don't provide medical care, our volunteers and staff are a central part of hundreds of local lives as people go through their breast cancer experience each year. This is the Breast and GYN Health Project's 25th anniversary. We're 100% local. I'm not sure that everybody knows that. We're a little standalone nonprofit in Arcata. And we specialize in supporting people with breast and gynecologic cancer. Our services are always free of charge, and we support people at all points along their cancer journey, from finding a healthcare provider to finding a free or low-cost mammogram, through diagnosis, treatment, and into survivorship and even end-of-life care. So thank you for recognizing Breast Cancer Awareness Month through this proclamation.
Thank you, Rose. All right, is there anyone else who wants to comment on consent calendar items? Please come forward, Mr. Rogatz.
Thank you, Chair Bass and Board of Supervisors. Normally, I'm here before you in my day job role, which I will be later today, but right now as a proud citizen of Humboldt County, and proud to be an employee as well. I appreciate Supervisor Bushnell and Rose and the team there in Arcata, and Alicia and all of you on the dais and beyond the dais. Recently, my girlfriend was diagnosed with breast cancer, and the first person I told at work about it was Karen Clower in a regularly scheduled meeting. For those of you that don't know, Karen is a proud advocate and supporter of the Cancer Crushers and has led that organization or been a part of the leadership for many, many years. That meeting took place at 9 in the morning. By noon that day, I was visiting Rose and the team in Arcata with a binder prepared to help us through this journey. So I just wanted to come today to say how proud I am to be a part of this community. I know all of you on the dais hear every day, especially on Tuesdays, about things that need to be improved in our community, and rightfully so. I certainly appreciate that as it relates to our airports. But as a citizen and just the caring that we have in our community, led by all of you, I very much appreciate that, both as a citizen and an employee. So thank you.
Thank you, Cody. And is there anyone else who's with us that wishes to speak on consent? Seeing none. I see no speakers on the phone yet.
That's correct, Madam Chair.
Okay, should we maybe have someone call? Well, yeah, if we don't have anybody soon on the phone, hopefully we can do a check there. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. As well on the consent, I just wanted to recognize that the Garberville Library is extending hours. They now will be open Tuesday from 10 to 5. And I also want to recognize that on Wednesday, the Fortuna Library is going to be decreasing hours. So just to get it out there so people are aware.
Supervisor Wilson.
Thank you. First, I want to thank everybody for the Breast Cancer Awareness Month proclamation and efforts. And I want to say, someday I'm going to win the raffle. Someday. I keep buying those tickets. One day I'm going to win the raffle from you guys. The other, I want to mention that Vivian came up and spoke with relationship to the PCFFA's support with relationship to the Wild and Scenic Rivers proclamation. Well, it's not the proclamation, but what happened from before, basically when it was created, the legislation that was created, and then the support with relationship to the Eel River and sort of the politics that originated and the efforts around that made that declaration effective on the Eel River, but also the Smith River and other rivers in our, and sections of other rivers in our community that are also under that as well. And I want to appreciate the efforts of everybody with relationship to that. And so I do have here the proclamation. I'm going to walk down and hand to Vivian if she's still here. Did she stay? Did she stay? I cannot see her. She left. She left? Walked fast. Oh, walked fast. Well, I'll give it to her later. It's fine. I'm going to chase her out the door. But I just want to recognize her efforts in that and really appreciate all that it's done and all that it's really part of and still the effort to what we'll eventually see as the removal of those dams on the Eel River. So, thanks.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Supervisor Bohn?
Just for thanking everybody, I want to thank Humboldt Redwood Company for the access road into Larrabee so they don't have to, we canceled the ferry years ago and they've given us the access for, I believe, $600 a year, and there's quite a few families out there. I drove the road a couple weeks ago and it's actually in pretty good shape. And I was thinking that Supervisor Madrone was probably going to say something about DHHS and the contract with Yurok tribes and how great that is that the DHHS continues to work with the indigenous Native American people in our community. And this is $1.5 million over 7 years. So this is a good way to solving a lot of those issues. I'll leave it to you because I imagine you want to say something.
Supervisor Madrone?
Well, I thank Supervisor Bohn for bringing that forward, and I think you said it. It is incredible, the partnerships we have in this community, and this is just one more example of the hard work by DHHS and the tribes in our community trying to partner and help our children and our families. So thank you very much for bringing that up.
All right, thank you. And I think the one thing I would add is in regards to Supervisor Bushnell's proclamation, I think men do get kind of overlooked, and my cousin, who's exactly 3 months older than me, has been going through this, and I can only imagine I know how hard it is for women, because my mother went through it twice, but for men, there's not a lot of resources, and that's, it's become something I'm much more aware of now, so thank you for bringing this forward. Seeing no other comments, have we all voted? We have handy dandy voting system here that if it works, it works.
Is it working?
Want to just do roll call and then
Yeah.
we'll be on next time.
Okay, Supervisor Madrone,
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson,
Affirmative.
Supervisor Bass,
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell,
Yes.
and Supervisor Bohn.
10-4.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
All right. So we're now going to move on to comments that are not on items on the agenda. And I do know there's at least one person in here. If you're interested in speaking at this time on items not on our agenda, please stand at the side of the room. And if you're listening at home, please call in and press *9. So I think Paul Patino, you are the person we have signed up.
I'm number 3.
No, but the other two were actually on the consent calendar. Yep, we're good.
I'm not real familiar on this side, but
Welcome, Paul. You have 3 minutes.
I'm going to sort of read this. I actually am part of a group that's a 5G awareness group, trying to do what we can within the 1996 FCC ordinance that says you basically can't do much of anything. But people have been working on it, and I know in City of Arcata, when we went through this, it was a few years back. The stuff that's coming out is new. It's 2019, 2020, 2021. And so here we go. Usually my partner comes up and talks, but she couldn't make it today. I'm part of a local citizens group, and we come from all districts in the county. And we're participating in a telecom ordinance that will be presented to you on November 1st with Tom Ford's group, John Ford's group, sorry. Katie sent each one of you an email covering what we're going to be talking to them about. The first one is the New Hampshire report, and I have some copies of that, but not the 10 you need. The first 17 pages provide an overview in which they call FCC a captured agency. I urge you to read this as to what the state of New Hampshire is currently basing its new legislation upon. Number 2, the FCC vs. the Children's Health Defense and Environmental Health Trust court decision in the United States Court of Appeal District of Columbia Circuit, August 13th, 2021. FCC lost this case. Number 3, one of the authors of the New Hampshire report is offering a free educational webinar to us, to you, and if you're interested, please contact us. And number 4, Mr. Andrew Campanelli, the nation's top lawyer for writing telecom ordinances that give maximum power to local governments. He's provided a sample ordinance from Dalton Gardens. He makes the ordinances legally sound following the 1996 guidelines. I'm of the opinion that we should hire him to write Humboldt County's ordinance, flat fee $8,500. He has assured me that we can include sensitive receptors and setbacks. He's offered the board a free Zoom meeting to explain his position and how he writes legally sound ordinances. And if the fee's a barrier, we can help fundraise to get that $8,500. So we have been meeting with Michael Richardson and Keenan Hilton, and of course, John is aware of all this, and trying to help.
Okay. I'm sorry, Paul.
No, you're fine.
It's 3,
Thanks.
okay. All right, but thank you for being here.
Not a lot of
Okay.
practice.
I know. Thank you. Welcome, Steve.
Chair Virginia Bass, Vice Chair Steve Madrone, Supervisor Mike Wilson, Supervisor Rex Bohn, and Supervisor Michelle Bushnell. We have some statistics about our dismal reading and math skills that I urge you each to get to our students and encourage them and their parents and our teachers to improve the enjoyment of the English language and knowing our best efforts on balancing our budgets, making living wage family wage. And I'm impressed that we are including more library hours as part of our consent this day. I'm also very concerned about encouraging our police to make accurate police reports. It is very time-consuming to come to this courthouse where our domestic violence and disruptive behavior continues to plague our county and others. And having the best of policing and accurate reporting is paramount to my personal experience, and I'm hoping for your agenda. So, where water and food are crucial to our farmers and our families, thank you for our best efforts on good stewardship of the hopeful rain to come, the rivers and the lakes that we have appreciated and counted on for decades, and our best efforts of having backup plans for us and for our great state, so more and so more families can use their creativity and resources, bringing products that we need and appreciate to our cities and towns. And thank you for your representation and encouragement, especially for reading and math skills this hour and this day. And I look forward to listening and learning from your expertise. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Steve. I don't see anyone else here that wishes to speak on general comment. Do we have, I still see no speaker requests.
We have no hands up, and we did test the system, and it is,
All right.
they can raise their hand.
Oh, okay, good. All right. Well, then we will go on with the agenda. Before we do, I think everyone knows, well, probably most people know, we have a pretty packed agenda today. So what we're asking people, including the board members, is to be as concise as potentially they can be, not necessarily repeat things. When you're on public comment today, especially if you're calling in, I know everyone wants to have their 3 minutes, and we certainly will allow that, but the more people that don't take 3 whole minutes, more people can speak. So if you can say it and you can say you agree with the last speaker, that's perfectly acceptable, and then we know where your thoughts are. But we're asking everyone, don't feel like you have to take the entire 3 minutes, because whether you make it really quick or really long, your message is going to be the same. And I think the shorter ones could potentially resonate more today. So with that, we will go on to our first item, which is coming to us from Supervisors Madrone and Wilson regarding the herbicide letter. So I'm going to turn this over to one of you.
Thank you, Chair Bass. Well, I think everybody in the community is very well aware of the hazards of herbicides, and there was a lot of recent controversy over PG&E's actions to start spraying around the polls once again. And you know, this is an issue that's come before this board many times over the years, and has been something the community has been very involved with. So what I'm going to do is just read the resolution that we have in front of us for consideration by the board. And then I imagine there'll be some comment from the board, as well as looking forward to comment from the community. So I'll go ahead and read, read the resolution, which is a resolution opposing the spraying of herbicides in the county. Whereas the application of herbicides may threaten public health by increasing the risk of disease, including cancer, which we were just talking about, in humans. And whereas peer-reviewed research has determined that the application of herbicides threatens the environment and environmental health. For example, herbicides have been documented to persist, accumulate, and spread through soils and air, impacting soil and crop health. And whereas herbicide use is controversial throughout the world, whereas the application of herbicides has been an item of public discussion in Humboldt County for decades, and local jurisdictions and tribes have exercised their power to limit or regulate, regulate the use of herbicides on publicly owned and tribal lands. And whereas in 1997, Humboldt County approved a policy urging the California Department of Transportation to discontinue roadside spraying within the county. And whereas in 1987, Humboldt County adopted an informal practice that continues to this day of using manual methods of weed control and not using herbicides on county roads, right-of-ways, and in county parks and along trails. And whereas due to the recent notice from PG&E of possible herbicide use, as well as ongoing use of herbicides by PG&E, there is broad and real concerns of harm to private landowners and properties. And whereas many organic farmers are very concerned about herbicide contamination of their crops, which could leave their crops and farms unable to maintain organic certifications and sales. And whereas Humboldt County respects the property rights of individuals and encourages private landowners to seek the use of manual methods of weed control and avoid the use of herbicides wherever possible, and encourages herbicide use to be minimized. And whereas additional clarity on the County of Humboldt's policy concerning the use of herbicides is desirable, and the use of integrated pest management and vegetation management principles are encouraged, now therefore be it resolved that the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors, based on the staff report and having considered all public comments received, which we're looking forward to, we, number one, oppose the use of herbicides on private property without the express written consent of landowners. Number two, we oppose the use of herbicides on county-owned land and right-of-ways unless no other feasible alternative exists. And number three, we're directing staff, if this passes, which I certainly hope it does, we're directing staff to develop an ordinance in consultation with the community that prohibits the use of herbicides on county-owned lands and right-of-ways unless no feasible alternative exists and is approved by the Board of Supervisors. So that's the resolution, Madam Chair, and look forward to the discussion.
All right, thank you. Anyone wants to start? Supervisor Bohn, and then Bushnell?
And just clarification, because it seems like we all went into the CAO's office wanting to ask about this, and I guess PG&E's been doing this for years, so I guess some acknowledgement, at least they told us about it this time. So they are listening. So with that being said, does this change anything, or does just put our standard practice that we've had since '96 into stone? Is that basically what it does?
That's my understanding, yes.
Well, you wrote it, so I just not your understanding. Is that it or not? Understanding is vague.
Is that your intent?
It maintains the
Yes.
principles and practices that we have been following for some time, yes.
Okay, and I think people need to, if they want to speak on this, is fine. But maybe in the frame of mind, I don't have a problem with this whatsoever as written.
Thank you.
So, and I think we kind of all went to the CAO as written. I'm good with this. So, I would love to test the waters and see where we're at.
Yes. Is there someone who, I mean, since it's been offered, is there someone who's interested in making a motion at this time? We can see where it goes.
I would move approval of staff recommendations, which includes this resolution as well as the recommendation for staff to come back with the ordinance.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, well, sounds like there's some interest here. Before we go to public, Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. And thank you, Supervisor Madrone and Wilson. I think we all did have intent to bring this forward. I would like some clarification, however, on oppose the use of herbicides on private property. There is a government code, 6616, that state of California government code that explicitly says you cannot spray on private lands without written consent. I would like to add that in there, that the government code just be referenced instead of to follow the government code when it comes to private lands.
Friendly amendment accepted.
Thank you. The other amendment that I would like you to consider is to direct staff to develop an ordinance in consultation with the community. I'm not sure what community you're talking about. I would like for it to be the staff that is actively involved with this, which would be Public Works, Aviation, and the Agricultural Department.
We could add them to that statement, and I would agree with that amendment as well.
Okay. And other than that, I have no problems. Thank you.
Does the seconder agree?
Yeah, and it's just a point of clarification administratively in terms of like, are these amendments to the proclamation or to the staff report?
It would,
Or to the resolution?
Yeah.
Okay, would we need to read that into the record specifically what that language is before voting on it? I just want to make sure that we're doing, we're kind of like moving correctly.
I don't believe so, Supervisor Wilson, as long as the motion includes the modified language and is is approved from there, then there is no need to read the additional language into the record.
I appreciate that. Thank you for the clarification.
All right, so we will be going,
I believe Supervisor Bushnell has given the language to our,
okay.
to Nicholas.
While they're conferring on this, I will say, when people are listening, we will go to callers who are on the phone first. So if you have interest in speaking on this, press *9, raise your hand. There is a motion already that's going forward, so just want people to understand that the motion is to accept what has been brought before us. So just so people don't feel like they have to come and necessarily make a convincing 3-minute argument multiple times. Actually, Director Mattson, did you want to come up since it's your staff? And while they're still conferring.
Good morning, Chair Bass, members of the board. Tom Mattson, Director of Public Works. I just want to note that we do have an informal procedure that we've had for a long time, even though one of the agencies no longer exists. The Humboldt Weed Management Agency was set up under Bill Clinton when the funding was provided for the control of noxious weeds, and we made a lot of efforts and work on that on the county road system. We did use the herbicides once on a Himalayan knotweed in certain locations because it was determined that by our agriculture inspector and the Humboldt Weed Management Agency, that was the most effective treatment that we could do. So we want to make sure we reserve the right at certain situations when it is, and I would just caution that under your, I think your third item, that it come back to the board. I would definitely ask you to confer with council on that, because I think the state law puts that completely control under the agricultural department. And I have no problem with a formal policy. I just want to make sure we get it right and it allows us to do what we need to do. Again, Public Works does not spray as a common thing on roads, parks, or building maintenance. Thank you.
Director Mattson, does anyone have a question for Tom while he's up here?
I do.
Yeah. No,
Thank you through the chair. I'm sorry that you weren't consulted before this came forward. I think that including the Public Works Director in the item number 3, will that take care of your concerns?
I don't need to be the approving authority because I'm not the expert, but I would think you would want the agricultural inspector definitely to be part of the approval process.
And we added him as well in that amendment to the Ag Commissioner?
And I do want to mention that Supervisor Bushnell did ask me to look in this, and this is, I surveyed all the counties in our county engineers associations, only got a couple of responses. All the counties that are doing it are voluntary, and the one from Mendocino was the one that basically stated it's voluntary because it's under the control of the agricultural inspector and not the Board of Supervisors by state law. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Tom, for all that research you did for me.
Supervisor Madrone?
Well, thank you, Director Mattson. And I just want to say that Public Works, the Ag Commissioner, have been incredibly supportive of this entire process. And you know, as Tom said, there is certain situations where maybe it can be warranted. But, you know, when we think about where we were at back in the 80s or other times, basically we reduced the herbicide use on county facilities by what, 99% or something? I mean, 99.99. There you go. So, you know, I very much appreciate Public Works' response to this. It adds some extra work doing manual, but that money then circulates in the community as compared to using these herbicides. So thank you, Tom, for yours and your staff's efforts at parks, et cetera. Thank you.
All right. So yes.
Could I ask if Director of Aviation has anything to add? And the Ag Commissioner is out today, but he has a representative on Zoom if he also would like anything to add, if that's okay, Supervisor Madrone?
Yes, absolutely. And Director Rogatz and myself and the Ag Commissioner had a meeting not that long ago in this very specific discussion about minimizing the use and only using them where absolutely necessary. For instance, on the runways, which is very difficult to do manual work out there on the runways. But I very much appreciate Director Rogatz's efforts in that regard as well. Please.
Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Bass, Supervisor Bushnell, Supervisor Madrone, Supervisor Bohn, and Wilson. We do utilize herbicides as minimally as possible for our ongoing maintenance operations at our airports. As Supervisor Madrone mentioned, met with him and the Ag Commissioner, Whalen, and Jeff Dolph before him many times to make sure that we are applying this properly and as minimally as needed. We try to use all other means before going to this. As you're all aware, the runways and taxiway systems at our different airports are extremely difficult to maintain and expensive when it comes time to major construction for rehabilitation, considering the $20+ million project we're about to embark upon at ACV. It's multiple millions of dollars at our other airports as well. So when we utilize these on the airfields solely, it is to help with the longevity of those very expensive pavements. So appreciate Supervisor Bushnell and the conversations we've had surrounding this topic as well as the rest of the supervisors. So yeah, I'd be glad to answer any questions, but also want to second what Tom Madsen, Director of Public Works, was saying as far as needing to utilize these in a very quick fashion to address those concerns, noxious weeds, and pavement maintenance when we need to.
Supervisor Bohn?
And as we move forward with the $18.5 million upgrade in the McKinleyville Airport, we're going to see less of the herbicides, because I know a lot of them are used on, instead of taking up manually, you almost have to spray the ones in the cracks not to compromise the pavement. So
correct.
We shouldn't have that issue for a while.
Yeah, we will continue to decrease our overall usage of herbicides, both with the major construction project, but also with an item you all approved here recently in the acquisition of a crack sealer. And that's something that will lead to ongoing maintenance and further decrease our need to apply herbicides. We will still need to, at a minimal level, around those surfaces to make sure weeds and other things aren't growing up underneath the pavement and cracking it prematurely. But again, all these tools ongoing and the construction projects we're embarking upon will continue to decrease our need for these herbicides.
And thank you. Thank you, Cody.
Excuse me, Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay, after.
Yes, Supervisor Wilson?
Just, I think what Supervisor Bass, Chair Bass has mentioned is that what you're seeing in front of you, straw poll here, looks like, strong support from the board with relationship to this. If you are in support of this, I suggest you don't talk us out of it inadvertently. But if you have substantive concerns or modifications that you're really interested in, I think that's, I just want to make sure that if that's possible. We just have a long day in front of us, and I don't want to quell anybody's speech here at all, but I want to, read the room a little bit, and that would be the advice I would give to anybody.
So with that, I'm going to try to go to public comment again. We do have some hands that are up. Sorry, and the Ag Commissioners saying, I can't see on this, so thank you, Supervisor Bushnell. And so we do have the Ag Commissioner, Whalen, are you there? Assistant? Okay. Well, who's with us?
Patrick Hoffman.
Okay, Patrick. I don't have.
Thank you, Board. I'm here in place of Waylon Shaw. He's not available today. I'm an inspector with the County Ag Department. I just wanted to bring up Food and Agricultural Code 11501.1 as it relates to number 3 on the resolution here. And I wanted to read this section because it seems to pertain. This Food and Ag Code section states no ordinance or regulation of local government included but not limited to a board of supervisors or a city council or local regulation adopted by the use of an initiative measure may prohibit or in any way attempt to regulate any matter relating to the registration, sale, transportation, or use of pesticides, or any of these ordinances, laws, or regulations are void and of no force or effect. So I just felt it was important that I bring that up to the board and make you aware of that Food and Ag Code section.
All right, thank you. Yeah, okay, so that feels, thank you.
I think we got with that, and I appreciate it.
I have a question, though, if I could.
Sure.
So with that statement, however, that says no government can regulate, Mr. Miles, can you weigh in?
What is your specific question, Supervisor Bushnell?
According to the government code that was just recited, where it says that no government can regulate because of there was already language, is this still okay to go forward?
Well, any ordinance that would be developed pursuant to this resolution would have to be in compliance with that code section. So the ordinance would be developed in conjunction with that language.
Okay, thank you for that. And thank you, Patrick, for bringing that forward.
All right, Thank you. I'm going to go to public comment now, and if anyone else have anything else to add, we'll come back to the board, obviously. So that we do have a few hands up, and let me just get to that. Just a reminder that we do have a motion in support of this resolution that's been brought to us. So with that, 0326, press star 6 to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes out of the maximum. Zero 0326. Are they unmuted?
Not yet.
Okay.
I've prompted them, but turn off your video.
Okay, for those of you that are watching this at home, please turn off your video feed because you will be delayed by at least 30 seconds, and that's kind of how we can tell when people might have their audio on. So they're unmuted. Okay, welcome.
I missed this is Charles Wilson. I missed the public comment, but I still had my hand up there. But I have no comment on this one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Charles.
His hand came up after.
All right. 8689. If that's you, press star 6 to unmute.
Hi, Board. This is Tom Wheeler, Executive Director of EPIC. Thank you for your support of this resolution. Special thanks to Supervisors Wilson and Madrone for introducing it. I'd also like to thank Patty Clary and Larry Glass, longtime herbicide warriors here in the county who have helped push the county to this moment. I think it's fantastic that we are formalizing what has long been informal policy through this resolution. So thank you for your support of it, and I will be short and leave. Bye.
All right. Thank you, Tom. 5153, press star 6 to unmute, followed by 7429.
Madam Chair, 7429, hold on just a second. 5153 has hung up. This is now 7429.
Okay, so 5153 hung up. Okay. 7429?
Yes.
It's your turn. Press star 6 to unmute.
Good morning. This is Roby Tenorio. I would like to thank the Supervisors Madrone and Wilson for bringing this resolution forward, and I thank Supervisor Bushnell for her investigations and amendments that provide more clarity for helping to develop an ordinance. Support it. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Roby. And 7108, I think that's you, Bonnie. Welcome.
Good morning. This is Bonnie Blackberry, and I just wanted to thank the supervisors and everybody that worked on this to move as quickly as you have to come up with this resolution and follow with an ordinance. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
All right, thank you, Bonnie. And are there any other speakers? My screen just went dark with the vote tab.
No.
All right, so we'll go to those who are here with us in person. And again, there is a motion to move forward with this item, so welcome. Like Supervisor Wilson said, don't talk us out of it. Please come forward, Steve. I mean, you can try, but...
Chair Virginia Bass, thank you, Vice Chair Steve Madrone and Supervisor Mike Wilson for this important resolution opposing application of herbicides. I am stating the word herbicides is less than strong enough. These are poisonous toxins that are cancer causing. And I'm hoping that we will acknowledge the volunteers that have attempted to eradicate some of our invasive plants like Scotch broom, and encourage everyone to do their best of taking care of the noxious weeds, which a simple blue quality dishwashing vinegar and the right spray bottle might just help make more gardens and food grow where. Yes, let's make sure our air planes are able to land safely, and we can walk safely on our sidewalks. So thank you for all you're doing and will do of keeping Humboldt County sustainable and the best quality of air quality and growing food quality and living standards that we have enjoyed for decades, and with today's best efforts and for the future. Again, thank you for your support and cooperation of detoxing and eliminating poisonous toxins and what have you.
Great. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. I'll make this really quick. My name is Laura Lassiter, and I'm speaking here today as a resident in Whitethorn, located near the headwaters of the Mattole River. I am in support of the county's resolution to ban herbicides on the county land, as well as private landowners without permission. Thank you for bringing this resolution here today. I would like to suggest to take it one step further for the private landowners and request that not just landowner permission, but written permission from the landowner. And thank you, Supervisor Bushnell, for suggesting that here today. There have been several times in my personal experience in the unincorporated south part of the county dealing with subcontractors and PG&E that were confused to the property line boundaries. Written consent would help alleviate confusion and create more of an accountable process. Written landowner permission would add an additional protection layer to the consent process. This is a serious topic and can have detrimental effects to our environment and the health of our community. Understanding that the county here is passing the resolution. However, what type of recourse do private landowners have if PG&E does not abide by this resolution, especially in the unincorporated areas where the herbicides would have the most detrimental impacts to our impacted watersheds that directly flow into our families' drinking waters? We can't undo the toxins once the herbicide has been sprayed. The damage is done. Therefore, please consider the written landowner. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. And welcome. If there's anyone else who wishes to comment on this item who's here with us in person, please do stand by the side of the room just so we can move more quickly. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. My name is Eileen Mandelbaum. I'm here with my husband, Steve Berger. We are Manila residents. Our neighbor asked that I deliver his letter to you in support of this resolution. Sequoia Falk is a member of the Manila Community Services District Board. And while they didn't have time to meet on this issue, they want you to know that they would strongly support your resolution. This is unfinished business for me. I remember standing in this chamber 45 years ago, pleading with the board, with many others, a full chamber, to stop the aerial bombardment of Agent Orange on our forests and communities. And I believe if the board had acted then, we might have saved ourselves several years of grief in that struggle. So I really want to thank you for offering this resolution and your amendments on a plan that PG&E never vetted to our communities and nor to you. And I hope that PG&E, and I don't know if they are in this room, will realize that this is a deeply unpopular proposal that will intimidate and anger residents and would be a setback to their work for community trust and cooperation. So I would encourage you to work with your staff to meet with PGE and persuade them, if you can, to abandon this plan altogether. By adopting this resolution, your actions will make a difference in the lives of your constituents and to the health of our environment. It'll serve as a model for positive change. Thank you very much.
You can just hand it over. Well, actually, yeah. That was supposed to be a do not enter zone, but oops. Thank you, Eileen. And we'll make sure everyone gets a copy of that in there, sent to them. All right, so I see no one else at the side of the room, so we are returning to the board. We have a motion that's been seconded, quite a bit of discussion. Supervisor Madrone? Yes.
I want to thank Supervisor Bohn and Supervisor Bushnell for helping us really clarify some important issues. So thank you both, as well as the overall board support that seems to be apparent here.
All right. Anything else? Supervisor Wilson?
Although my name is definitely on this, I want to acknowledge Supervisor Madrone's lead in putting this together and thank him for his efforts on that. So, yeah.
All right. So does everyone have their vote tab up? Yeah. Whoops, almost. It's not on Supervisor Bohn's screen yet. Roll call, please.
I'll do roll call.
Okay.
Okay, so Supervisor Bohn?
Yeah.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Aye.
And Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
All right. Thank you all for that. So we are going to squeeze in the Behavioral Health Board at this moment, I believe. And we do have, this comes from DHHS, and I do believe we have, well, Amy's here, but we have Tim Doty here. I've enjoyed working with Tim in the past, so it's nice to see you today. It's switched.
Thank you very much for squeezing us in.
I-6.
I am the chair of the Behavioral Health Board. We are an advisory board. I guess I want to, the report is 28 pages long. And so there's a lot, there's accomplishments, challenges, and recommendations in it. I would urge you to just spend some time with it. If you want to know more about the Crisis Stabilization Unit, it's on page 7. And the difference between that and sempervirens is on page 8. And so many people don't know those things. It's easy to not be aware of them. At any one time, 20 to 25% of Americans have a diagnosable mental illness. We are undergoing a mental health crisis. So I just want to say a couple of things. I'm not going to go through the report. One of the things is when I came back to be on the board as the chair, we had about 7 members, and now we have 15, which we're very excited about, and we can do more work. And so we're developing more ad hoc teams to work on very specific things. I also want to say that in the county, the staff, very dedicated and professional people. They represent our work to some of the most challenging, complex issues that people face. And I think they're heroes. And I think we need to acknowledge them as that. They often become the brunt of when something happens that's outrageous and harmful, it's their fault. And I think we should support them more. I want to point to a major recommendation that we have, and that is strategic long-range planning. There's, as you know, a lot of money coming into the assistant outpatient treatment program. You authorized, I think it was close to $900,000 for that. It's a pilot project. We are involved with the review of it and the discussion about it, and that's a lot of money. And there'll be more money coming into the county for mental health things. The care court is coming along, controversial, a lot more money. going into that, a lot of money that won't be going into it, and it is required by law, and to find those resources. So a strategic plan. There will be other things. We recommend an improvement of our facilities. Many of them are old, need to be rebuilt. A strategic plan, a 5-year, 10-year plan. You know of our staffing shortages. And we don't have a medical director of Sempervirens right now. We've been looking. All of the professions are having trouble with staffing. But this is across the board for what we do. And there can be more strategic plans to look at that. Treatment works. Recovery works. When we have the facilities and the staff and the resources, we can do that. I want to close with something that came through my mind as I was driving here. How little the public knows about what we do in this area. And I think of television shows, you know. Who doesn't know from Law and Order what happens in that area? I've grown up since Dr. Kilgore. Anybody remember Dr. Kilgore? And hospitals? How many more hospital TV shows do we need? We even know what the NCIS does. We know what the FBI does. We would know all kinds of things, but we don't know what happens inside of this work. They are in many ways, perhaps not the first responder, but the second one. When the police or paramedics bring someone, then these are the workers who deal with it. So one of my favorite shows was House. And the thing about him is strange, you know, you walk around with a cane. He was always coming in to give them expert advice that they didn't know. He was not a person you always wanted in the room, but he did. Just imagine we had a TV show called Sempervirens. And every episode, there would be somebody coming in. There'd be suicide, there'd be an assault. They come to the crisis stabilization unit, and the nurses are going, what do we do? Where's the medication? How do we send them over here? And then the next episode would be homeless people they're serving. And they go, what do we do? Where do we have the staff? What are the treatment programs? And then the next one might be in the jail, or it could be on campus. Or I think that would be a great TV show. And I guess I'm suggesting in our report, we do a lot of good things, read it, and we need your support to continue our work. I guess that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. And anyone have a comment for Tim? Supervisor Madrone and then Wilson.
Thank you, Chair Bass. Tim, I just, this report is full of amazing information. There's, 40 or 50 recommendations in here. There's no shortage of recommendations because, as you said, we are having a mental health crisis.
Yes.
And there is a tremendous need for more resources. I hope that as a board, we will actually have some agenda items coming up in the near future to talk more about some of those details and how we might, as a board, weigh into trying to help start solving some of these problems like staffing, like wages, like facilities, being able to build new facilities. And we're having some really interesting meetings with our facilities master planning effort. Very exciting possibilities starting to kind of emerge. And there's been a lot of staff effort and others working on these,
yes,
trying to figure out these solutions. But I, in particular, want to thank, as you said, the staff at Behavioral Health for their incredible work, the social workers, everybody involved in this, the nurses at the hospital that deal with this day in and day out. And our hospitals are very impacted by the psychiatric needs of our community, taking up beds where really they need other facilities to help them
yes,
through their crises and other things. But I also want to thank H.C. Tacey, the youth in our community, and their representatives who come to our meetings, offer us insights into what's going on within the young folks in our community as well. And in particular, I want to thank you, Tim Doty, and Tim Ash, the most recent chair before yourself. You both have dedicated such tremendous amount of time. And as you said, when you came on board, we were down to seven volunteers on the board, and we're back up to 15. And a lot of that is due to the credit of yourself, Tim Ash, the staff, and many others in the community. And this is really important work. So if you're interested in this, please get a hold of us. I think we still have a couple of vacancies. Are we full?
No, we're maxed.
We're back full at this point.
Yeah, we're going through the list and trying to cull the herd. Sorry.
Well, you all
That's a TV
deserve
show.
tremendous,
TV show.
you deserve tremendous credit for having brought us back on task, and there is a lot of work to do ahead of us. I encourage folks to get a copy of the report, look into it, and as a board, I look forward to coming back and really grappling with what we can do as a board within our budgets to try and figure out how to start solving some of these problems. So thank you, Tim, for your support and your dedication to our community.
Thank you, Steve, and thank you for being on our board, and thank you for Virginia. And Michelle, you've been an alternate, and I know, Rex, you have come, so thank you all. That's the end of my report. Thank you.
Okay, we might have some more, though, Tim. Supervisor Wilson and then Bohn.
Oh.
Sorry, I'm gonna.
You are on a
first of all, I
TV
think
show
it-
now, just to let you know. This is really a TV show. You're being broadcast.
Michelle's been an alternate, but I'm sure she's attended these meetings, and I was on the board for several years myself, and I have to say it's probably one of the most educational experiences I've had as a supervisor. And I want to just say that I really could not encapsulate all of what. All I'm going to say is like what Supervisor Madrone said is he said it all. But I want to emphasize the part about this that I think that is, to me, most interesting, or kind of is the fact that you guys in this report or put together what what is being done and what has been done, and the infrastructure and the human investments and infrastructure investments that have been done to get us to this point, and to celebrate that. But then also list out all the challenges as we move forward, because it's so iterative. It's like we're always looking for the ways to make it better, because it's just an arc to that place, just like so many things. But this particular system is just constantly under crisis, and has been since the beginning of this work in mental health. And I just want to thank you all for that. Not just, bringing the task of what it is in terms of our challenges, but the celebration and the acknowledgement of the hard work of everyone who's been involved in that too. Because sometimes I think we forget. Sometimes we're only looking at like the hard parts and the challenges, and we kind of forget about all the stuff that we're standing on at the same time. And for me, that actually gives me the energy to move forward, knowing that that's been there. It's not hopeless, it's hopeful. And I really appreciate that. Thanks.
Supervisor Bohn?
Well, I apologize for academia has said, some very smart people have said, we took our $108 billion surplus in the state of California and applied it to mental health. The trickle-down effect would solve 90% of our problems in the state. It won't solve a drought, but it'll solve homelessness. It'll solve what we see on the streets every day. It would solve everything. So, but that's not going to happen. So appreciate. I served on the board years ago, and it's everything Steve said. But we're so. We've talked about building a new Sempervirens, and I think it's well known that we're the smallest county with the Sempervirens.
That's right.
We do a lot for a small county. It's just, in turn, we find ourselves having a medical director, having to compete financially and with what we have to deal with up here. So I appreciate all the help going forward, all the work that the board does going forward, and hopefully the governor listens and maybe throws some more money at it, and we can start solving these problems a little bit, because the problems, this isn't a problem of, this is happening and we don't see it. We see it every day walking into the courthouse, going into our favorite places of business, early in the morning on our streets. We see it every day. It's in our face, and that's what causes what's causing issues. And as far as that TV show, that's called the Board of Supervisors meeting every Tuesday. So.
And you can watch reruns too.
And bring popcorn.
And Supervisor Bushnell?
Thank you, Tim. I have attended the meetings as an alternate, and you guys do tremendous work and put so much heart and effort into the meetings and the discussions. I really appreciate that. Also, addressing the problems as they relate to Humboldt County, I appreciate that, and not bringing it more central instead of globally. I really have learned a lot. I want to thank you guys for this report. It's very detailed and lots of ideas and thoughts. So I appreciate that. And with that, I'll make a motion to accept and file.
Second.
And then I'm going to say that, I think your analogy was perfect using the shows, because people drive by all the time and they have no idea of sometimes the chaos of what's happening and just the rapid changes that happen. But COVID took everything and put it into a really interesting position. So I thought you did a really good job with that. And I enjoyed my time on the board, and I may be leaving this job. I don't plan to retire. People keep saying that. I don't know what I'm doing yet, just for anyone's record. But I do have time for a few probably committees. And if you have an opening in the future, or I can just come sit in the room, because I really enjoy it. I know. I haven't offered myself anywhere yet. So there you go. You got the.
Oh, I know how to reach you, right?
I know. No, it's worthwhile. It's a wonderful. It's a group, and you learn so much too. So, yeah, you can reach me. Yes, Supervisor Wilson.
Just to speak to my second, I want to say one of the things that was not mentioned here that I want to thank you guys for is your advocacy at the state level. I mean, we're always, so much of what we're doing is sometimes advocating for changing state law and state regulation that doesn't make any sense necessarily in the current context. And I know that you guys do that so much. And I think it's really important, because sometimes we're just operating under a construct, such as you're only allowed to have so many beds in Semper Virens. Okay, and then we all just kind of operate under that because that's some regulation that was created at the federal level. But what I appreciate is everyone's efforts to question those assumptions and question those things to help move us forward. I just want to thank you guys for the sort of the intellectual exercise that you guys create in that, and help our staff analyze that and move that forward for advocacy, and I appreciate that. Thanks.
Let's say something else?
Okay.
No, okay. It's a real collaboration with the staff and us. So we look at bills, and we think that the larger issues with the state and the funding, we look at them and we take time with them. But also, you can come to us and say, what is this bill? What do you think we ought to do about it? And we would spend time with staff and us doing it. I'll shut up now.
Thank you, Tim. So we will go to public comment on this item. If there's anyone on the phone that wanted to speak, press *9 to raise your hand. And I don't see any yet. All right. I'm assuming no one wants to speak on this item on the phone. Is there anyone in the audience who's with us today that would like to speak on this item? Welcome, Steve.
Care courts over chaos. Hats off, folks, at the Humboldt County Behavioral Health Board, our Tim Doty's report, and everyone that is gainfully employed and volunteering to help in our Humboldt County and beyond. I'm hoping that we will swiftly respond and put in place the 40 to 50 recommendations, that with staffing we'll be able to hire both Humboldt County's best and out of county, that our wages will be good, better, and best. Our facilities, we will consider best manufactured homes like our Hope Center, and that every day we can all learn how to de-escalate conflicts like our City of Arcata ambassadors. We'll make more safe, warm, dry places to get good sleep. We'll have a best understanding of quality mental health prevention and recovery. That is healthy food, regular exercise, discerning friends for all people and all ages. Please, this is a paramount, most important. Cities and towns and counties, great state of California, we have lots of work to do. And it does start with choosing the right tone and words that I'm hoping, again, our students, our parents, our teachers, and our supervisors, everyone with gainful employment and opportunities to interact with our great people of faith, that every hour of every day, especially for our senior populations, where better group homes and facilities to accommodate their changes in their abilities to remember well, this will be part of those 40 to 50 recommendations and places I know your budgets can accommodate. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Steve. I don't see anyone else who's come forward, so we'll go back to the board. We have a motion and a second. Is everybody ready to vote, or did you have okay. Any more comments? Did your thing come up on the? Mine didn't come up either, Nikki. If anyone's.
All right, Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn.
Yes.
Okay, the system's not working. Hold on. Supervisor Bushnell's yes. Supervisor Bohn, yes. Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
See, when did we start all this technology? Like March, was it?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, Tim. All right, so now we'll move on to the next item, which is coming to us from the CAO's office regarding county travel and tourism update. So CAO Hayes.
Board, if I could propose, Chair Bass, that there's an hour of presentations alone in this item. Plus, I think there'll be a fairly robust conversation, and we have a time set for just over an hour. Possibly, could we move to the department head and elected compensation and potentially the board compensation before we go into that?
Sure. My question would be for the folks who are here from the HLA, et cetera. Are we going to give them Supervisor Wilson?
I would have a suggestion that we hear their presentation
And then perhaps.
and then take a quick break, go into closed session, and then otherwise they're going to be here the length of the stay, no matter one way or another. It appears to me, so they might want to be prepared to have a break.
Okay, and Supervisor Bohn actually agrees with Supervisor Wilson and Madrone and me, and any problem? Okay, we're good. So, sorry, CAO Hayes, you've been overruled, sort of.
I know my place, that's okay.
Thank you for trying. So what we will do is hear the presentations and see where that brings us, and letting everyone know that we have closed session that starts at 11:30. So likely you'll be able to do the presentation and then have to come back anyway, but you can eat lunch. There you go. So CAO Hayes, I'm going to you because this is coming from your office. Not sure who's representing from your office.
Scott Adair would be presenting on this, and I am not seeing him on. He is on Zoom right now.
Okay.
Sorry, looking for him. Scott, are you? There he is.
All right. Thanks.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can't see you yet, but.
My camera seems to not be working. I apologize. I'd anticipated that maybe we were going to be presenting this afternoon and had hoped to be there in person, but I'm presently zooming in from my office. Is it an issue that you don't have me on camera?
How long would it take him to get over here? I would prefer.
Yeah, we'd
he be
rather
here
have you in person here. So how do you think this was?
5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Right.
Okay, run, Scott, run. We'll see you here in 5 minutes.
Okay, I'll be there in 5.
All right.
Hello.
Thank you for joining us.
Not a problem. Hello. Good morning, board. My name is Scott Adair. I'm the Director of Economic Development for the County of Humboldt. Today's item on travel and tourism is coming before your board
because of the abundance of conversation which is occurring in the community right now concerning strategies for attracting tourists and travelers into the region, and also concerning what the county's response should be as the pandemic response winds down, how the county should be working with communities and with partners on marketing strategies and travel and tourism related efforts and activities to improve and bolster the travel and tourism economy. So as a result of those conversations which are occurring in the community, our team has been working with several local community stakeholders and travel and tourism and marketing related agencies, chambers of commerce, other nonprofits, and also with our contracted entities, the HLA, the Humboldt Lodging Alliance, and also HCVB, the Humboldt County Visitors Bureau. I should preface our conversation today by acknowledging the role that travel and tourism plays in our economy. Depending on which report you're looking at, by some accounts, it's the third greatest driver of commerce and dollars in our community. The travel and tourism industry creates thousands of jobs for the region and generates millions of dollars in revenues for the community. Because of the impact that travel and tourism has on job creation and prosperity and livelihoods in our community, we've formalized a relationship with several partners and key agencies to collaborate on marketing efforts. Today, you're going to hear from some of those agencies. After I'm done presenting, you will hear from the City of Eureka. The city manager, Miles Slattery, is available today. We'll be joining via Zoom, and we'll talk about the City of Eureka's efforts related to travel and tourism and destination marketing strategies. Our county has an MOU, a Memorandum of Understanding, with the City of Eureka, which was executed in 2019, shortly after the City of Eureka dissolved its relationship with the Humboldt County Visitors Bureau. Because of that MOU and ongoing collaborative work and the efforts that our staff, county staff, your economic development team, and the city's economic development team have been involved in, we thought that it was a good idea to have Miles come and present today. After the City of Eureka, you will hear from the Humboldt County Visitors Bureau, after which you will hear from the Humboldt Lodging Alliance. After that, we've invited both of our port destinations, our port authorities, the Harbor District and also the airport, to come and talk about efforts related to travel and tourism. And then after that, it will be turned back over to your board for general discussion. With that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Miles to present on marketing strategies, travel and tourism efforts related to the City of Eureka, and then I will come back with some additional information before we turn it over to HCVB.
All right, and I'm going to ask the board, or my fellow board members, to jot your questions down and hold them until after each presenter is finished. So when Miles is finished, we can certainly ask the questions, but that will keep the flow going a little more smoothly, I believe. Miles, are you there?
Yes, I am. Good morning, board members and board chair. As Scott had said, I'm the city manager for the City of Eureka, and I've been asked to give a short presentation on our tourism efforts over the past few years. I have a presentation here. I can get it to go into presentation mode. Okay, so about 4 years ago, 5 years ago, we put out an RFP that was solicited responses for marketing efforts for the City of Eureka. One of the main concentrations was for tourism, but it also had to do a lot with quality of life and bettering the image of the City of Eureka and how our community members, especially in the region, consider the City of Eureka. So what we did is we did the RFP. We ended up going out. We selected Eddie Alexander as our marketing firm. They've been working with us since 2019 on those things that were listed in the RFP. We wanted to promote tourism to stimulate economic development and quality of life for our community members. Both tourists and community members from our region support local businesses when in town and generate revenues to support local services and city facilities, and other programs that the city offers. This not only generates revenue, but also sustains and creates local jobs. Instead of being one of many places travelers might visit when they come to see the Redwoods, we wanted Eureka to be the place to stay and explore when a visitor plans a trip to California's Redwood Coast. While there are abundant historic, cultural, and artistic assets in the city already, this project is not just about promotion. It's also about creating vision and cultural planning. So the game plan to realize this vision was to create a new brand for the city that stands out in the region, then to increase visitation and spending in the city through tourism, marketing, and quality of life promotion. While doing this, we wanted to make sure that we are investing with a clear focus on our desired return on investment. We see tourism as a driver for continued high quality of life and for more service improvements for our city citizens over time. So we track certain metrics to demonstrate our return on investment. Those metrics could be TOT revenue stay, average length of stay, beautification projects that are completed within the city. Oops. I'll use my rotator, sorry about that. Media sentiment analysis, looking at social media, and net promoter scores. So the first stage of the process was to develop city-centric branding. Between July of 2019 and May of 2020, we held community meetings to receive input from the public and focus groups. Through that process, we developed an entire brand and logo for the city. We launched a new website and social media strategy to increase visitation, followers, and improve the image of Eureka. Metrics show that this significantly helped the city get through COVID, and it resulted in record TOT revenue tax over the past 2 years. And we're on track to break that record this year as well. For tourism marketing, Eureka focused on welcoming visitors strategically to increase the region's desirability and the length of stay of visitors. We rebranded the wayfinding signage along the waterfront and Old Town area, increased cost promotion of existing assets, strategically marketing those the city is known for. We developed small business support programs and beautification initiatives. We concentrated on landing more impactful stories of the region with much larger publications and audiences, and improved our coordination with the owners of the assets the city is known for. We have also streamlined access to those assets the city is known for and developed new assets in line with the rest of the tourism marketing program. Over the last 3 years, we have developed new area assets and improvements. We finalized the construction of the Redwood Skywalk, and it has become the leading tourist attraction on the North Coast. We have also developed many WEOT cultural engagement opportunities, the scavenger hunt incorporating local assets, self-guided mural tours, the Eureka Chinatown project, and a new visitor center in Old Town that should be opening in November. And finally, we're fortunate enough to assist Eric and Viviana in landing the #1 show on the Magnolia Channel, The Craftsman. All of these efforts have been measurable and data-driven. Cell phone data has demonstrated improvements in promotional efforts and helps us track and prioritize feeder markets. All of this information is shared with the public at our council meetings. My apologies for the noise. Oops. We have had many significant milestones over the last few years as depicted in this slide. The most recent being Sarah's concert, where approximately 10,000 community members gathered to celebrate Sarah's success and the city of Eureka. Sarah said the event was perfect and was effusive about our Eureka community. Over the years of our agreement with Eddie Alexander, we've done different things in different years. In year 1, we rebranded and engaged more than 3,500 local citizens and led to multiple business owner thank you notes, a measurable increase in social media sentiment related to the city, and more than 2,500 participants using the launch campaign Snapchat Scavenger Hunt. The redesign of visiteureka.com increased website traffic by more than 300% and more than doubled length of stay. Media coverage of the WEOT land transfer generated 58 stories and put the Eureka in front of more than 2 billion people worldwide as a cultural destination. Sunset Magazine recognized the city as a dream city for 2020 and ran a 2-page feature on the community. Home and Garden Network's hometown takeover competition favored the city's submission and requested permission to use the clip at City Hall on the television promotion for their new show. In year 2, Tourism advertising was halted due to COVID, but visiteureka.com website traffic was still up 54%. Total visits were up 112.5%, and page views were up 162%. Placemaking efforts started bringing the new brand to life. Hashtag Resilient Eureka Window Art Campaign, the Ross Park Painting Project, new visitor center banners, city vehicle fleet logo updates, and beautification and wayfinding efforts in partnership with Community Services, Public Works, Project Eureka, Coy Park Zoo Foundation, and other volunteer-led efforts in the city. Photography, we increased our library of photography with new videos and photos and had photo contests to select those photos. New brochures and rack cards were designed, and micro-campaigns for shop local and similar community outreach were developed in year 2. In year 3, new wayfinding sign was installed, billboards were installed along 101, new light pole beautification and branding banners installed in collaboration with local nonprofits. The Redwood Skywalk was launched. Our advertising resumed outside the area. Craftsman Premiere launched. It's a larger scale community event. Micro campaigns for architecture promotion, pedestrian safety, and similar community outreach were performed. And then we had a National Geographic story on the marble traditions of the North Coast. We earned media coverage in 130 publications across 11 countries and in 6 different languages. In year 4, which is now underway, we had the Sarah Bareilles concert and represented one of the largest events ever in the city of Eureka. Photo and video library enhancements continue. The new visitor center is open, but will be launching in November. And we've had multiple cruise ships with a lot of great feedback from those visitors. The Lonely Planet featured an article on is pending for the city of Eureka. And we did a San Francisco Gate story on the kinetic sculpture races here as well. The bottom line as it relates to this is that these efforts have shown demonstrable results. We've seen significantly increased visitor stay over time over the last 3 years. As I stated previously, we are really seeing results through the increased revenue in TOT. In 2021, we broke the previous year's all-time record and exceeded $3.2 million in TOT. Average daily rate and revenue per available room are increasing, which means people are willing to pay more to stay here, and hoteliers are making more money. This increased revenue allows us to maintain services and invest back into our community, resulting in an increased quality of life for our community members. So we've been really fortunate to have Eddie Alexander and do this work for us. We've really expanded our economic development department as a part of this. We were a department of a half-time employee that were dealing with economic development and tourism, and we now have 3 full-time staff members promoting the city of Eureka, and currently now I think we're going to be really much more, we'll still be focusing on the tourism aspect, but definitely the more regional branding and, you know, the image of Eureka and getting people to come here. And I think we've made a lot of great strides over the last few years in doing so. So with that, I think the board chair said that she'll take questions now or after, but whenever that happens, I'll be available for comment.
Well, actually, while you're on at the moment, is there anyone who has questions for Mr. Slattery now? Supervisor Bohn?
No, I want to thank the city of Eureka for all their efforts, and I'll be self-serving, but they've always been very helpful in the Christmas Truckers Parade, which exceeds, the numbers are pretty massive, and with the Roadie Parade to make those available for the citizens of Humboldt County. So, and those are kind of huge numbers too. So we appreciate the staff and everybody that the help they give to that. And that's an economic driver and brings people into town. So good stuff.
Supervisor Wilson?
Thanks. Good to hear from you, Miles. I just have a question with relationship to the change in beds in hotels. We always talk about heads and beds, but you need beds to put the heads into. And we've been converting hotels out of visitor serving uses and into living spaces, which I think has been commendable and is a big part of what we're doing in our response to homelessness. But I'm kind of wondering about that potential impact on putting pressure on Airbnbs and those sorts of things. And I know you guys, I've seen some new hotels on Broadway, but are there is there plans to do more visitor serving development in sort of places that are maybe more attractive than Broadway in Eureka?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we get solicitations from developers all the time about hotels, especially along the waterfront, and we're still pursuing that. As far as, the home key projects and the projects that are turning those TOT revenue generating properties into housing, we've ventured in there, we've looked at it. We haven't been pulling the trigger yet on that, but I think that, we've been looking at different ways of addressing the housing issue through ADUs and the affordable housing projects that we're looking at doing. I think that will help to create the housing that we need. Right now we're on track. We just increased our arena numbers for affordable housing from 304 to 314 in this update that we currently have. We'll be putting out an RFP within the next 3 months for all of those properties to solicit more responses for development of those properties. And it's been successful, and a lot of people are interested in that. We do have the development that you're talking about on Broadway that'll bring another 85 hotels here, 85 rooms to the city of Eureka. And I still have a lot of interest in that. We do have, properties that are available on the private side that I know that people have been interested in, and there's being some headway made on that. It has nothing solidified for that, but there's definitely still interest. And we haven't seen, we've seen a significant increase in our TOT, like more so than any year. I think 2017 or 18, we were at 2.4, I believe. And, we're going to exceed 3.2 this year. So we're doing well as it relates to at least the revenue generated from it. And we have, pretty high occupancy rates. And so we're not, at one point in time, we did look into putting a cap on hotels, and that hasn't been brought up. I don't think that's going to happen. And I think that the ADUs, as they're developed now, they're not allowed to be VRBOs. And so as long as we stay on top of that, I think that the housing that we get out of those will also be helpful.
Thanks.
Any other questions for Miles right now? All right, thank you, Miles. We may ask you something later, but we're good for now. Director Adair.
Chair, after conferring with CAO Hayes, I'm going to skip any of my presentation, and we're just going to let the participants just roll with their presentations. That way we can get you back on track for your 11:30 time set. If this afternoon you have more questions of me, I'll be here as well. So we're going to go right to the Humboldt County Visitors Bureau, and I'm going to turn it over to their Executive Director, Julie Benbow.
Welcome. Wait, make sure, is the microphone on? Can you talk into the mic there?
Chair Bass, Board of Supervisors, staff, and guests, thank you all very much for giving us the opportunity to report on our successes over the last couple of years. I have with me our board chair, Libby Maynard, who is a very welcome face and has taken the leadership role for our board of directors, and my colleague Travis Scott, who is the ED of Visit Mendocino County. And during the presentation, we will also be joined by Jason Baxter, who is a marketing consultant. So I'm going to start our presentation, or not. Okay. So Libby is going to start us off. Hi. Oh, sorry. Most of you...
Can you hold on a second, Libby? Can you hear her? Okay, we're good.
Board attendees and all you wonderful people. Most of you know me from the arts, from the Ink People, which I have retired from and left it in very capable hands. In 2014, in order to get the arts more in the eyes of visitors coming to the county, I joined the Visitors Bureau Board. And we've been through, in my estimation, seismic changes in what the Bureau has been doing. It's practically unrecognizable from what it was 40 years ago, or the last 40 years before our wonderful, excuse me, Julie Benbow took the helm and brought us into the 21st century. So the arts are more apparent. Redwoods still rule. But we have made amazing changes in what we do and how we do it. And I'm going to just give it to Julie to show you exactly what we're doing. Thank you, Libby. I am, by the way, roadkill on the technological highway. So,
I'm going to keep
and
that
it
phrase.
looks as if, oh yes. So everybody's mission statement is important, but it became very apparent to us in 2019 that tourism is not the end in itself. Yes, it is an economic driver, but it's about building better destinations, because ultimately the quality of life of our residents throughout the county equals the quality of experience for the visitors. And when we first started talking about this in 2019, not everybody understood it, but I think now that we have lived and hopefully are surviving what was the pandemic, we understand that tourism has economic impacts, environmental impacts, and sociological impacts, and they aren't always positive. But the Bureau has taken a leadership role in establishing this as a core concept for what we do. And so who comes to Mendocino? We have our unmarried millennials, our millennial parents. Women come and love it. A lot of women travel on their own. The Gen Xers and also the boomers, but they all spend slightly differently and they all engage with our assets and what is available to them in different ways. And if you hang on, I'll show you. So, why don't you do it to your computer? Because it, oh, no, because it's not attached. So, this last year, 426.3 million came in travel-related spending into the county. And on the average day, a person, a family, invests in our local businesses and our organizations in multiple ways. This last year was the first year ever, according to Dean Runyon, who run the reports for Visit California, that accommodations out-revenued, for want of a better expression, the restaurants and food service industry. And as we know, many restaurants and coffee bars and food-related services for travelers not only closed down for months during the initial months of the pandemic, but some of them haven't managed to come back. Obviously, gas went up because everybody was doing a road trip. Oh, sorry. So, I've missed, I told you.
Do you want me to run it for you?
No, there's a missing chart. Anyway, so I'll talk to it. In 2019, 483.7 million came into the county in travel-related revenue, and over the previous 10 years, we'd seen an increase every year. And obviously, the impact of that money, which generated over 43 million in tax revenue, was really of benefit to the county and all our residents and their well-being. We lost 47% in 2020, but as a rural county, we survived a lot better than many of the other, especially gateway destinations that relied on huge conventions and entertainments like Disney World and also international air traffic. And because we have never had those industries here, and we have our beautiful redwoods and our coastline, we saw a definite increase in our visitors who were coming for our natural beauty. But what we've used is our relationships built over the last few years with national and international media to engage with the people who want to come. And I'm going to hand it over to Jason Baxter, if he is now on the line.
Hey there. Yep. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Great. Yeah, so I've been working with Julie and the greater county team here just to try to put our best efforts into finding the right people that not only come to Humboldt, but people that are most likely to return. Part of that, particularly during COVID, was to really look into some of our digital properties to see what we can do better, what kind of content people are most interested in, and to really put a little bit of focus here on our social media feeds as well. As you can see from the slide there, the Bureau does have the top performing travel related digital platform in the county in visitredwoods.com. It's the #1 resource for visitor and resident information, and not just about the redwoods, but here increasingly over time, we'd like to see it also include a lot of more arts and culture and alert people to things to do once you're here besides redwood related activities. So some of the things, if you go down to the next page there, Julie, we can look at some of the top acquisition channels. So we can see like the top landing pages that people are finding us on, what they're searching for, what the most popular views are on the website itself. Believe it or not, aside from the homepage, drive-through redwood trees are still very interesting to people. It's a bucket list item for tourists of all ages, particularly people with kids. It's a fun thing to do. And Humboldt, is really one of the only locations that has the old school drive-through redwood trees. Fern Canyon, as a #3, is obviously very popular to the point now where we really need to regulate how much traffic we get through that area, which I think they've been doing a great job with based on what I've seen on social media from our visitors. Redwood National Park searches and Avenue of the Giants are still bringing in a huge number of searches, along with people looking for lodging. And even though that's not really the focus for the Bureau, they really do want to show the assets reasons to come here. It's always great for the lodging people here to see that they are getting a lot of traffic from people from the website here on visitredwoods.com. Go ahead and go back down to the next page and we can see some of our social media efforts as well. Julie, are you able to go to the next one?
No.
Oh.
Nikki, can you help?
There we go.
Oh.
Well, it looks like we got part of it there, and that's fine. I'll just go through it. The Bureau has reached about 1 million, I should say 1.1 million Facebook eyeballs here since Julie's been with the Bureau. And Instagram's reach has been just under 300,000. Some of the things that aren't coming through on the screen there would be some of our more popular posts. A lot of the Southern Humboldt content has been getting a lot of eyeballs, which is fantastic. Black Sands Beach has reached over 106,000 in organic searches. The reactions, comments, and shares is how we really reach such a huge number of people to get that following and get the eyeballs that really exceed your regular following base. So in this case, we've got over 4,489 reactions, comments, and shares. And that was from spending $0. That's without a single boost, without spending anything. That's one of the most popular searches that people are finding. Avenue of the Giants on the Instagram side, we had a reach of over 30,000 people with $0 invested. We're getting over 3,000 shares, reactions, and comments. And a lot of that's thanks to our local photographers that we always ask permission to use their material and really try to help some of our local artists get eyeballs as well. Now down here on the next slide, you'll see just what our follower count looks like. 56,000 plus Facebook followers and just over 13,000 going on 14,000 Instagram followers. What's important here for the Bureau, which you don't see in the cities necessarily, is most of our followers are from out of the area. And that's really the point here, is that the Bureau is really connecting the dots where cities are highlighting themselves as destinations. The county, in this case, the Bureau, which is really just Julie, is really the factor here to make sure people in Redding, Sacramento, Los Angeles, Portland, San Francisco, that are on the Facebook side, are seeing the content. So we're not talking to ourselves. The same is true there on Instagram. We see a huge Eureka presence, but Citrus Heights, Anderson, Long Beach, Stockton are also top cities that are regularly searching locations that are close enough to drive or within a direct flight to the Arcata Airport. So it's really a great and cheap way to get eyeballs in addition to all the press received, but it's really not the only thing we're doing here, and Julie can talk more about that. A big part of it is actually getting the full marketing mix. That's digital, that's press, that's welcoming actual people from other places when they're here. And so that does it for me, Julie.
Thank you, Jason. There are, for some reason, this is not the presentation. Anyway, so the Bureau isn't, one of the things we're doing is we're doing extensive work with national and international media. And for a $6,700 investment in hosting journalists, writers, bloggers, and other media in the last 18 months, we've had a readership of over 100 million. That includes Europe, Germany, England, and of course a lot of online publications are now global. For our investment, we actually were in 57 hard publications, and we would have spent $3.2 million in advertising to get this kind of coverage for the county. And here are some of them. So Travel and Leisure, Condé Nast Traveler did 2 articles. The San Francisco Chronicle and SF Gate regularly cover us. We had a big one in the Los Angeles Times. We were on the top 10 places to take your family in good housekeeping. We were on Four Doors front page. And here we have some ghosts. But we have a blogger who came and did quite a lot of work. And one of the main stories was how to spend 3 days in heavenly Humboldt. We Visit California works with us, and they put out a lot of stories that we submit. And we were also featured in a vegetarian cookbook, which actually went on one of the top seller lists. But we provide a lot of other services to the public at no cost. We do printed materials. We do the map and guide, which currently is on hold. We're getting some stakeholder and partner input into exactly what kind of content we should have. We do a great monthly e-newsletter. We send it out to 34,000 subscribers. It always has 5 articles. including one called The Bite, where we present some kind of food-related adventure. And we have an open rate of over 35%, which, if any of you know, is well above the average. We do in-county information distribution. We put together a monthly events calendar for our partners, and which is also on our website. And we do, when we can, go to travel trade shows and get in front of the public. Okay. Okay. That was the big slide. That was the money slide, guys. Yes. So, and this is our annual budget. This includes everything. It includes our rent, our liability insurances, our marketing, and our two staff people. And at this point, I'm going to invite my colleague, Travis. Travis and I work closely together on the North Coast Tourism Council. It's not moving. And as you can see, so Humboldt County is the biggest county by area. Del Norte is much smaller. They have a bigger budget. And Mendocino is smaller and has a bigger budget. So I'm going to invite Travis to say a few words about how Mendocino has done their marketing.
All right. Oh, okay.
And just a heads up, I know these are supposed to be about 20 minutes, and so you have about 5 minutes left, so we can make sure we get HLA up here as well.
Good morning. My name is Travis Scott. As Julie said, I'm the Executive Director of Visit Mendocino County and the Treasurer of the North Coast Tourism Council. I'm here to support the Humboldt County Visitors Bureau as our partner in tourism. As you heard from Julie, tourism touches every corner of this county. Post-pandemic tourism drove faster than anticipated economic recovery in rural California. And this was true for Humboldt and Mendocino counties. According to Visit California, travel spending in your county reached $426 million, supporting more than 66,000 jobs, and it generated more than $14.2 million in local tax. You, in fact, took note of the tourism trend and capitalized on it for the benefit of the county budget, increasing TOT from 10 to 12%. These are dollars that fund vital county services, and you're tasked with reinvesting these dollars appropriately and to do it in a way that ensures a return on investment. One of those reinvestments must be your destination marketing organization. Funding for the Humboldt County Visitors Bureau is more important now than ever. Every rural destination in California is vying for the same potential visitor, and keeping pace with those destinations should be one of your highest priorities. Potential visitors are bombarded by destination marketing, and your agency of record should have the financial tools to meet those consumers in the marketplace. Since 2017, Mendocino County has directly invested $2,419,646 into Visit Mendocino County and have realized year-over-year increases to the TOT on an average of 8.8%. And in the fiscal year 2021, the county collected nearly $7.1 million in TOT funds. Visit Mendocino County has worked each year to identify and invest its marketing funds in programs that not only keep our destination top of mind to potential and returning visitors, we also invest in programs that forward our community involvement. Our marketing areas of focus are TV, radio, streaming TV, programmatic, and social media advertising. We sponsor 4 major festivals each year, produce a monthly video podcast hosted by a Bay Area TV personality, and invest in public relations and trade shows. My organization is also invested in developing tourism in a sustainable way to ensure that we don't see our county overrun by visitors. Most recently, we folded the cannabis industry into our marketing platform. Spotlighting these stakeholders and their craft by educating would-be visitors about the cannabis industry and its importance as a part of our community's social fabric. Please consider doubling down on your support of the Bureau and tourism as an economic driver. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Don't hurt him.
Thank you, Travis. We work closely with other rural counties, and what we do is as much about internal county relationships, and the Bureau is taking and has taken a lead in promoting sustainable tourism and trying to work with partners and organizations to educate about the impacts of tourism. And to this end, we moved into our new beautiful space, which is 422 First Street, which some of you may know as the old HSU Gallery. And this space we will be using for not only connecting with our community members through presentations and meetings. I'm sorry, this is very distressing. Okay, so this is what it is. The Bureau is very, very passionate about how we treat our tourists, but how we treat and listen to our community members who do have concerns about tourism and its impact. And we believe that having these conversations will allow us not only a much better understanding of what the Bureau can do and how we can do it in the future and do it better, but how we can grow and continue to grow the income from our tourists. And when they come, they do spend money in different places, which we know, but there are some identified areas of opportunity.
Julie, how much longer do you think you have?
2 minutes, if I can get the clicker
sorry about
to work. So arts and culture, culinary adventures, health and wellness, agritourism, cannabis tourism, and indigenous tourism are all places that we want to invest more money and tell more stories about how Humboldt is a leader in many of these areas. We will finish up.
Humboldt County in Northern California is the home to the tallest trees on Earth and the perfect playground for exciting outdoor adventures. From the pristine beaches of the Lost Coast, the majestic Avenue of the Giants, to Fern Canyon and Redwood National Park. Come and experience the natural beauty of ancient forests and breathtaking vistas.
This is a 20-second spot that we put with Keat TV for sponsorship of the old steeple. It was picked up by 33 states, and we believe that probably 50% of PBS TV watchers saw the old steeple performances. And this is one of the things that we want to really promote Humboldt as a place for arts and culture and music and many other things. And thank you for your time. And I hope we all travel gently and continue to embrace Heavenly Humboldt.
And Julie, I would ask that you guys come back. I mean, since we're going to try to do HLA's presentation, and there may be questions after when we come back for you. Unfortunately, 11:30 times, that makes it really hard for us to plan around it. That's one thing I won't miss.
And
always guessing wrong.
Chair, if I may, the clerk staff is going to put the timer up so that HLA is able to see how much time they have left.
Okay, good.
We're going to do 20 minutes for HLA, and I'd like to go ahead and invite Chris Ambrosini and his team to come up and present.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll probably stand. May I approach you guys?
Actually, just hand it to Scott, and they'll bring it over. Though I believe we have copies.
Yeah.
We didn't. Actually,
This one is.
Okay, just give it to Scott. We kind of have a process here.
No, that one's different.
It may not look like it.
This one is different. This is yeah.
Yeah, we'll get them out. We'll pass them over to us. All righty, welcome.
Okay, good morning. My name is Chris Amberzini, and I'm the board chairman of the Humboldt Lodging Alliance, and also the managing partner of the Best Western Plus Humboldt Bay Inn here in Eureka. Also, I'm a lifelong resident of this wonderful place we call home, Humboldt County. I want to start by thanking you for the opportunity to present to you this morning. Over the past 10 years, the Humboldt Lodging Alliance has played a major role in the growth and sustainability of our county's tourism industry. And we are really proud of the work that's been done, and we are planning for the future. So having the chance to share some of that with you today is something that we're honored and excited about doing. Recently, I've noticed a bit of confusion about who the Humboldt Lodging Alliance is and how we came to be. So I think it's important to spend just a few minutes explaining this, mainly to the public here and those that are listening in. You see, in 2012, a group of local lodging owners decided to be proactive in searching for a way to strengthen the entire county tourism industry without, and this is very important, without adding any additional tax or financial burden on the cities and counties. After working closely with local and county and city officials, we created one of California's first tourism business improvement districts, or TBID, and the Humboldt Lodging Alliance, HLA, was born. Now it's important to remember that this TBID was established and voted on by lodging owners countywide, and not through a public vote like a traditional TOT assessment. This is a very important distinction, and in my experience, often a source of confusion, especially in recent times. There are several differences between a TBID and a TOT, and I think it's important to clarify this as well. First, the TBID is essentially a self-imposed tax only on lodging properties with 5 or more units, and the HLA is funded solely through this TBID assessment. We do not receive any other funding from any other source. This is a pass-through tax that we created. Second, the other TBIDs across the state, like other TBIDs across the state, our management district plan and bylaws require us to only support activities that drive overnight stays to our members within our county. And finally, the TBID was established with 3 main funding priorities in mind. Number 1, to fund a more significant and sustainable marketing effort outside of Humboldt County. To support local tourism and related organizations and events, primarily in the slower shoulder and winter tourism seasons of September through May. And number 3, which is the big one, is to invest in new attractions through capital investment. This is the very successful Redwood Skywalk is a perfect example of this. Now, our initial TBID was approved for a 5-year term beginning in 2012. In 2017, the TBID was formally voted on again by local lodging owners to extend it for an additional 10 years, taking us through 2027. At the HLA, our board, which is made up of 19 lodging professionals throughout the county, meets quarterly to strategize, set policy, and approve any major decisions brought forward by the executive committee. The executive committee, which is 9 of our board members, meets monthly to guide our marketing, event, and community investment activities in more detail. Now, I mentioned earlier how proud we are of the work our organization has done over the years, but let me explain why. We know how important it is for our county to have a strong tourism industry. It's critical for building and protecting a high-quality life for Humboldt County residents. You see, when visitors stay the night in one of our lodging properties, everyone benefits. Restaurants, retail, gas stations, arts and culture, attractions, we all benefit. In fact, most of these economic benefits from these overnight visitors goes to these businesses outside our industry. And I know that that the Bureau also put up some numbers very similar to this, and so you can just take a look here real quick. I won't go over those, but you can look at the screen here. But not to mention these four drivers here, the millions of dollars of TOT and sales tax that overnight visitors brought to the city and county government's general funds. You heard Miles talk about how much money just in the city of Eureka, how much TOT has brought to their city funds. And I know that you're aware of how much TOT brings in for the county. And the list goes on. Our work in driving new visitors, investing in new attractions, and supporting the efforts of our partner organizations across the county really does matter, now more than ever, to everyone who calls Humboldt home. Unfortunately, we don't have the time here today to go into detail on all the activities the HLA has spearheaded in recent years. We've done our best to summarize most of our activities and our financials in the past 5 years in the annual document we've provided, and we also gave you a hard copy of that here today. But we do want to spend some time today sharing a few highlights. In a few minutes, my fellow board member, John Porter, will conclude with walking you through many of the investments we've made into other organizations, events, and attractions throughout the county, which are all critical to capturing new overnight visitors. But before that, Matt Colbert here from Misfit, HLA's marketing and advertising firm, is going to share some of the highlights on what we've accomplished in the past 5 years when it comes to our award-winning marketing efforts and media outreach that helps entice overnight visitors to come experience and enjoy our magical place we all call home.
Voyagers speak of a magical land of mystical giants, timeless beauty, and the occasional game of hide and go find yourself. Then again, voyagers are known to exaggerate. Best to come and find out for yourself. Follow the magic. See where it leads.
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to spend a few moments here. That timer is the smartest thing you've given me all day, I promise. As Chris said, my name is Matt Colbert. I'm the president of Misfit. We've had the privilege of working with HLA since 2015, since we were selected through an exhaustive RFP process that the HLA went through at that time. Now, the very first thing that we did in working with the HLA was to conduct a very thorough research and discovery process, really to identify what is it that makes Humboldt special, right? So redwoods are amazing, coastline's amazing, there's a lot that's amazing here, but those are hard things to own by themselves. So we looked at dozens of other destinations that you compete with. We talked to more potential visitors than we can count, and what we found is something that I'm gonna guess you kind of already know. And that is that Humboldt isn't just special, it isn't just beautiful, it's magical. And magic is something that we can own. It's very authentic to who Humboldt County is. And it's something that is not just authentic, but it helps us stand out as a filter in a very crowded tourism industry, as you've heard already. So as you can see here, we quickly used magic as a filter for telling the entire Humboldt County story. So instead of just inviting people to, come experience the redwoods, right? We invited people to experience the magic that only our redwoods could offer, right? So, or not just redwoods, our coastlines or our Victorian homes or anything else throughout the county. This magic filter tells our audiences that A, Humboldt is different and quite frankly, worth the drive. And B, it also gives us a filter that compels future visitors to say, man, that is a place I have to see to believe. Now, in our advertising campaigns, we have several different audiences that we have to reach. We always focus our efforts for the HLA campaigns on reaching potential visitors within a 5 or 6 hour drive of the county. But within that radius, the diversity of our audiences is crazy complex, right? There are families with young children. There's people who love to fish, people who are weary of being around others after the pandemic, and many, many, many more.
Each audience, as you can imagine, is motivated by something completely different, and each has their own preconceptions about what Humboldt has to offer. So in our campaigns, we use sophisticated data and technology to segment, to target, and to retarget each of our audiences. That helps us deliver the right message to each audience in the right medium to the right potential visitor at the right time. It's an incredibly comprehensive and sophisticated campaign that continues to evolve as the needs of our potential visitors have evolved. So over the years, in addition to hundreds of digital and mobile and social ads, we've also utilized a wide variety of print ads and transit and mobile outdoor advertising. And we've developed nearly 200 video assets for TV, social media, and more. The list goes on and on. But really, if there's one thing that I want you to know about the marketing campaigns that we've developed over the years and that we continue to run to this day, it's that we track everything. The report provided shares just a few high-level metrics that we've used to summarize the impact and reach of our campaigns. Here we've chosen to highlight just the 2018 campaign year, and you can see the number of TV commercials and impressions through the digital campaign and the number of clicks. I also want to just call out that we understand how important it is to be good stewards of these dollars. So we work very, very hard to leverage the unique media relationships that our agency brings to the table to deliver a ton of added value for these campaigns. So as you see in that last line, in 2018 alone, we delivered nearly 3 times the value for every media dollar spent, okay? We monitor and track the effectiveness of every single campaign asset on a daily basis. Yes, on a daily basis. That's every banner ad, every video, every social media ad, you name it. We measure click-through rates, completed view rates, impression goals, and many, many, many other. And all of these metrics are reported to the HLA in public meetings, either monthly or quarterly, depending on their meeting schedule. Told you that timer was going to be handy. Okay, beyond the advertising, the HLA has also invested in a strategic public relations campaign over the past several years. Just like the advertising activities and just like we've talked about in the annual report, all of these activities are designed to complement, it's really important, to complement and amplify the efforts of the CVB, not to compete or be duplicative. Also, as outlined in the annual report, these media relations efforts have garnered a ton of coverage for Humboldt County in the past couple of years. These earned media activities have generated millions and millions of impressions around the country and around the world in the past couple of years alone. Okay, finally, earlier this year we conducted a new study to reassess the interests and habits of potential visitors following the COVID-19 pandemic. As you can imagine, things have changed. Go figure. So while we don't have time to go into the details of that study at this time, the findings from that study are driving the next new chapter of the Follow the Magic campaign. We call it Tall Tales. And Tall Tales gives us an opportunity to have a new magical platform to tell an endless number of stories and experiences throughout the county. We're excited about it and hope you will be too. Here's a quick preview.
Rumors that our giant redwoods and beautiful surroundings have some intended hypnotic effect on visitors that keeps them here for days on end are unfounded. Although, we fully encourage you to come find out for yourself. Follow the magic. See where it leads.
Thank you for allowing us the time to be with you today. I was already introduced, so I won't introduce myself. We live in a very special place. We think you've seen it here on the screen, and we know how important it is for everyone who calls Humboldt home that we have a successful and thriving tourism and hospitality industry that tells potential visitors exactly how important we are, special we are. It's one of the most important things we can do is to bring new dollars to our county. And as Chris stated earlier, most of the economic benefit for visitors that come to Humboldt, that stay in hotels, goes to restaurants, retail, arts and entertainment, gas stations, and other activities. In fact, in all the advertising campaigns that we've done, we've never featured any one particular hotel. We've always focused on the beauty, the magic, and non-hotel related activities that this county has. The HLA has played a major role in driving record-setting growth in the size and strength of the tourism industry over the past 10 years for everyone, and we're very proud of this. And the advertising campaigns that Matt touched on are only part of what we do. Every year, the HLA provides critical financial support for many other organizations and/or initiatives throughout this county, all of which are thoroughly and thoughtfully evaluated in public meetings by the HLA board and executive committees. In each case, the potential investment are evaluated based on their ability to promote overnight stays. And the county, in the presence of the detailed plan on how funds will be used and where appropriate, expected outcomes may be. Since 2018, we have invested over $3 million in investments to organizations and events such as the following: the Redwood Coast Musical Festival, the Humboldt Del Norte Film Commission, the Timber Heritage Association, which we purchased the trolley car you see here, Fly Humboldt, Trinidad to Clam Beach Run, Concourse de Elegance in Ferndale, Humboldt-made events like the Salt and Fog Fish Fest, and of course, the Redwood Skywalk, and many, many more. Many of these simply would not exist today without the financial support of the HLA has been able to provide. We were ahead of the curve when the HLA was formed. Years ago, there were relatively few HLAs in the state of California. They now have become quite common and are seen as necessities in order to keep up. Now more than ever, the competition for potential visitors is fierce, and the cost of staying competitive is often more than local counties or cities should or can bear. That's why today now there are over 70 T-bids throughout California, and more added every year. The T-bid and the HLA are not luxuries for the county. Now more than ever, they are necessities. As illustrated in the financial reports we provided, each HLA group invested in the communities we serve: Eureka, Arcata, Ferndale, Fortuna, County North, County East, and County South. We take our financial responsibilities seriously, and these funds are great lengths to abide by the bylaws in the county district plan to ensure that the funds are correctly allocated at every turn. I also think it's important to clarify two common misconceptions about the financial structure. First, as Chris stated earlier, our funding does not come from Humboldt taxpayers, and the difference between T-bid funds and a traditional TOT cannot be overstated. We are incredibly proud of the work we've done on behalf of the whole county over the years. We believe the impact in these investments have on our community and our travel industry are easy to see. And more importantly, we're excited to continue investing in these campaigns and continue supporting these organizations and continue investing in attractions that together capture the imagination and attention of potential visitors. We want to thank you for your support over the years, and we want to thank you for your support going forward. In fact, we ask for your support going forward for this body and for all the cities that support the T-bid. Thank you.
Great, thank you, John. Well, we can, this is where the thing now, I know we're going to have questions, but we also have the time set. So can all of you come back? I know it's a pain in the rear, but one way or the other, you're going to want to be here, I would suspect, for this conversation and everyone else. Supervisor Bohn had one question. I'm going to hold my questions until we come back. I just don't want to see us get too far behind.
Was that the HLA that put the ad on the 49ers game on Sunday?
Yeah. Yeah, there was a commercial on the Warriors game, the Warriors Kings game, and then they actually talked about Humboldt County in the broadcast.
No, that's what it did. I saw that, and I just happened to be like, what the? And then it followed up with about 10 phone calls from people going, how much money you guys got? You're advertising. And I said, it's not our money. It's not our money. Remember that. It's your money. Thanks for visiting. So anyway.
I saw that. We've actually got a lot of compliments on our TV.
Can you use the microphone, Chris? Anyway, and then after this, we are going to adjourn into closed session, and so everyone can have lunch, and we'll come back and reconvene. But just.
Virginia, I did want to mention if we do have to come back after lunch, is the county going to pay for our lunch at the AA here across the street, or can we order a steak sandwich across the street?
If you have water, we'll be happy. Nice try though. All right. Any? I guess we can. I'm afraid to ask any estimates on when we come back. So far, we haven't.
Yeah, I would say probably about an hour.
Okay. 11:30 till 30. Well, this is 11:30 right now. Yeah, that's 2 hours for closed session. Yes, we do. So wait, you said 1:30, but you said an hour. 12:30 we should shoot for, or 1 o'clock. What do you want to go for?
I would say 12:45 to 1 o'clock.
Okay, cool. We'll say 1 o'clock. All right, and then we can, if we're not here with these guys, we can perhaps take something else. Is that going to work? Oh, well, can we, we're going to go into closed session, so I'd like to ask County Council to brief us on what we're going in for.
Thank you, Chair Bass. It is the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to California Government Code Sections 54954.5 and 54957 in order to consider the public employee performance evaluation for the position of the public defender. It is also the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to California Government Code Section 54956.9D1 in order to discuss existing litigation in the cases of Sean Lee Perot versus Dwayne Christian, case number 5:22-CV-01311 EJD. Mercer Fraser Company versus County of Humboldt, Humboldt County Superior Court case number CV-2201-537, and Michael Masterson et al. Versus James Robinson et al., Humboldt County Superior Court case number CV-2201-309.
All right. Is there anyone, my computer shut down, so do we have anyone on the phone for this one, Nikki?
Chair Bass, we have 0116. I'm not, but they had their hand raised during this other presentation, so you can call them. And
0116, if this is about closed session, this would be the right time. If it's about the other item we were just hearing, we will be coming back to finish that item. So I think that Ash, 0116. Okay.
he's unmuted.
He's unmuted?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Welcome. All right.
He's unmuted, but we can't.
Okay, we're gonna go back and go into closed session now. Is there anyone here in the public?
Chair Bass, I apologize to interrupt. 1041 just raised their hand.
All right. If anyone else is interested on these, please raise your hand so we know you're interested by pressing *9. So can you read that other number, please?
1041.
Okay, 1041. If you wish to comment on the closed session items.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes. Welcome.
Yes, thank you, Chair Bass, and for Board of Supervisors. I'm kind of confused right now. Is this a public comment for the tourism that whole discussion, or is that going to be later? Can you just, I'm
Yeah,
I'm
we're,
not sure exactly when that's going to occur, or if we miss it.
Okay, no, you didn't miss it. We had their presentations. We're now going into our closed sessions. We hope to be back about 12:45 or 1 o'clock to resume conversations around then. So I'd say check back in about an hour plus. And
Thank you so much for the clarification.
Okay, sorry
really
about
helpful.
that.
Hey, you guys, have a great lunch.
Okay, thank you. And Michelle, we're going to go to closed session. All right, thank you. So before we begin with or continue, we will go to County Council for a report out of closed session.
Thank you, Chair Bass. There was no reportable action taken with regard to items L1 through L3. With regard to item L4, the board voted unanimously to authorize the risk manager to enter into an agreement with outside counsel for defense of the case of Mercer Fraser Company versus County of Humboldt County Superior Court case number CV 2201537. With regard to item L5, the board voted unanimously to authorize the Office of County Counsel to defend the County of Humboldt in the case of Michael Masterson et al. Versus James Robinson et al., Humboldt County Superior Court case number CV 2201309.
All right, thank you. And I was going to say thank you, Lynn, for trying to close the door, but I wanted to say with our board meetings, we definitely have to have the doors open to the public. So that's one of the reasons why we don't close the door. So before we get started, it's just Scott and I were talking, or Director Adair and I were talking about the rest of this process. There's still more presentations to be made. And his suggestion is to take the presentations, public comment after that, and then come to the board for us to ask our questions. Does that sound accurate?
That's right, Chair. We have heard from the City of Eureka and HCVB and HLA. We also have present today to make presentations the Humboldt Bay Harbor District and also our County Department of Aviation. There are a number of members of the public who've shown up today to make comment, and it sounds as though some of them have time constraints. So you may want to consider if you want to take public comment before going into the question and answer phase of all of the presenters.
Okay, I'm fine with waiting for the question and answers if everyone can just jot them down. So for the most part, I think that's good.
All right, so then we will move forward. It will be Larry Otker, the Executive Director with the Harbor District, will be presenting next.
Yeah, well, we
so
might
we'll be
come
moving
back to
forward
Larry's.
with Cody Rogutz,
Okay.
the Director.
And then someone text Larry.
He was here in person. He may be outside. We can go check. Chair, one of our economic development staff, Diana Rios, is running out to see if she can find Larry.
Okay.
All right. So what I can do is report on some of the different aspects of what our agency has been doing related to travel and tourism in support of these organizations. Staff from our agency have been collaborating with the City of Eureka as per the Memorandum of Understanding, which exists between the county and the city on different tourism activities. In particular, specifically, we've been partnering with their staff on cruise ship related activity. Our staff from the Economic Development Agency have been working with the City of Eureka and with the harbor on planning, promotion, implementation, and providing concierge and docent services related to cruise ship activity at the seaport. Our office has also been engaged in conversations with Cruising the West, which is an organization that represents ports all along the West Coast for cruise ship activity into and out of ports. In addition to working with the Harbor District on these initiatives and also with the City of Eureka on cruise ship tourism, our office, through the Project SOAR agreement, which you will hear a little bit about more later when you hear presentation from Director Rogitz, has been working under that initiative. That's an acronym which stands for Sourcing Opportunities for Airport Revenue. Our agency has worked with the Department of Aviation to reopen the cafe in the terminal by partnering with that department and other county staff and public stakeholders to do an RFP process and to select a new operator for the cafe. Also providing assistance through the development of new air service, the development of the airport's new website, and just help to finalize an agreement, a rideshare agreement with Lyft, which is a rideshare operator. These are some things that we've been doing to support these two agencies. Our office also provides liaison support to both the Humboldt Lodging Alliance and the Humboldt County Visitors Bureau. That liaison support comes in the form of staff attending their meetings on a regular basis to continue to communicate what the marketing needs of the county are and to provide insight and guidance with regards to the contractual relationship that they have with the county and the different governing contracting documents which exist with both of those entities. If the Harbor District, if Larry is not here, our next presenter would be the Department of Aviation to give an update on what's happening at the airport regarding to travel and tourism. So I'd be happy to go ahead and turn it over to Director Rogitz at this time.
Thank you, Scott, and thank you, Chair Bass and fellow board members for your time today. Excited to be sitting here next to Scott talking about tourism, especially as it relates to our Project SOAR. I think Nikki has my presentation. If not, I have it on a pink flash drive. All right. Oh, yeah, I don't have a, yep. Oh, yeah, I'll just say next slide. Yeah. So I wanted to start this conversation and hearing the presentations earlier today, just looking at an area of tourism where I would say that we're falling short of the competition, and that is in air service development and retention. This is a snapshot of what has happened across the United States in the last 3 years. So this is looking at 2019 to 2022 with airports that have either fully lost air service or a portion thereof and laying that out. As you can see, there's significant impacts in all corners of the country and all across the country. With that being said, a lot of these markets are just like Humboldt County in that they are primarily served by regional air carriers. There's many reasons for that. Part of that was loss of demand, obviously, in the COVID timeframe, where everybody was experiencing drastic downturns. But that has evolved into another major issue with all airlines, and that is supply of pilot resources that is impacting their ability to operate, especially in regional markets like Humboldt County. Next slide, please. This slide here, you'll see multiple dots, again, in a lot of the same areas, but some different. And this is a snapshot across the country of airports that have a structured incentive program of at least $150,000. And this is utilized by those different communities. It's typically a partnership between their tourism agencies, the airport, and the community itself that actually operates the airport. We'll get a little bit more into the details of what some of those programs look like as we move forward. But again, as you can see, all of those areas that have been drastically impacted with a reduction in air service are being very aggressive about trying to retain and attract more air service. Next slide, please. I'm going to hop into some examples that we see in our region of the country and others. This example right here is SLO, is San Luis Obispo. They had a multi-million-dollar program that they put together to attract air service to San Diego and Portland, San Diego being south and PDX is Portland International. This multi-million-dollar project, again, was a partnership between their county, the airport, and the tourism agencies in their community. I want to highlight here, too, that San Luis Obispo is, along the West Coast, really the pinnacle that we should strive for here in Humboldt County as we move forward as it relates to air service development and retainage. San Luis Obispo has leveraged their coastal community, their wine and other attractions in their area, and they have been wildly successful over the last 15 years in attracting and retaining air service. They have many, many more passengers and many, many more routes than we do, and they don't have the redwoods that we have to attract visitors to our community. Next slide, please. Here's another example outside of our area. Again, a multi-million-dollar investment. This is more in my neck of the woods where I grew up, don't you know, but Rochester, Minnesota, with direct service to Denver. This would have been on United. And they continue to have that service. Again, a partnership through multiple agencies there in Rochester. Next slide, please. Here's another example out here on the West Coast with Pasco, Washington. That's the PSC you see on top. This isn't multi-million, but north of $1 million. And in all of these examples, you can see that there's marketing incentives for the airlines. There's minimum revenue guarantees in some cases. But it's the story that's told over and over again is that there's a strong partnership and foundation. All of these partnerships that we're looking at didn't take multiple months or multiple years to set up. The airport and the community reacted right away when an airline showed interest in serving their market with a new route and bringing additional tourists and providing additional options to their communities for travel, and put these in place in a very quick fashion. Next slide, please. So here's a snapshot. Sorry, I tried to include the grid on there. It wasn't successful clearly, but a snapshot of those three programs that we just walked through and what those look like compared to the programs that we have in place for air service development here in Humboldt County currently. This isn't to say that in the past that we have completely failed with this. We've clearly had some successes here in the past couple of years. Where we've really struggled is providing those marketing and minimum revenue guarantee supports like other communities are doing to help with the retainage of some of the air service development successes we've had. You can see a clear difference in the dollar figures. When you're looking at the average column there, I've highlighted the averages of the airport owner or sponsor, in our case, the County of Humboldt, and then the community support through tourism partners in each one of these communities. Next slide, please. When you take those comparisons and look at those averages, here is where we're at in Humboldt County, and of that $400,000 that we have, part of that has actually been provided by the HLA, and they have supported endeavors like this in the past. However, it takes us many, many months and going to the HLA to set these programs up. I'm not saying it's not working at all, but I will say compared to the competition that we have, which is other communities, they are able to adapt much, much quicker. And I'm in no way sitting here today before your board asking for unilateral decision and a $2 million check to go try to attract airlines. That is not at all what I'm here for. What I'm here for is to continue partnerships like we've developed with economic development and ask for your support to help us be more competitive. Scott's team member, Diana Rios, and myself just got back from an Air Service Development Conference where we met with 8 different airlines last week. And a question that we got from all of those airlines is, what's your MRG availability and what's your marketing support availability? At which point we do not have a program that we can highlight that's ongoing and available for new routes in our community. That's a process that we have to go through, and we can't sell that as a package currently to try to sell new, or bring new air service to our community. That's all I have.
All right. And Chair, we were able to get a hold of Larry, and Larry's going to join via Zoom to do his presentation.
All right, Nikki.
I'm just waiting for him to sign on. Supervisor Madrone does have his hand up, though, Madam Chair. That was a mistake. Okay.
So, wow, being very formal.
And you might want to see if he tried to join, not as a panelist, but...
If he's in the...
I would need to know his number.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know the last word? Do you know anyone? Do you know Larry's
The last
number?
4 digits.
Oh. I guess we can say, Larry, if you're listening, press *9 to raise your hand. I don't know. Oh, do you have? Oh, yeah. Look on the list. So we don't know. Okay. You want to see what your number you have for?
Would it be appropriate for me to call his cell right now?
Yes, please. It's a very trying day, indeed. Sorry for the delay and technical difficulties.
So would this be the last presenter?
Okay. And so just to pad some time here, after this presenter, we will go to public comment and then come back for our questions. And yeah, and we'll go to those on the phone first. So did you send Larry something else? Okay.
So the last 4 digits of his number, 3401.
Okay.
Okay. Or 4615.
4615 is the last one? No.
Or 7667.
So why is he having a hard time getting on?
I don't know.
Well,
if it's easier, you can ask him to call in and I can promote him to panelist.
you want to call him again, Scott?
I
Or text him?
absolutely
Thank you.
will.
Yes.
We can have you just call in, do it by audio. He's going to call in.
That number is 720-707-2699. It's on the screen. Okay, so Nikki, look for, and Larry, when you call in, press *9 so we know you're there.
So I can share with the board, in addition to the efforts of our agency working in partnership with Harbor District and the city on cruise ships, also with the aviation department on Project SOAR, the county has been actively engaging with the community as part of its effort to renew the county's comprehensive economic development strategy, also known as the CEDS. And we have hosted a number of town hall roadshow meetings throughout the community to engage the public, to get their feedback about what the county's strategies for economic development and improving prosperity and livelihood should be. So far, we've conducted roadshow meetings in Garberville, Fortuna, McKinleyville, Trinidad, Eureka. We'll be having a meeting in Arcata, and there are more meetings to come. Travel and tourism and marketing has been something that has come up frequently do we have? Oh, okay, great.
I was gonna see how long you went and how far
I've been
you went.
trying to. I'll just end with travel and tourism has been a high priority that we continue to hear from members of the public at those CEDS meetings. So with that, we'll go ahead and turn it over to Larry for an update from the Harbor District.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Good. And again, my apologies for the technical delays. I apologize I couldn't be there in person. So really appreciate all the presentations. And at the Humboldt Bay Harbor District, we would just like to say that Humboldt Bay is one of the magical places in the region. And having the magic of Humboldt Bay and all the facilities we have really draws in a number of tourists to our area. The facilities that we have include the Fields Landing Boatyard, Samoa Bridge Boat Ramp, the small boat basins, the North Jetty, Arcata Marsh and Wildlife Sanctuary are really, integral parts of our overall tourism sector. When we work with our partners dealing with the Humboldt Bay Trail, the Eureka Boardwalk Project, the speeder cars, the rail bikes, the Maticat, all of these different features are just really critical for our region. When I left Woodley Island Marina this morning to go to the board of supervisors, I saw a group of 15 or 20 people looking up with birders and the kayakers. I look at the sports boat launches that people have. When the salmon, the tuna, the crab fishing seasons come in, a whole host of tourists come to our area. And I see the Cafe Marina and the other restaurants really booming. Tourism is alive and well in the community, and overall, these facilities need upgrades and improvements, and all of the efforts of the Visitors Convention Bureau, the Humboldt Lodging Alliance, the City of Eureka, the County of Humboldt, all working together really make a huge difference in our region. And they're definitely showing. You may have seen in the last couple of months that there were 3 cruise ships this past year. And that's in the downturn in the market on the cruise ship industries. Cruise ships are not the panacea, but we're on the slow trajectory towards having increased cruise ships and other things that go into Old Town and the other visitor accommodating facilities around the area. With Humboldt Bay, it all gets down to the water quality, wildlife, fisheries, and overall environmental quality that we have for our area. So maintaining the environmental protection and maintaining these resources just is really critical, because tourists demand high quality facilities. And around the community, that's one of the things that we always have to strive to do, is to clean up these facilities and keep them top notch for our visitor attracting facilities and other things. One of the ventures that I'd like to highlight is that we were awarded a $900,000 Clean California grant with our partner Redwood Community Action Agency. And so over the course of the next few months, you're going to see a number of work that's happening on the Samoa Peninsula, to defining some of the parking areas, to installing ballards and rocks and having murals on the water tank and trash pickup and a whole host of other things that you're gonna see happening on the Samoa Peninsula to really help to clean up the area and make it more attractive. Finally, I would just like to say there's a whole host of volunteer groups that go around the county, clean up Humboldt Bay, clean up along the roadsides and other things. And all of these efforts of us all working together collectively are what really is making tourism happening in our region. And so from my perspective, of all of us working together is definitely the right approach. And we need to all work together to do high quality facilities as much as we possibly can. And so I'm going to close out there. And again, I apologize for not being there in person.
All right, thank you, Larry. And we know where to find you now. I guess have us on in the background in case we have any questions. So at this point, that is the last of the presentations. So we will go to public comment as suggested by our team. And so I think I'll go to those who are here in person first, since there may be quite a few. If you are listening at home and you want to make comment on this item, press *9 to raise your hand. Turn the volume off on your video feed so you don't get confused, because there is a time delay. So, and again, like with all of our others today, while you have a maximum of 3 minutes, you don't have to take all 3 minutes. So I welcome Steve. And anyone else who's interested in talking, please just go and stand up at the side of the room behind Lynn so that we know how many people we're expecting to speak. Welcome.
Destination desirability is the ultimate creator of a vibrant economy. I am hopeful to get more and still more support for the arts and culture, especially hiring Humboldt County's own mural artists. We so much enjoy the high quality of art our muralists and our artists have brought to the city of Eureka and Arcata, and we in McKinleyville have the best opportunity to add to the beautiful places and spaces we call home. And I'm hopeful that we'll get and support our local papers, especially our Times Standard. I'm hoping that we'll have an increase of natural beauty visitors and appreciative of the statistics of the kinds of people that are currently coming our way, the likelihood of quality of life promotion, and the travel gently in heavenly Humboldt style that I grew up with. I continue to hope to support more and still more with a place I have to see, to believe every hour of every day. So thank you for helping guide us to find ourselves and our best efforts in community, especially supporting our Humboldt County artists and world-class murals, and adding to the beauty we enjoy here.
All right, thank you, Steve. And I will just mention for people, there is this is like 12 in this room and some online, so brevity's not a bad thing. Welcome, Lynn. Thank you.
Thanks, Julie. I have to put this down. Can you hear me? So Chairman Bass, Supervisors Madrone, Wilson, Bohn, and Bushnell, thank you for the opportunity to come and talk to you today. My name is Lynn McKenna, and I am the longest standing board member of the Redwood Coast Music Festival. So I have been involved with the festival every year of its existence and been on the board for 32 of those years now, thanks to COVID. So we just recently celebrated our 30th anniversary, 2 years removed, which was a huge success. This year's festival was dedicated to all of our sponsors, past and present, with special recognition for 8 sponsors who have supported us every one of our 30-year history. Those sponsors are Best Western Plus Humboldt Bay Inn, thank you, Chris, the City of Eureka, Coast Central Credit Union, Eureka Broadcasting, Recology of Humboldt County, Red Lion, and the Time-Standard. The Redwood Coast Dixieland Jazz Festival's first year was 1990. The core committee consulted with many local businesses, including the hotels, to see what time of the year would be best to hold the festival. March was picked because it was a slow month, and there would be hotel rooms available to house the local bands, or to house the bands that we were bringing into the area, as well as out-of-town attendees. The hotels provided some free rooms to help us with the bands, and in return, the festival promoted them to our out-of-town attendees, and that's how our partnership began with our local hotels. Over the years, the festival's name was changed to Redwood Coast Jazz Festival and then to Redwood Coast Music Festival to reflect the different genres of music we provided and to attract a larger, more diverse audience. This was necessary as our original audience aged and were unable to attend. In 2016, we started our partnership with the Eureka Lodging Alliance, and they became our largest financial sponsor. We combined their funds with our money and implemented a multi-year plan to increase attendance from out of the area and to encourage people to stay one more day. We promoted the Thursday night kickoff dance and the Taste of Main Street and advertised the festival as a 4-day event. We expanded our out-of-the-area marketing, added more variety to our music mix, and started promoting our special attractions, points of interest, and unique shops in Old Town and downtown. This year, the Skywalk was of special interest to many of our attendees. As our partnership with the ELA grew, so did the festival, and we are now considered one of the premier festivals on the West Coast, as well as being one of Humboldt County's largest and most successful events to bring visitors here. This year, we moved the festival to October, had over 40 bands playing in 7 of our different waterfront and historic venues, and 60% of our attendees were from out of the area. That's more than 60 miles away. We've reserved our venues for next year, October 5th through 8th, so mark your calendar. And some attendees have already booked their rooms for next year. In closing, I would like to share a quote from Duke Robillard, who was one of our headliner acts. He had this to say on Facebook: "This is now my favorite festival on the planet."
Lynn, I'm so sorry. It's like I do a strict 3 minutes, so everyone's got the same, but you,
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm sure it was great,
He's just
but
said he's
no,
planning
thank
on
you.
attending,
Thank you very
and we want you
much.
to attend
I've
too.
got to be consistent with everybody. Thanks. I don't like playing the bad guy, but every once in a while, I unfortunately do. Welcome.
Hi, I'm here to support the Humboldt Lodging Alliance. I'm Selena Curley, and I've been the chauffeur at the Humboldt Bay Inn since 2004. And this summer, I had the wonderful opportunity to work in a new program at the zoo, at the Redwood Skywalk. I was a steward, a volunteer, and I would do 3-hour shifts a couple times a week there. So that expanded my audience of tourists. And I talked to so many people, and they came from all over the world just to actually go onto the Skywalk. And one day, somebody had asked me how many people come through there during the day, and I said, I don't know. So I took my little clicker counter, and I counted in my 3-hour shift just under 400 people coming through there on the Skywalk. So I just want to say that I really appreciate the T-bid that we have, and I think that it's really important to have that here, and I look forward to seeing what they're going to do in the future, and I hope that everybody follows the magic and gets to tell tall tales. Thank you.
Thank you, Selena. Excuse me. Welcome.
Thank you. Chairman Bass and fellow board members, I'm Donna Hufford. I'm a longtime resident of Oric. I've been here almost as long as the Redwood National Park. So you kind of know how old I am. But I've been in the tourism business for about 20 years. I ran the Elk Meadow Cabins north of town, kind of the first short-term vacation rentals in our area. And now I'm part owner, and our family has taken over the old Palm Motel, and we've renovated that into the Roosevelt Base Camp. We hope to have a little over 20 new beds, or 40 new beds, in the county soon. We do have 6 rooms open now, and they've been really well received, which we've always known that, I'm getting off, but that, Oric needs to be a tourism town, so we're working for that. But I represent the northern section of the Humboldt Lodging Alliance. I've been that sole representative since the inception of HLA. I'm happy to share with you the good things that we have been made possible in the north since the T-bid money became available. The additional funds provided for this area have been a great addition to promoting our special place in Redwood National and State Parks. As you might know, the parks don't do advertising or marketing, and this has been a boon to visitation in our area. Some of the specific areas of major community grant funds that we've done in the last 5 years is with cooperation in conjunction with the Visitors Bureau, we have helped provide seasonal staffing at the Redwood National Park Visitor Center in Oric to promote local activities, businesses, and lodging. You know, rangers can't promote anything local, just stuff in the park. So it's great to have some private individual there representing local businesses. This north branch of HLA has sponsored a branded concept to showcase the Northern District, and we call that Redwood Coast Parks. This has included a branded website, social media, email outreach to thousands of consumers on a regular basis, blog posts, a coordinated marketing plan that includes designing and purchasing advertisements in regional and national travel media, such as Sunset Magazine and the U.S. Today Guide to National Parks. And you'll see all of that in that beautiful brochure that you all got. The San Francisco Chronicle, which did a major piece on Redwood Coast Parks. The website features all of the Northern Humboldt Lodging Alliance members in good standing. And we strive to represent the entire county whenever we focus on Oric and the Redwood National and State Parks. Thank you for your time and your patience and your service to the whole community.
Thank you, Donna. Nikki, can you check the beeper since it didn't work? Do we have a? I guess I'll just ask people.
No, sorry, Madam Chair, is adding callers into the system. And
Okay, all right. I just wanted to make sure. I wanted to make sure I didn't short anybody anytime. All right, welcome, Don.
Hi, Don Banducci, community member at large and getting larger, as the case may be. I'm here to lend my voice to supporting the HLA. I've worked with HLA and ELA on a number of projects. We've had some hits, we've had some misses. I think the key is that we've been swinging hard at tourism and heads and beds. One example would be Humboldt Steelhead Days. Some people may recall that. It turns out that weather and rivers are problematic when you're trying to draw people up to Humboldt during the winter months. And we were often washed out and blown out. But the concept was great. Seminars, contests, photo contests, big fish contests, fly tying, fly casting, all kinds of educational stuff going on. And it was a big hit locally, but again, problematic, bringing people from outside. Obviously, one of the big hits is the Skywalk. And I want to just briefly mention, along with the Skywalk, we have the Coast Redwoods Exploration Center, the architecturally pleasing 3-story facility adjacent to the Skywalk, telling the entire story of the Coast Redwoods, the good, the bad, the ugly, the power, and the glory, the ecology, biology, social, cultural, and economic impacts of the trees on our county, on the state, on the nation, on the world, and third floor canopy science and everything that we're learning about redwoods these days. So this is something that was an idea that I had, and talked about it with Chris Ambrosini any number of times, and several of the other HLA board members. They encouraged me to write up a vision statement. It was 11 pages long, single space type, and made its way around the county and found its way into decision-making hands. And lo and behold, it's a honest-to-goodness project now in its formative stages, and we're about ready to begin capital funding. But really, it was HLA that inspired that effort on my part, and I think they are a tremendous asset to Humboldt County, and looking forward to working with them on this project. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Don. Welcome, David.
Chairperson Bass and supervisors and staff and members of the audience. I'm David Reed. I'm the newly minted executive director of the Sequoia Park Zoo Foundation. It's a really fun place to be. I also get to have Don Banducci as my hype man for all of our new projects, which is nice to have. I'm here to speak on the impact that the Humboldt Lodging Alliance had specifically on the Sequoia Park Zoo. Back in 2018 and 2019, HLA and their partner alliances came together to invest in what we now call the Redwood Skywalk. It went through a bunch of different names. But that was a transformational change on the zoo, on Sequoia Park Zoo, and I think you all have experienced it if you've been out there and you've been up on that structure. We talked a little bit about the anecdotal evidence. I too have been up on the Skywalk during the summertime and listened to conversations in Korean and in Chinese and in German and in languages I don't even recognize. And then just this morning, more anecdotal evidence walking up to my office and seeing Kentucky, Virginia, New York plates out front. But there's hard evidence too. The Skywalk has been really instrumental in carrying the zoo and the area through COVID. 100% increase in attendance since the Skywalk opened, and that has not waned in year 2. And like I said, it really has sustained the zoo. The best day in Sequoia Park Zoo history for attendance happened this September. The best month in Sequoia Park Zoo history attendance happened this September this year. So it has been a huge impact, and it would not have happened with the Humboldt Lodging Alliance's support. And they did more than just give $500,000 and then get their alliances in to make that a $1.7 million investment. They also became a project partner and changed the scope of that project so that it was a world-class attraction, and it really has been. So thank you for your support of the HLA. We could not do what we're doing without it, and we really are looking forward to working with the Humboldt Lodging Alliance in the future, as Don said, on our next big idea, the next transformational project at the zoo. So thank you.
Thank you, David. Excuse me. Welcome.
Well, I'm certainly not a public speaker, so I'm going to try to get through this, but my name is Stacy, and I'm a lifelong Humboldt County resident. I've also spent pretty much my entire adult career working in the hospitality industry. I'm here today to show my support for the Humboldt Lodging Alliance, as I have watched as they have been a driving force in bringing renewed tourism and interest to all of Humboldt County. I've personally had the pleasure of working in our hospitality, therefore our tourism industry, for over 25 years, and I've had firsthand experience of how our hotels and motels directly impact tourism in our beautiful county. I've watched over the years as we have grown from being not as visible in the tourism market to being front and center for tourism in our part of California. We've heard a lot about this today. It's evident seeing the growth in visitors to our Redwood National and State Parks, our very own Sequoia Park and Zoo with the stunning new Skywalk, watching cruise ships enter our bay, and seeing guests from all over coming to listen to amazing blues and jazz and so much more. As you all know, Humboldt County is considered a more rural destination. The average visitor has to travel a distance to get to us, and most will spend a night or two. And who better to help market that than the people who hear firsthand what our travelers want? It all starts at the front door of our lodging establishments. Not only do we recommend amazing hikes, beaches, and national parks, but we educate our guests on shopping, art, the music communities, our wonderful local dining, and our historic heritage. A few minutes really isn't enough to express to you how I've watched tourism change and flourish over my many years working in the hospitality industry. One of the things I'd like the general public to know is the HLA was not created to benefit just one single entity or business. It was created to benefit the entire county and its businesses and residents as a whole. I am extremely proud of what I have witnessed the HLA accomplish and continue to do for us and our wonderful community. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. And welcome.
Good afternoon.
He didn't speak. I don't know if he is.
My time is running, huh?
Okay, no, don't worry. We're trying to stop the time. There had been a question from a supervisor. If you were, well,
Member of?
they can,
I personally am not a member.
yeah, and he's actually, he's still a member of the public. I wouldn't, yeah. Welcome.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. My name is Pat Willey. I am from Ferndale, and I'm the co-founder and executive director of the Ferndale Concours on Main. I am not a member of HLA, but I support it greatly because it supports our show. If you'd like to know about the Ferndale Concours on Main, you might wish to ask your fellow supervisor here, Rex Bohn. Rex, thank you very much for being one of our honorary judges each year at the show, and also for bringing one of your beautifully restored automobiles to the show as well. Thank you. You did take first. I was wondering whether I should mention that or not. I didn't want to embarrass you, but yes, yeah. To differentiate what we do in Ferndale at our car show, the Concours d'Elegance is looking for cars that are strictly the way they came, the way they sat on the showroom floor, the way they came from the factory. That's a fairly small group of automobiles and owners of those sorts of automobiles. And if we only drew from Humboldt County, we wouldn't have much of a show. So we actively market from outside. And in fact, our last show, which was last month, 2/3 of the automobiles came from outside of Humboldt County, mostly from the greater San Francisco Bay Area and also the Sacramento area. So we do outreach to both of those places. We don't just have a show on the one day. We have what an automotive journalist said to me is actually a festival, an auto festival. We have 5 days of activities. We start in San Rafael and work our way north. We end up going all the way into Del Norte County. But we're based out of Ferndale. So all of the lodging in Ferndale fills up right away as soon as we announce our next date, which will be next September again. And then we overflow both to Fortuna and Eureka primarily. So we know that there's a lot of money coming in for transient occupancy tax. Just to give you a quick example, for our 2019 show, we started in San Rafael with 27 cars, 47 people, and they stayed 4 nights. So doing the math, it comes out to 104 guest room nights just from that event and just from some of the people who were involved with that event. One of the things, almost done. What's quite important, I think, is we get people coming back to the area vacationing who hadn't been to Humboldt County before and now come on a regular basis. And also our net proceeds go to the Ferndale Senior Resource Agency and the Redwood Memorial Hospital Foundation for a total of more than $24,000. None of this could have been possible without HLA's funding. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, welcome, Lowell. You know, and I was going to make before you speak, Lowell, I know that there was a question on whether HLA members can speak, but the way I'm looking at it is an HLA member who maybe did the presentation, no, but other members, I think I should give the opportunity. So that's why and I'm looking at our county council who's given me those. All right, thank you. Welcome, Lowell.
Yes, thank you. Excuse me. I'm Lowell Daniels from Ferndale. I'm a member of HLA and the Humboldt Visitors Bureau boards. I have the Victorian Inn and Redwood Suites and the VI restaurant in Ferndale. And basically, most of what I wanted to say has already been said. I would like to just reiterate that HLA was founded by hotel owners, lodging, hospitality owners, and as a self-taxed entity to promote Humboldt County to the outside world with the purpose of putting people staying in those hotels. The fountain, it's designed to put people in the hotels, and then it's an ancillary benefit to the rest of the county. But you won't see a lot of our marketing in Humboldt. Those beautiful ads you saw on the TV are played at Giants games and Warriors games in San Francisco and Sacramento, you might not see them here because we are not going to pay to promote Humboldt to Humboldt. We already know what we have. And as far as Ferndale goes, and this is true of the whole county, there are a tremendous amount of activities and programs and what I'm trying to say, events that could not and would not have taken place and will not take place without HLA funding. And you've heard of our airport, spoke for us, all these other people that are speaking on behalf of those events. Ferndale, we without the HLA, that Concours d'Elegance could not happen. That's a Class C operation. The old steeple is being filmed by Keat, and last year it went to 38 states. This year it's going to the whole country. Keat is putting it out there as a major thing. And Humboldt HLA is a sponsor of that. Not to sponsor the old steeple, but to sponsor Humboldt County, because at both ends of those programs is a beautiful video program of Humboldt County. And I just want to thank you all for your support and your continued support. And it'd be nice to have everybody know who we are and why we are. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Lowell. Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Anissa Escobedo, and I am excited to be here. It's great to see Supervisor Rex after 3 years. I'm the Executive Director for the Arcata Chamber of Commerce. The Arcata Chamber of Commerce has valued its partnership with the Humboldt Bureau, Visitors Bureau, and we have depended on their support for many, many years to provide our visitor center with the brochures and resources to give out. I think one of the biggest investments that the county can do is funding its visitors attraction. You know, that's what brings in money. That's what supports the local economy. And this would be a major investment for the Visitors Bureau. So please support them. And again, thank you so much for having me.
Great, thank you. Welcome, Madeline.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Madeline DeLapp, Humboldt County Growers Alliance. I'm going to talk about the reports that we heard today. And what I heard is that our county continues to underfund our tourism organizations. Mendocino is spending $2.5 million on tourism investment, and we're spending $200,000. And by not funding our destination marketing organization, what we are doing is we are de facto funding the Humboldt Lodging Alliance, which is an oligarchy, to support our tourism resources. Humboldt Lodging Alliance, as Lowell just said, these services are tailored not to serve the general public, businesses in general, but specific lodging alliances. Their T-bid is passed on to consumers. They are not pulling this out of their own pocket. They have over $4 million in their cash reserves, and yes, I do agree they've funded a lot of great projects. Humboldt Lodging Alliance is what it is. It is a self-funded and self-serving organization that also owns the URL visithumboldt.com. Our visitredwoods.com is for our local tourism marketing organization. While we all love our redwoods, they're ubiquitous and they're all up and down the state of California. So my recommendation is that the county enter into negotiation to purchase visithumboldt.com to use for our county's needs for the greater good, not just a few. What we've seen with Humboldt County Visitors Bureau over the years has been inadequate funding and not great response to the requests. For over 5 years as the cannabis industry, we have asked to be included in the tourism marketing. And for almost 5 years, we have been pushed aside. A great example would be to go to visitmendocino.com and look at their Canna Curious page, and then go to visitredwoods.com and read what it says about cannabis. It's not good, and in fact, it's shameful. We have been standing here for years and years, and you have told HCVB to do better, do differently. And we're standing here having the same conversation year after year. What we also heard at the beginning is how the city of Eureka has brought tourism in-house and all of the things that they've been able to do since ending the contract with HCVB. I would highly recommend that this county really consciously look at developing a holistic tourism marketing assessment, hire an outside firm, and then look at how it will or will not rescind or renew contracts with the Humboldt County Visitors Bureau. Thank you.
Thank you, Madeline. Welcome, Laura. Just a reminder to folks, if you're listening and you wish to make a comment and you're at home watching or anywhere else, press *9 so we know you're there. So welcome.
Hi there, thank you. My name is Laura Lassiter with the Southern Humboldt Business and Visitor Bureau. I have a lot to say, but I'm going to keep it, I've changed this a million times today, but I'm going to keep it really short. The SHBVB is a Humboldt County-funded destination marketing management organization inclusive of the cannabis industry, founded in 2017. The SHBVB has proven to be a leader and a driver for Southern Humboldt County tourism. Our most recent report was emailed to you all last week for review. We would like to say that we 100% support staff recommendations for an assessment of the Humboldt County tourism assets. This assessment would unite and alleviate many of the inadequacies that we currently see here in promoting tourism in our county as a whole. We addressed these concerns and inadequacies to your board at the December 10th, 2019 meeting, Board of Supervisors meeting. You will find in the December 2019 meeting details lists of our concerns and the lack of tourism asset representation and discrepancies for the South and the county as a whole. Unfortunately, those discrepancies we brought to your attention at the December 2019 meeting still remain the same today. For the essence of time, I will refrain from revisiting them here now. In addition, for the assessment, we would like to request that regional local input participation play a key role. We feel it is vital to its success and should be required and utilized in this assessment process. And just a quick note, point of clarification on the submitted HLA report, it states $78,000 going to Southern Humboldt, naming Southern Humboldt Business and Visitor Bureau. The HLA funds listed in their report were not received wholly to the SHBVB, but in fact split between the Southern Humboldt Business and Visitor Bureau and other paid contracted vendors involved with the Elevate campaign. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Laura. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Justin Legg, naturalist guide and tour director with the Benbow Historic Inn. I've had the blessing of being able to share Humboldt County with international visitors with our different private businesses over the last 6 years. Folks from Germany, Korea, Japan, China, literally every country. I've had the pleasure of meeting visitors and sharing with them our glorious redwoods. I mostly just want to urge the Board of Supervisors to fund tourism marketing through the Visitors Bureau. I think it is the most valuable thing we could do. I'd like to read a letter from the President and CEO of Visit California, Caroline Batista, addressed to the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors. I'm writing to offer my support for an American Rescue Plan Act allotment for tourism marketing for the county. The Redwood Coast is a natural destination for tourists, but time and again we've learned that tourism does not just happen. Especially after a major crisis, marketing is needed to signal to visitors that a destination is open for business. Tourism is a primary economic driver in Humboldt County, and its benefits extend into every corner of the community. In 2019, travel spending in the county reached $483.7 million, following a decade of growth. Revenue that supported 6,000 jobs and generated $14.2 million in local taxes to fund essential services. Without a well-funded destination marketing program, Humboldt will struggle to reclaim the more than $200 million county tourism dollars lost to the pandemic, especially amid fierce competition from West Coast rural destinations. Visit California is currently running a $24 million in-state and national advertising campaign promoting California tourism. This has inspired a surge of tourism in California, creating an opportunity for destinations like Humboldt County to significantly increase the return on investment in its marketing efforts. Tourism marketing efforts, like those developed by the Humboldt County Visitors Bureau, effectively promote the entire county, driving incremental spending to hotels, restaurants, the arts, shopping, and more. As you appropriate economic recovery funding, I hope you consider the myriad of benefits of a thriving tourism industry. Sincerely, Caroline Batista, President and CEO of Visit California. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Justin. Ken, welcome.
Thank you for your time today, Board. My name is Ken Hammock. I'm a proud board member of the Humboldt County Visitors Bureau. I'm also the vice chair of the Arcata Chamber of Commerce and business owner, a dispensary in McKinleyville, Gondry. I just want to say that since I've been on Executive Director Julie Benbow's board of directors, which she's almost created as I was joining, fairly new, a lot of new energy, a lot of great ideas, representative all across Humboldt, trying to embrace all the voices. One of the reasons why I joined is I read the mission that Julie wrote out when she asked for the new board members. And one of the key pieces in the mission statement was wanted to make the quality of visit really good for the tourists, but the quality of life piece of that equation also needs to be intact. So the creation of 422 First Street in Eureka, a new space that's going to be in a really vibrant area where a lot of visitors are going to come. Dick Taylor chocolate, there's going to be some coffee roasting across the street. There's going to be a lot of great eyeballs and foot traffic to experience all of Eureka or all of Humboldt within those walls, but also to use the space to work with local nonprofits on how we can make all of our lives better as we're serving the tourists and the destinations that we're trying to build up. I've been involved with some projects at the Bureau where we've been trying to build a network of eco-destination folks, visionaries, people that want to build up our assets here. I believe that money infused in a centralized organization like the Humboldt County Visitors Bureau to be dispensed throughout the county for all of our needs also can be intentional. And I think intentional tourism is especially important right now, especially post-COVID. I thought we did pretty well, during the time it was kind of mixed up during COVID, but in the aftermath, really trying to encourage that sustainable, regenerative tourism, those visitors that will kind of come to Humboldt maybe for the right reasons, and maybe even bring their businesses and maybe a second house or their first house to us eventually. So I think the right growth is the right path. I would encourage you to support the Humboldt County Visitors Bureau and allow it to do its job with the money that will allow us to get a return for the dollar that we're looking for. Thank you for your time today.
All right. Thank you, Ken. Welcome, Tawny. Patient group here today. Thank you.
Yeah. I was on the phone, but I actually made it in time. So I actually appreciate everybody's comments to allow me to be able to come and give mine. My name is Donnie Creekmore. I'm with Lost Coast Populist News and Opinion. That's lostcoastpopulist.com. I was coming to speak on this interesting topic because I hear, especially now, hearing all of the public comments from the assorted travel. I don't know who I didn't get to see.
Look at us, Donnie. Sorry.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't get to see who actually was speaking from the public as far as like the travel agencies and things and the traveling organizations. But what it really hit me in the stomach because of what I was about to tell you guys and how it reflects directly into like an insult added to injury for what these folks are trying to do with their money and what the good things they're trying to do for this county. Recently, we had a high-profile celebrity come to Humboldt County. And, he was coming here with his family, and he stayed here for about a week, and he happened to go to dinner at Tres Chiles Picosos in Eureka. And, because that restaurant didn't treat him like he was, a criminal at the door and didn't turn away his business, the local woke mob and the local media went full frenzy on this restaurant They didn't take the time to look that it was a woman-owned restaurant that's LGBTQT plus friendly. So I kind of see this problem where we have a Leviathan, where a snake's eating its own tail now. They're canceling out their own members of their own kind of like group. And meanwhile, we have these good people pouring thousands and thousands of dollars into trying to get people to come here. But meanwhile, we've got these massive national stories of Mike Lindell goes to Humboldt County only to be turned away, only to be treated like he's lesser than. I mean, that sends a huge message to a massive amount of Americans across the nation that look at Mike Lindell and they like him. They like his pillows. They think he's a great guy. Regardless of his politics, he's a human being with a family and they eat. I mean, I'm sure they get hungry. I don't know what compelled them to go to Tres Chiles Picosos, but I went there and ate afterwards because I was curious, and the food's incredible. The atmosphere is beautiful. They have murals of literal Mexican communists up on their wall. It's so fascinating to see the local left mob go full cancel on this restaurant that literally fits everything that they would typically hold up as like a champion of who they are and what they stand for. The hypocrisy is so palpable you could cut it with a knife. And so I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Maybe you guys could go out and have dinner and make a public thing on Facebook of how you went and had dinner at Tres Chiles Picosos. Reach out to Michelle, the owner. She's a great woman. She's a firecracker. She smiled the entire time. She broke into a full Spanish conversation during our interview.
Sorry, Donnie. Thank you.
Yeah, cheers.
All right. And welcome.
Okay. Hi, my name is Joshua Sweet. I'm a businessman from Southern Humboldt. I'm also a board member of the Southern Humboldt Business and Visitors Bureau. So I don't think it's lost on any of us that the economy is suffering, no more so than in Southern Humboldt, and which is where I live. So simply put, tourism is one of the only real options left for us to foster into a sustainable economic driver. I'm not here to dismiss any efforts from a myriad of people or organizations who have put their passion and energy into helping foster this goal. Yet I am here to say we collectively need to do more. My specific goal for Southern Humboldt, which is the Gateway, is to push the Complete Streets project, which has been in the works for a decade or more. I don't know if you all know about this. Tom's right here. He can educate you on all of that. Sorry. We need more. We need to create a more aesthetically pleasing entry for our beautiful community. Without this or some variation of it, I feel we will continue to suffer for many more years to come. From my perspective, we are in a crisis mode, and it will take a collaborative effort from all county, state, and community to drive this beautification concept. I and Southern Humboldt Business and Visitors Bureau look forward to working to ensure a healthy and vitality community of the Southern Humboldt region. My hope is that whoever is tasked and funded to push this tourist industry here in Humboldt, that we have the opportunity to work with them and collaborate in a gateway beautification of Humboldt. Thank you.
Thank you, Joshua. Welcome.
My name's Chuck Leishman, and I do work for HLA, but I'm here at the request of Cassandra Hazelton, Film Commissioner of the Humboldt Del Norte Film Commission. She wrote a text to us, and I just wanted to read her text. I'm a recipient of the HLA grants and have been for approximately 8 years. We are currently receiving $60,000 this fiscal year and could not run the Film Commission without it. It has made a difference in whether we could have a third person in the office, which has been tremendous. We also have been able to maximize the map and, sorry, this is real small, the map and guided tour for the tourist with the funds. Besides promoting and printing of the maps, we were able to build an app that is now downloadable by iOS and Android phones and features places that had filming as well as nearby restaurants and hotels to stay in. In addition, we are focusing on other tourism as well, with growing our May the 4th event into a full Forest Moon Days, basically a return of the Jedi Festival and a soundstage. Both are under construction. And we are working with independent contractors to get them, again, I'm sorry, I'm reading off a text. I'll skip this part. This is our best year, and yet when it comes to our budget, and all our funders count, especially the larger ones that impact us greatly, HLA is a big part of that. Ideally, we would have funding for a 3 to 5 year contract, so chasing grants annually does impact us, and we are not able to always predict the future, and sometimes have had to postpone activity that would otherwise bring in outside dollars to the community. However, if we were able to lose it, it would cut us off the knees. We are very grateful for the funding. And I will work on that TV show for Tim. So thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll go to those on the phone now. And just a reminder, while there is 3 minutes, you don't have to take the entire 3 minutes. Just trying, we still have a long day ahead. So 0116, Ash, I think that's you. Press star 6 to unmute. And this is about the tourism aspect. Entities. Okay, Ash, you're unmuted.
He just muted himself. Now he's unmuted.
Okay, we're going to go to 5375 and come back to Ash. It's 5375. Press star 6 to unmute if you're still there.
Hello. Yes, hello. My name is Lindsay Jones. I'm co-owner and operator of Aloha Humboldt in Willow Creek. So regarding the TOT funds, currently 42% of the funds that HCBB passes to organizations representing gateway communities is as follows. 23% goes to Garberville, 2% to the Southern Humboldt Visitors Bureau, 25% overall goes to Southern Humboldt with those, 5% goes to Arcata, 6% to Oric, and 6% goes to Willow Creek. Only the Board of Supervisors has the ability to change the distribution of these funds. I would like to request that your board review the way these funds are divided and potentially amend them to create a more equitable distribution. I would also like to have you consider an expansion of organizations contracted by the county for marketing so that they can include cannabis organizations focused on regional marketing. Regarding TBID-funded marketing, while TBID is a self-imposed tax on visitors through hoteliers, they are taxes collected that should have annual oversight from your board and maintain equitable representation for all regions around the county. The HLA bylaws state that directors representing each jurisdiction within Humboldt County shall comprise a community committee. These community committees are invited to develop proposals for marketing their communities to overnight visitors. It is my understanding that HLA does not currently have these regional community committees. And additionally, East County does not have a representative on the board. HLA bylaws also state that funds not awarded by a community committee in any fiscal year shall accrue to that community's fund balance and be available for awarding in subsequent years. Supervisors, is it possible for you to request an HLA report on the subsequent funds accrued and available for pass-through funding by region? Is it possible to request that these community committees be created and open to the public? Our county's cannabis industry needs to have inclusive, cohesive marketing integrated into the current marketing strategy. Cannabis undoubtedly brings tourists to Humboldt County. I believe it would greatly benefit our community as a whole to start integrating cannabis into our collective marketing narrative. I would like to request that this agenda item be brought back to the board. I would love to see your board consider funding additional organizations with TOT funds, review the HLA funding accrued from subsequent years by region, and ensure community committees are developed to equitably represent all regions of the county. I also request that the board ensure that all contracted tax-funded organizations submit annual reports moving forward. It's so great to hear all the wonderful projects funded through these tax dollars, and I would be very grateful to have the same opportunities presented to the Eastern County and cannabis industry. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Lizzie. No more hands up, so we'll come back to the board now. We can ask questions of staff. I mean, you can also ask questions of, if you want to bring someone else up from HLA or any organization. Scott, did you want to say something before we start asking?
Chair, that's up to your board. You had deferred questions of the presenters until after public comment. I know the presenters are here and have been waiting. I would recommend maybe we give the presenters an opportunity first to answer any questions that you might have.
Well, you're expecting this group to have all the questions figured out ahead of time. You know, I would just say, everyone be ready to come up. Supervisor Bohn and then Bushnell.
Do you want to go in order of the presenters, or do you just, based on what questions you have, just?
Let it fly.
Let it fly. All right.
I'm not going to argue either on that one.
No, I was just, I probably have some more questions later, but I wanted to thank HLA because about 6 years ago, I got tired of looking at our display in the Capitol. It was the oldest, ugliest display it was. And at the time, every time I went to Sacramento, I'd go over to the Capitol, and then I'd come back and say, Amy, can we do something about that? It's embarrassing. I want to cover it up. With that, she said no. Repeated times, we didn't have the money. So I went to the HLA, and Chris set me up with the board. And they went with their marketing crew, the Magic guys eventually, who are in Sacramento. And they made a new display for us at the Capitol. Has anybody seen it? No, because about the time it got done, the Capitol says we're not allowing anybody to come in to do any work because the Capitol has been closed for the last 2.5 years, and they weren't allowing the upgrade. So our new display, which is both digital, able to change once a year with a different video, motion activated, will be put in as soon as they're allowed back in. But the HLA paid about $38,000 to have that built for us to upgrade that because we couldn't. So we got a little chunk out of it. So thanks, you guys.
Any questions, Supervisor Bushnell?
I don't have any questions. I do have possibly a suggestion for a motion if my board wants to entertain it or if they want to go before me.
Well, you...
No? Okay. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank HLA and Julie and her group for all you guys have done for Humboldt County. Additionally, the Gateway Chambers, and they equally have a role, and the goal is the same, to market Humboldt County to make it more prosperous for tourism. It's clear that there hasn't been a lot of deep dive into this for a long time. Julie's Humboldt, sorry, the acronyms drive me crazy. I get them all mixed up. Yeah, I get it. But, you know, there's shortness of funding, as we've heard, and we've heard from presenters. HLA has done great. The Skywalk is an enormous attraction for Humboldt County and is featured in everything, and that's amazing. My kids went, my grandkids went. They love it. But I think that we, as a board and as a county, can do a deep dive and see what we come up with. And I would suggest a motion of possibly an ad hoc committee, maybe comprised of 2 board members from this board, the CAO or designee, ECDev, representatives from the community, maybe representatives, the HLA and Julie's group, sorry, Julie, the acronym again, approve. And maybe what we could get out of that ad hoc is we could review the contracts for compliance and scope, and we could review funding and requests and approvals for the last 5 years, audit the financials. I don't think that's been done ever. Review expenditures for each, consider HLA and HCBB board member makeup, maybe adding to HLA, maybe someone from this board or someone from county staff, and also provide recommendations for a comprehensive collaborative marketing assessment for the County of Humboldt. I think that it would be very good if we could recognize assets, tourism assets for Humboldt County, and have them, A through F or so forth and so on, and do that through a marketing assessment. I think that we have a lot of work to do. I really appreciate everybody that works towards marketing Humboldt County. And I think that we as a county can help. And obviously, we've heard today that there's not enough funding out there to market properly, and so that would have to come from this board, and so that's something we can investigate also through an ad hoc. It's just a suggestion, and I would like to hear what my board thinks.
Supervisor Wilson?
I'll second the
And Bohn.
motion.
That was a motion?
As
It was a long motion, but.
Did you get all that, Nikki?
Yes.
I think part of the issue that we have up here sometimes is when folks ask us about the various organizations, we have a hard time describing what it is, frankly, because there are so many acronyms as the HLA and the HCPBA and the blah, blah, it just goes on. And then people ask, well, where are they funded and how's it funded? There's just like there's not a comprehensive way to really explain to people where these resources are going and what's happening with that. And I think, I know we have these great reports today, but it's not been very clear, certainly in the last years that I've been here. And I think that we need to really think about that. I think there are concerns with conflicting messaging and we heard a lot about, supporting one another, but I also have heard a lot of concerns about, resources being spent in the same thing, but with different names and this, that is confusing. And there's, people are having issues around that. And I think the motion speaks to this. I want to also, there's sort of an assumption that all revenues generated from tourism, either through TOT or through these e-bids or whatever, T-bids, are just about tourism and bringing tourists, and it's about focusing on that and the regenerative nature of that. And I've heard concerns around the fact that that things are full. I mean, and so what are we marketing? And maybe we, and I kind of brought it up earlier, it's like maybe we need to start thinking about planning for instead of, or not instead of, but in addition to sort of marketing, but how do we plan for a comprehensive way to have more capacity and the capacity that doesn't impact our housing stock, because we all know that's an issue. So those are some of the issues we need to be thinking about. And we do have to understand that even though there's a T-bid, I agree with some of the commenters here today. It's not self-taxing. We're taxing the folks that are coming into the county. Those are the folks. That's who's being mostly taxed. And there has been a lot of concerns with relationship to the transparency of how that money is being spent or not spent. And I think there's a need to really look at that and get into that so that there is equity associated with that. And who is in charge of, because in many ways, when we're taking revenues off of this in this stream and putting it in the hands of very few people, that takes away the opportunity for that revenue stream to be in a more public sense. I also want to speak to, someone just talked about a little bit, and when Josh brought up complete streets, that speaks to our investments into our community. And I think that a lot of what we should be thinking about is how do we make our community, rather than thinking about patting ourselves on the back, which we do a good job of doing, and bringing folks here, which I think we do a fairly good job of doing, although we have some mixed messaging around that. There are investments in this community that make our community better, and those are things that authentically make us a better place to visit. That is what makes people want to come back. It's those investments in things like trails, in things like access to parks, in things like our arts community, in the things that we enjoy that make us happier in this community actually make visitors happier. They enjoy themselves when they go to a community that is in itself enjoying where they live. And I think it's important, and I just think that when we have this conversation, we can talk more about this moving forward. What I have received here today is there's a lot of people doing a lot of different things to try and promote tourism. I'm thankful for that. Can we do better? Can we be more strategic? I think we can. Can we be more transparent? Yes. Can we be more equitable? I think so. Yeah, I think there's something we need to be thinking more about that, and who's being served and who's in the decision-making process. So I'm sorry I'm not that specific, but I think that we're not here to be specific. We're here to receive some reports and offer some direction on where we might go, and that's why I second the motion, and that's my speaking to that. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Bohn.
And I guess I'll ask, I don't know, if the Lodging Alliance or anybody, are we operating at 100% full?
Well,
Okay,
let's not have shouting from the audience.
No,
You want
I didn't mean,
specific-
because I've seen the numbers, and we're not operating on 100% full. Some of these people are at 50, 60%. Some of them are fortunate to be 80, 85%. But with that being said, I think there are 3 new hotels being planned there's 2 in Fortuna that I know for sure. There's 1 or 2 on Broadway that are planned. So we're going to have to fill those too. I've heard of another one in McKinleyville. So we're getting there, and we're going to get one down here on the waterfront. If what they said last night on TV is true. So, I mean, we're putting, and we're going to have to fill those. And you're right with the current McKay Trail and everything else. And a lot of that comes down with our infrastructure. Taking TOT for infrastructure there is wear and tear. There's police. There's involved. Not a whole bunch, but there's also, we get sales tax from all those purchases, which can go back to helping infrastructure, which the sales tax we wouldn't normally get. So as we promote Eureka, and as we said, I see it on a 49er game, and you're right, there are different agencies. We're all swimming in the same direction. We just don't happen to be swimming together. And with that, I think we cover a lot of bases. Should we be a little more coordinated? I'm not sure, but I did like the fact where one of the speakers said about hiring an outside firm, and bringing some of this, to help these agencies. I don't know if that's what we do, but I do know Visitors and Convention Bureau, what's our annual TOT tax in the county? 2.4?
Yeah, roughly. I think it might have been nearing.
And we just increased that 20%, right? 2% on 10. No, well,
800,000 is expected
Yeah.
from the increase.
So and as we focus that, as we get another $800,000, and you do look, the big claim is look what Mendocino's done. Mendocino has a lot more wineries and a few more things to draw off. But don't tell me Shelter Cove is any nicer than Ferndale or Trinidad, just not as big. I mean, we have our coastal areas. Look at the growth Shelter Cove has experienced in the last 5 years, both with their lodging and their food. I mean, we're all very fortunate about getting some of these little bites of this apple and stuff. So it sounds like more to me that we need to direct some more TOT tax, especially while we're somewhat more solvent than usually, to outreach and doing what we're doing. So I'd love for the 2 groups to maybe work a little bit closer together, and maybe that's why. But I think we need to be nimble and start doing it now, because we have a tourist season coming in 8 months, 7 months, 6 months, and we should be ready for it. So I remember sitting up here 10 years ago when the HLA was formed, and it was formed at a request by Lodging Alliance people to tax themselves or to tax the people that were staying with them, to allow for us to fill these places up and to expand and to help the community. Kind of a things, they're operating on the fact that I know that they will do a lot of very different things to get people to come to Humboldt County, and I appreciate that. So I think what you're saying is right, but I also think the fact is if we should stay focused on what we're trying to do in the first place, and I support what was said, but I don't know if we need to have three groups getting together. It's hard enough. We've sewed up a whole day. HLA has hired a firm to do what they're doing, and it's pretty neat stuff. I mean, it's neat stuff. I'm sorry you don't do it here, because then it'd make us smile, but it would be a waste of money. We're already here. But I think if we could all work together, Julie's group and the people she's got are doing a great job. The bookends, I love Donna, so the north end is going to, she single-handedly kept Oric going, and now it is going to find out. We're finally going to get what was promised to us 40 years ago. We're going to get a hotel at 60. I watched the truck and the peanut, so but I'm just saying we're going to actually get something in Oric, because nothing has happened in Oric. Nothing at school. We built a big Forest Service building with concertina wire that nobody can go into, but I'm just saying we need to do the promises we promised Oric 40 years ago, and we also need to help Southern Humboldt as our gateways. They are our gateways, so I think there's a lot to bite off. But if I'm hearing it, give those ideas to the HLA, because they don't have the Humboldt Visitors and Convention Bureau are tied into by how much we give them, and maybe we can get somewhere. So, thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Bushnell, Supervisor Madrone, probably. You didn't raise your hand yet, but I have this feeling. And then I'd like to say something too.
Thank you. So my motion is not to put anybody on the defense. It's to recognize that we do need to get together. And I think I'm hoping through ECDEV that we can do it quickly, and that we can come together and come back with suggestions to this board, and that we don't have to play this out on the dais, the things that you guys need, and the things that Julie's group needs, the things that Southern Humboldt needs and Oric needs to make our county, the tourism in our county better. It's not to put anybody on the defense. It's to get the ideas, to do it quickly. I don't want this to drag out for months and months and months, but to come together and get our ideas with an ad hoc, and then to come back with that ad hoc to report to this board, having the input from Julie and HLA from the north and the south, and to see what we come up with, and a recommendation to this board to do the work quickly and not sit here on the dais and do that. And I want to have the input from the groups, and that would be what the ad hoc would be about.
Supervisor Madrone?
Well, first of all, thank you to everybody that's been working on trying to not only attract tourists, but also make our own lives better here in Humboldt. And I really appreciated that part of your approach, Julie, at the Humboldt Visitors Bureau. But also the arts community, the theater community, the music community. I mean, all of these things are what attracts people to our community. The recent Sarah Bareilles concert, look at that, 11,000 people plus another couple thousand out on the bay probably in the boats and the kayaks and everything else. So tremendous events. We're well known for putting on really wonderful events here in Humboldt County, and I thank all of you for your hard work in that arena. Cody, Director Rogatz was saying that we need to be more like SLO, San Luis Obispo. Well, Cal Poly Humboldt, right? Cal Poly SLO. So we are, but that's going to add another 8,000 or 9,000 people to our community. And one of the interesting things about the survey that was done in order to see whether or not the community would support an increase in the TOT tax was we heard a lot from the community that it's the arts, it's the music, it's the theater, but also it's dealing with homelessness. It's dealing with our lack of really strong medical care and medical facilities here in the community. And we all know that we're already struggling with that right now, let alone add another 8,000 or 9,000 people to our community. And how are we going to deal with that? Because I know for a fact that when visitors come to this community and they stay the night and they end up seeing the homelessness, they see the problems in the community, they see the mental health issues, that they don't come back. They go, wow, that wasn't a really great experience. And so we do need to deal with all of these things. They are absolutely a part of, what we need to be thinking about with our structure. And I think Supervisor Bushnell has the right idea by putting an ad hoc together and bringing together all of the various people that were mentioned, along with arts, theater, and music, to really think about how we're doing this, not just to attract more visitors, but to help improve the lives of all the people who actually already live here and enjoy this beautiful area. And, you know, we're more than redwoods or cannabis or oceans. We're also rivers and mountains. And I don't hear about the rivers and mountains much in the advertising. And yet, that is a huge asset to this community. And eastern Humboldt, whether it's eastern southern Humboldt, out Highway 36, the Yellow Bullies, or whether it's, you know, out Highway 299 and Willow Creek, all of these are assets to the community. And, you know, there used to be a vibrant rafting community out in the Willow Creek area and the Trinity, and some of that's changed over time. But at any rate, you know, I think we need to be looking at all of these things. And when I look at the gateway communities, you know, I kind of listed them. I think there's basically 6 gateways into Humboldt County. One of them is from the south, coming up through Garberville on 101. One of those is from the north, coming down 101 through Oric. And Donna and the work they're doing, I think it's fantastic that you have taken that money, as you said, to provide some private interface at the Visitors Center, because the parks can't talk about those things. And we just had a wonderful meeting the other day in Oric with Donna and many other Oric residents that Greg Foster helped pull together with REDEC, because there were promises made to that community back with the expansion of Redwood National Park. And frankly, Oric is at the point where they need all the help they can get, and they are ready for a renaissance. You know, and the Hufford family and many others are absolutely making investments in that community and looking to turn things around up there in a really amazing way. So applauds to you, Donna, and your family and everybody else up there that have hung on and see this vision of what can happen up there. When I look at the split of the money for the, oh, I'm sorry, there was Fortuna is the gateway on Highway 36, right? We don't think of Fortuna as a gateway, but it is. Because 36, I mean, many times when all the roads are closed, the only one still open is Highway 36. Go figure that would be the one, right? When the landslides take out 299 or 101 or whatever. But there's also the airport. Amazing work being done there by our director, Rogatz, and his staff to bring that airport around and to attract more service there. And then the harbor, you know, with people coming in on their boats, their yachts, and or cruise ships, et cetera. So there are quite a few gateways, really, into Humboldt County. And when I look at the split of the money, there is some serious imbalance. I mean, basically, I'm looking at this report in the Visitor Bureau's brochure, and 65% of the gateway money goes to the Garberville area, to Southern Humboldt. And a very small amount goes to Willow Creek and to Oric, a little bit to Arcata. So we need to increase that money. I don't want to decrease Southern Humboldt's money. I want to increase the money for all these things. And it was pointed out that Mendocino invests a whole lot more. Well, thank you, Humboldt County voters, for passing an increase in the TOT. That's another $800,000. And I look forward to this ad hoc doing some really good work with the community to figure out how we can take that money, spread it around equitably to all of the gateway communities, because I know Oric and Willow Creek could really use some additional funding and help to really bring their communities into the 2023 and future world, right? I think that cannabis is, you know, for better or worse, it is absolutely a piece of our economy, and it's struggling in many, many ways. And Southern Humboldt Business and Visitors Bureau have done a great job of working with that community to try and advertise things. There's the Willow Creek Cannabis Alliance. There are many other groups in the community that also want to see how they can be a part of this marketing picture. So really, it's where are we at right now? Where do we want to be? How are we going to deal with these homelessness and mental health issues and housing issues in our community? And how are we going to take these funds and find other funds so that we can really tackle some of these issues in a positive way, as Supervisor Bushnell said, working together. Not dividing ourselves, but really all working together for the benefit of all of our residents in Humboldt County. So again, thank you all for your hard work. And I look forward to us rolling up our sleeves and getting down to that. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Madrone. You know, what I was going to say, I support the motion. I'm perfectly fine with it. I do have, you know, some concerns. I mean, maybe I haven't been involved in this stuff longer. I mean, you've been probably involved longer but I'm going between city and county. So I mean, I've been watching this for years. I do have concerns that sometimes we're moving in a separate direction, and I think collectively we can do more, and other communities are doing this. That doesn't mean anyone has to give up who they are, but I think we have to really take a better look at that. But that's, this is all just my perspective from someone who's only got 6 meetings left, so whether this even comes back, I don't know, but I'll be a community member involved. Yeah, there too. I gotta watch out. I should stop and, yeah, thank you. I should not volunteer every week. So, but I think there's missed opportunities. And, Lowell said it, I thought quite well when he said, we want to promote to the outside world. And to me, that's exactly what we want to do. And wherever I go, I take pictures of the Skywalk with me. That's literally my favorite place just about in Humboldt County next to this boardroom, At least I spend more time in this room. But it is, I tell people about it all the time. And they say, well, how do I get there? And, it's not always easy. And I know that gentleman from Misfit, I'm sorry if I forgot your name. Jason?
No.
Matt.
But I answered it.
Okay, good. I know that during the pandemic, things did change. Travel changed. I mean, it was people driving. But I think it has flipped back, and I'm going to go back. I'm a big proponent of the airport, if you haven't noticed. Even though we have our challenges, I think it's one of the assets that we have that we don't take advantage of. Several years ago, I was really fortunate to be part of the Fly Humboldt group, and I got to go on a couple of the recruiting events many years ago. And that's when I realized you really have to compete with other communities, because if you don't go in ready and they're ready, they'll go with somebody else. They don't have a problem. And the stories I heard made me a true believer that there's a lot of work to improving what we have. And that's not losing what we have. And during COVID, we found ourselves lucky with the travel changed somewhat, where airlines were actually coming to us without us going to them, which was a switch. But what I didn't realize, obviously the MRG I'd been involved with for years, and between 2012 and 2014, I drove people absolutely crazy, probably some of you in this audience, to make sure we got the money. I didn't realize about the incentives, and I didn't realize how important those were because back in the past, they weren't even mentioned. I don't recall that. So I would like to see whatever this group that pulls together look at that in a really serious matter, because I think we're missing opportunities. I think we have let some things get away from us. Quite frankly, anyone from Vegas should want to escape during the summer. You'd think we could say, hey, come to the cool redwoods for the summer. But I just think the airport needs to be more involved in the overall plan. We're not moving, and I feel like we're moving in separate directions, and this is the opportunity to start pulling it together. I believe in this community, I always have. So, I look forward to what comes, but I did want to just say I really want to see more efforts put together to try to help make the airport a little more successful, and I think it could bring a lot of people here. That's just, I got a thing for planes, I guess. Yes, Supervisor Bushnell.
So the only thing that I would like to add is if we could nominate the 2 ad hoc members from this board now, so that we could get to work and not have to come back with that. I want to do it if my board so would elect me. I would like to be on that ad hoc.
You're in?
Supervisor Madrone, is that a yes?
I'm in as well, and I think we make good bookends together, shall we say.
Is the board okay with that motion?
Can we just add that in? Can we put that in?
The seconder approves that amendment to the motion.
Okay.
All right, is there anything else we want to add? I'm just saying, Scott, sorry, Scott. What? Supervisor Wilson.
In the makeup of the community members, we were going to have to, I'm concerned maybe that there may be some conflict of interest issues if we're getting organizationally. I want to figure that out. So
thank you, Supervisor Wilson. That was going to be my point. We'll have to figure out how to navigate this. Previously, the county engaged with a contractor to help guide marketing strategies around cannabis. Because of that effort, that contractor later was disqualified from submitting a proposal to compete for that bid effort. We don't want to see a duplication of that occur. So we would need to figure out how these entities who potentially could contractually or financially benefit from the outcome of the ad hoc's work, how they could be involved and they could help to provide insight to the process, but to insulate them and the county just to protect all of the parties involved. And I don't know if that's something with advice from county council, we can just modify the motion to structure the ad hoc that way. Certainly, we wouldn't want those entities involved in the auditing of their finances, their own finances.
I have a suggestion.
Okay, and then Supervisor Bohn had his.
My suggestion would be that the ad hoc committee just be 2 supervisors, staff how they see, community members how they see in terms of gathering input. We just create a very simple ad hoc committee that reports back to the board with no other structure associated with it other than what they believe they need to gather input. They can talk to people, they can do whatever they want, but in terms of like the decision-making process and the report back to the board, just making those 2 board members responsible to the board. And I think that'll be the cleanest way possible. That'd be my suggestion.
Supervisor Bohn, and then Bushnell.
And you say community members are, not that, we're going to bring it back to the board to discuss, that'll give all the community members. I'm just, if we pick 2 community members, one from the arts, one from, somebody's going to get butthurt. So, I mean, somebody's going to be upset. So the whole idea is can we make it more nimble? And just like you said, 2 board members and staff, and come back with what they need, ask the questions of what needs to be of Julie and everything else. Because at the end of the day, we're looking at our part's about $3.2 million. And are we giving enough money out? And what we're focusing on, and I appreciate Steve bringing up the homeless issue. I deal with it all the time on my walks in the evening with people dealing with that. But the thing is, what we're trying to do is at the end of the day, is get people to come to Humboldt to enjoy what we have. And the best way to do that right now, all the other thing, if we get another 20% of the people here, that's going to be a 20% increase in sales tax, it's going to be another 20% increase in revenue, maybe even more. So I would think that you'd want it to be more nimble rather than having elongated meetings. So I think it's a quick thing, so. No, I know, but I also heard community members. I'm also hearing community members, and that you said community members.
I said not as members of the committee, but as the committee can speak to community members.
So the motion maker cleaned it up a little bit because it was a night moving part. So I'm going to have Nikki clarify with what we've just heard, please.
Okay, so we have develop an ad hoc comprised of potentially the following: 2 board members, Supervisor Bushnell and Supervisor Madrone I'm sorry, I didn't clean that last part up. A CAO or CAO designee, Economic Development Staff Director, the Director of Aviation, and other staff as appropriate. The ad hoc purpose to evaluate the following: review the HLA, HCVB contracts for compliance and scope, review the HLA, HCVB funding requests and approvals for 5-year period, audit of financials, revenues, and expenditures for each, consider HLA and HCVB board makeup to include a board member, members of the public, other staff, engage with other community partners and stakeholders who play a role in travel and tourism for insight and feedback, provide the recommendations for a comprehensive and collaborative marketing assessment for the County of Humboldt, a recommendation for the long-term marketing strategies based on the assessment, which will include a reevaluation of the current marketing practices.
And Supervisor Wilson?
That sounds fine to me. All of that sounds totally reasonable, and I'm ready to vote. Oh, if I can get it up on my thing here.
My vote tab has not come up. Oh, there it is.
Okay, I'm going to do a roll call vote. Supervisor Bohn? Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
And Supervisor Madrone?
Fly Humboldt.
Thank you. Motion
Yes.
passes 5-0.
Virginia, can we
All right,
take?
thank you, everybody, for what? We're going to go till 3:30. We're going to take a break till 3:30. I have a feeling I was going to get reminded that, 3:30, come back in. Yes. I'm giving you 15 minutes. No, 3. Oh, I'm sorry, 3:15. You're right, 3:15. I meant 30 minutes. I was looking at the wrong. We're going to go to item I2, I believe is regarding the adoption of compensation plan for elected and appointed department heads. Tabitha. I2. Yeah.
It's the next one. Yeah. So I'm going to just dive right in so that we can keep moving forward. Tabitha Miller, Chief Financial Officer, Assistant CAO. So we're bringing forward both the elected and the appointed department heads as one compensation plan. We are doing this as not consent because there is a requirement by California Government Code number section 54,953 that basically requires that we provide a oral update on the summary of recommendations for final action regarding the local agency executive compensation during the open meeting. And when we look at what executive compensation includes, it includes your CAO, but it also includes your department heads of agencies and even your deputies and assistant CAOs. So I'm going to do a brief just update on what is included in the compensation plan that is before you today. So essentially the main piece of this is that we are establishing the management and confidential staff memorandum of understanding as the basis for increases for department heads, both elected and appointed. The M&C, or the management and confidential staff, received 9%. So the department heads will receive 9% the first full pay period after adoption of this plan. If it's adopted today, it'll be on the next full pay period. 2% as of the 1st of January 2023, and that would be the first pay period. And then 3% as of January 2024, and that is, again, consistent with management and confidential staff. The insurance is similar to what's being proposed for other groups. It is kind of the standard. The county will pay 89.61% of an employee-only policy, 69.01% for a policy that is the employee plus one dependent, and then 64.72% for the employee plus two or more dependents. In addition to that, there will be a $200 additional contribution for insurance, or an additional $200 to the opt-out of $493 a month. And then finally, the sunset, the county wellness program for department heads will sunset on July 1st of 2023. And I'm happy to answer any questions or expound if there's anything in particular you'd like to ask about.
All right. Any questions for Tabitha? Supervisor Madrone?
Yeah, thank you, Tabitha. Under financial...
Mike, your microphone's not on.
Mike?
Yeah, I know. I said your microphone's not on.
Still here. Getting late, getting punchy. Under financial impact, it talks about a cost of about $250,000 through June 30th, 2022. Is that correct?
No, it is not. It is 2023.
And you probably already said that.
I have fixed that, but yes, I'm well aware that we had
just
an
wanted
issue
to
there.
confirm.
Thank you.
That was a test. Anyone else? All right, we'll go. Well, I guess I was going to go to public comment, or I can just, we'll go to public comment. Department heads count as public comment. 3 minutes, ma'am.
Exactly. Thank you so much for taking this item now. And I wanted to, first of all, really say thank you so much to the way the county handled this, and in particular to Tabitha Miller. It was really exceptional. She was very, very responsive to our questions and concerns. That's the elected and the appointed department heads who worked together on this. And that's also been the way I've seen her throughout all of our issues, through grants, through everything else. She's incredibly responsive, and so that makes every process a lot smoother for the county. I appreciate that. I'm here speaking on behalf of the sheriff as well. Sadly, he and I have been going back and forth between who was in another meeting. He had to get up to McKinleyville. So I wanted to address some of our concerns. we really appreciate having the schedule. It makes it very clear to understand, and that's excellent. Just moving forward, a couple of points, and that is to avoid issues of compaction. It's possible that the sheriff would rather be tied to law enforcement management, and for the district attorney perhaps tied to the county attorney association, just because sometimes the increases are different depending on what bargaining unit you're in. And then we always want to raise with this board one other issue, and that is that in negotiating, if you put all of the department heads together, that is elected and appointed, frequently it's providing them more vacation and then more buyback. So currently, and I think it's fantastic they have it, but currently the appointed department heads have the equivalent of another month's salary with vacation time. Electeds don't get that, and it's kind of a funny thing because, of course, about the time you get elected is when you really stop taking a lot of your vacations, and but we don't have any of that sort of compensation. So that's the one difference between the MOUs that I know we raise it every time during the negotiations, and I just wanted everyone to be aware of that. So otherwise, thank you so much, appreciate it, and thank you for letting me speak.
Great, thank you, DA. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak on this item? This is on the compensation item. Okay. Is there anyone on the phone who wishes to talk on this item?
No, Madam Chair, there's no hands up.
All right. We'll go back to the board. Supervisor, anyone? Bushnell?
Anyone? Thank you. I guess I would ask Tabitha, thank you for all you've done. I agree with Maggie that you do a splendid job. But I would ask the question of what Maggie just said. Can you speak to that?
So she is correct, and I'm gonna start with the vacations. So your appointed officials are able to receive and also accrue vacation time. And then once a year, you're allowed to basically sell back to the county up to 160 hours. So it is, in essence, 4 weeks of vacation time. And so if you get in that cycle, or you've been with the county a long time and accrue quite a bit of vacation time, it is additional pay that the electeds have not been provided, and it is not in this plan to provide that. So that is just kind of the way it is, and certainly your board can take a look at that differently. The second issue is the compaction is just trying, I know that there's a desire by all of the department heads and even to make sure that there's an appropriate distance between your assistant or your deputy or your second in command and the department head. And when you're on different tracks, when you're associated with different groups, those can get out of sync. And we see that county-wide, that we have challenges because we have many different groups, labor groups, and they don't always receive the same increases at the same time. And so the salary compaction and the nice schedule that keeps the differences, the percentage differences between each level basically get compacted or they spread out too far. And so it is a concern, but it is a challenge countywide.
Thank you for that. And also, can you speak to, she was specific about the sheriff wanted to be under some, can you?
So he wanted to be under the law enforcement management, which is going to be more closely tied with the folks who directly report to him. And I believe that she was talking about the DA being in the County Attorneys Association, which again is, those are the folks who appoint directly to the district attorney.
And what does the compensation look number-wise different from this package for those two, for if we moved those two positions?
So I think it's a percentage or two more if you change those. It's more upfront because I know both the law enforcement group and the CAA got a 10% cost of living the first year, and I believe their numbers were the same the next 2 years, but if you let me look, I can tell you.
While you're looking, CAO Hayes, do you have an opinion?
No. It's really a decision on your board. I think keeping parity among the department heads is valuable. I can also understand, the argument that they put before you as well. You know that we had some pretty robust conversations about what we felt was most appropriately tied, and the management confidential was because it's by and large that group that's under the vast majority, and are going to cause immediate compaction with the majority of your department heads.
And I do have the answer. It is just 1%. So both the Humboldt, the law enforcement management received 10% in the first year, and the County Attorneys Association actually received the same. It was 9%, but they did get an additional 3% equity adjustment for all the attorneys in that group, and then the question would be whether or not the district attorney would fall within that group if you tied that, because they are all attorneys. So we just need to work that out ahead of time.
Thank you for that.
Okay, now I got it. We did the public comment. No one else spoke. We're back to the board. Supervisor Madrone?
Well, I'm going to say something that may not be all that popular, but I need to say it anyway. You know, I totally value the work of our department heads, both elected and appointed. I know they work really hard. They take on a massive burden in running these departments, and I know in today's world, you know, if we don't provide the right kind of compensation, it's hard to attract people to these positions. I get all of that. But for me, personally, it's really hard to provide these kinds of raises while we have so many people in the county working for $15.50 and $16 an hour. And this comment is going to apply to the next thing on our agenda, if it comes next, which is the...
It'll come later.
Well, if it comes later, it comes later. But with the raises for our board, that's a funny thing. We vote on our own raises, right, which is really kind of bizarre. But I'm going to follow Supervisor Bohn's lead from 4 years ago, and I'm also not going to support a raise for our board. And this time I'm going to make sure payroll doesn't give me that, whether or not the board approves it or not. And I don't mean in any way to diverge from the rest of my board or the department heads or anything else. I just find that, you know, $16 an hour today, $16 an hour 4 years ago is what $20 an hour is today when you think about gas prices, housing, food, everything else. And until we're able to bring all the folks at the bottom of the pay scale up to something significant, which I know will cost the county a lot of money, but we've got to do that. And until we do that, I just can't really support raises at the top. So I'll just simply leave it at that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Did you wish to make a motion, or did you? Is there a motion anywhere? Supervisor Wilson?
Okay, so, yeah, I mean, I'll make the motion for staff recommendation, even though I was not supportive of this in the process, only because I think that we're stretching out this this gap. But nonetheless, this is where we're at today. We do have to keep these, we are competitive for these positions at every level, whether it's at the rank and file or whether it's at the executive level. We still have to compete, and that is just how it is. And so, you know, in many ways, there's other ways we can compete, like providing better workspaces through new facilities, which we're not providing. There's other things too. So it's like compensation packages are important, and it is these are the most painful conversations that we have to have. But with that, I will make the motion that we move forward with this, even though it's not where I wanted it to be when we got to this place. But at the same time, we do have to do something, and we do have to move forward. And I don't feel like we're going to make those changes in this moment today. So.
All right, any other comments, Supervisor Bushnell? No?
I'll second the motion.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're missing that one. Okay, I don't know. Did the vote tab come up on anybody's?
I do want to say that I recognize what Supervisor Madrone says, and it is a true statement. However, I do want to recognize that penalizing our department heads is not what I want to do. I do want to look at the compensation package for the $15.50 and $16, and that means this board needs to do some work, but I don't want to penalize department heads that work really hard and not give them an appropriate raise.
All right, so we have the motion, staff recommendation.
I'm going to do a roll call vote. Supervisor Bohn?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
And Supervisor Madrone?
No.
Thank you. Motion passes 4-1.
All right. So now we're going to go on to, I believe, the cannabis item. Is that correct? The initiative? We'll be back on ours later. We've got a crowd in here that we want to make sure get to hear them. All right. So this item comes to us from the clerk recorder's office. Do we have anyone here from that? Okay. She's online. Okay. I can't see. And it's regarding the certification of the petition, large-scale cannabis, commercial cannabis cultivation restrictions, amending Humboldt County General Plan, local coastal plans, and county code amendments initiative. So, welcome, Ms. Sanders. Are you there?
Kelly, we don't hear you. You're not muted, though.
Right. And I would say for the folks who are here that we may ask questions of, if you wanted to just sit up in the front seats in case we do have questions from those. And can you hear Kelly? Is she there? Okay, we're trying to check. All right. Well, as we're waiting for her.
I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Okay, thank you so much, Chair Bass and members of the board. This is just certifying the results of the petition for the large-scale commercial cannabis cultivation initiative proposition. The proponents of this petition circulated over about a 180-day period of time. They were required to get a little over 5,000 signatures, and they were able to obtain over 7,000 signatures. We have done a process to certify the signatures, and they did meet threshold to continue on. So your board has the option of either adopting the ordinance as is. They could submit the ordinance to the voters at the next statewide election, which would be the March 2024 primary. They could also call a special election. And they can also order a report at the next regular meeting to be presented and then either adopt the ordinance or call the election within 30 days. Anybody have any questions?
I don't know. Stick around for a little bit. I did want to ask Tabitha, because they're over there somewhere. Can you remind me what we told the gatherers of the signatures, if they could speak today or how long they could speak? I know they're here for questions, to answer questions, so I just wanted to make sure I'm doing whatever.
So we had asked them if they would be available for
Just for
questions
questions,
from
okay.
the board, and obviously then they'll have the options under public comment.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I didn't want to. You've been so patient. Supervisor Bushnell?
Thank you. Through the chair. Is Kelly still there? I am new to this process. I'm not going to use this much longer. But so when you so there were 7,071 signatures, and you did a polling of 500 of those, and 71 were found not sufficient out of that 500. How many signatures do they need to move this forward to a ballot measure?
They needed a certain percentage threshold, and they have met that threshold. We did the random sample of 500. So if they had had any individuals who had signed the petition more than once, they would have been heavily penalized for that Had it been close, had it been under 110%, which is the threshold they needed to, minimum threshold they needed to reach, then we would have done a full check. But
so
since they
you-
met that threshold, we did not need to proceed further with that.
Oh, so out of the 500, because you didn't find the criteria such as duplications, then you didn't need to check all the signatures?
That's correct. They reached the threshold that they needed to under the 500 random sample.
Okay. Thank you. And I guess I have another question, and I would like to ask Director Ford, with this petition, what does it mean to cultivators that are already licensed, and what does it mean to for future cultivators?
So I think the best way to answer that is to say that I have spent some time looking at this. And what it will essentially do is prohibit new applications for cultivation. And that will be on two grounds. The first is because there's a limitation on modification of the cap on the allowed number of permits by watershed. And if I can share my screen, I'm going to show those are the current watersheds that are identified in Resolution 18-43. The far right column shows the caps. And what it says is that the limitation, the cap, will be what existed on March 4th plus 1.5% or 5% over that. So the current is in the second column to the right, and then the 1.05% is that middle column. And as you can see, there are actually only 2 permits left to be allocated. Every other watershed is over that amount. And so there would be no additional permits left that could be processed.
So can I ask a question on that chart?
Yeah.
So we identified, the county and the planning department identified impacted watersheds through the ordinances. I see some that aren't up there that we've already identified. Are these different?
Yes, those are not the impacted watersheds. Those are all the watersheds within the county. That was only outside the coastal zone. So when we allocated cultivation permits that could be issued, we allocated them by the larger watersheds within the county. And that was also only based upon the area within that watershed that could be permitted. So that took out all the National Forest property and all the areas where we couldn't approve permits. I just wanted to say one other thing in terms of new permits is that this would now require that all roads be Category 4. And not all roads in the county are Category 4, nor does 1.0 or 2.0 require that all cultivation sites be located on a Category 4 road. The confusion by many people is that what has been done by Public Works is they have identified that if it's a Category 4 road, it requires no additional analysis. If it's not a Category 4 road, it needs to be analyzed for capacity. And so that becomes the point that a lot of people get very confused about, is that there's this argument that we're approving sites on roads that aren't Category 4 when Category 4 roads are required. That's not the truth. So those are two things that will really preempt any additional applications being submitted. The good news is the ordinance modification or the initiative does identify that existing applications that were complete as of March 4th, 2022 can continue to be processed up until a point, I think, when the initiative, if it's approved, takes effect, and then the cap that we just talked about would come into play, and then no additional permits could be approved after that date. So even people that are currently in the queue It's not clear what the intent is, but a conservative reading of it would be that nobody else that's in the queue would be able to be approved after that. In terms of existing permit holders would essentially become, if they're over 10,000 square feet, they would be legal nonconforming at that point. They would continue to be legal permits, but because the ordinance now limits new permits to 10,000 square feet, they couldn't expand, and there's some question as to how much they could modify their property. Could they add water tanks? Could they add solar power? Could they do some other things that may make a lot of sense and be highly beneficial from an environmental standpoint? The allowance for modifications would seem to indicate that a discretionary permit would be required.
Can I ask a question on that? Based on what you're saying, and I don't know that the petitioners realize, but footprint and square footage growth are two different things. Is that correct or not? Footprint, cannabis footprint, or cultivation site footprint?
The cultivation area and the area of the cultivation can be different. That is true.
And is that why you're saying possibly adding additional support systems such as water tanks would increase the footprint? Could?
Well, it actually uses the example of adding a building as being an expansion of a site.
Yeah.
And so any expansion would require an additional approval, which it would now. But depending on what it is, it may or may not require a discretionary permit. And the way this is structured, anything that's over 3,000 square feet would be in the realm of requiring a discretionary permit. So if you're a 5,000 square foot cultivator and you want to put in a drying shed, that would be a discretionary permit to do that. And under the existing ordinance, it would not be a discretionary permit.
Thank you. Do you have more to add?
I do.
Okay.
One of the big things is that it identifies that multiple permits cannot be held by an individual or on a property.
Say that again.
It says multiple permits cannot be held by an individual and multiple permits cannot be held on a property. And it's unclear if that's just cannabis cultivation permits or if that includes nursery, processing, distribution, manufacturing, canna-tourism, microbusiness, things that in 2.0 the county was very intentional about wanting to have value added, particularly to small farmers, so that they could have secondary sources of income to support the cannabis cultivation. And it's unclear as to whether or not that would continue to be allowed.
I'm sorry, can you say the first part again?
It does not allow multiple permits to be approved or issued to an individual or to be issued on a piece of property.
Thank you.
So for instance, well, you got it.
Do you have anything else?
I would just wrap up by saying, and you probably read this, is that what this essentially does with what I'm saying is it makes it very difficult to modify an existing permit. It may not be possible to modify an existing permit. It also says that the ordinance cannot be changed except through the initiative process, which means that this becomes very fixed. And this would be very difficult this is a very difficult regulatory scheme for an industry that continues to evolve and continues to change and continues to need to change.
Thank you. I have a question. Thank you for that, Director Ford. I have one question for the petitioners, I would guess. Whoever, could you come to the microphone? Thank you. So I'm curious, your title, large-scale commercial cannabis cultivation, what do you, is that, I mean, you've phrased it as anything over 10,000 square feet. You consider
Yes.
that large scale?
We do. No, we consider that
10,500
should be.
10,500 square feet is a large scale?
No, that, anything over that would be large scale.
10,500 feet is
500
over.
feet, yes.
Okay, so thank you, and I would like Director Ford to come back up.
And Bessie, yeah, you can just sit up there if you like, if it makes it easier for you.
Director Ford, I'd like you to give some examples of cannabis in Humboldt County, and I would like for you to give some examples of large scale outside of Humboldt County, if you could, please.
Well, I think the way the ordinance treats large scale in Humboldt County is on pieces of property that are over 320 acres. You can have basically an acre of cultivation for every 100 acres once you cross that 320 acre threshold. So that would be large scale for Humboldt County. Other than that, the limitation is really an acre. There are other areas in the state of California right now that allow cultivation in the hundreds of acres on one grow site.
So clarification on the 1 acre per 100 acres. However, there is a cap to that. Is that correct or not?
That is correct.
What is the cap?
8 acres under 2.0.
How many?
Do we have? Less than 10.
How many can we have?
10.
Okay, so we have around 7, I believe, right now. And one other question, are you getting any applications for new cultivation into the Planning and Building Department?
Not currently.
And with the market the way it is, what do you foresee as a future for permitting?
I really foresee the primary permitting that we will be involved in is finishing off those people who want to finish their applications, denying permits for people who really don't want to complete the process, but they are in the process and they have complete applications. And then really modifying permits to allow people to better adapt their site to the current market conditions.
Have you seen, I know in the past we haven't seen people coming through wanting to get rid of their permits, but have you seen an uptick in that at the Planning and Building?
There are people who are coming through and getting rid of their permits, absolutely. In fact, one of our discussions has been how to implement the provisions of the ordinance, which requires the site to be restored, how much of it has to be restored, what can be permitted going forward as an other existing permitted either use or structures. And so that absolutely is occurring.
One last question is, of the provisional license that March 4th date, do you know how many there are? And can you clarify, those provisional licenses have been currently cultivating and spent lots of money on their infrastructure and their permits. Can you speak to that?
So provisional licensing is a state level reference. So we have interim permits, currently we have right around 200 of those left. Most of them are waiting analyses on their wells and are really stuck. There's probably at least 100 of them that if they weren't on a well, they would be ready to go forward for action. But we're waiting on a geologic report for those.
And so through this initiative, they could just be done?
Well, if they don't get through if the initiative is approved, if they don't get through by that time, then the cap would be set and we couldn't be approving any additional permits.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Bohn?
How many total permits do we have? Provisional and?
Right now, it's in the neighborhood of 1,200.
What percentage of those are 10,000 square foot or less now? It used to be above 90%. Is it still above 90%?
I don't think it's above 90%, but it is the majority.
Okay.
Any other supervisors? Supervisor Madrone?
Is Kelly still on?
Kelly, are you still there?
I am.
Thank you, Ms. Sanders. So as I understand it, I mean, whether we like it or not, there is this thing called the initiative process here in California. And many of us have probably been involved in initiatives over the years. So as I understand it, what we have is a limited number of choices before us today. But that doesn't mean that between now and March 2024, this board can't take some actions. As I understand it, the options that have been put before us are we either adopt this ordinance or this initiative as it's been drafted today, and it wouldn't happen today, it would come back to us in ordinance form, or we place it on the ballot for March 2024, or we call a special election. And we could spend a lot of time today debating or talking about what's wrong with the current ordinances or what's right about them or how we all feel about all of this stuff. But at the end of the day, we're stuck with a limited set of options here as a board. We either approve it as it is, or we put it on the ballot, or we put it on a special election. But that does not mean that between now and March 2024, or a special election, which I don't see us doing because that costs extra money, that there are things that we as a board could do. We could be responsive to the concerns we've heard that have led to this initiative drive. Like some communities feel like there's been an over-industrialization happening in their neighborhoods or communities. The Honeydew community certainly feels that way. I know the Neyland community has been feeling that way, and there are other communities. We could do things to further incentivize small and medium-sized farmers, such as creating more incentives through reduction of Measure S taxes for stewardship efforts like storage and forbearance of water, like energy conversions to solar, wind, and hydro, or road improvements. We could do permit streamlining for small farmers. We could do grant programs for stewardship efforts that, especially for those that have invested in getting their annual state licenses, right? So there's this grant program that almost came before us a couple of weeks ago, but it's been pulled back. Planning is working on it, trying to kind of finalize those recommendations to come back before us. And I know there were a lot of farmers who have already gotten their annual licenses because why? They've invested their entire, life savings into getting their permits and getting their licenses from the state. And they were put at the bottom of the list for those grants because the state was focused on trying to get the interim or provisional license folks to the finish line with their annual licenses. But if you're if you're somebody who's invested your whole life savings into getting your annual license and meeting all the conditions of your permit to get that license, it just feels like a slap in the face. I mean, I've been getting a lot of calls and emails from people that feel like, well, where's my grant? And then there's organic food farmers that are also saying, where's my grant for water storage and things like that, right? So this is stuff that is super complicated, but I would say that the choices before us today are limited. But that does not mean that we can't, as a board, engage our community and think about who are the farmers that we want in our future of Humboldt County, and how do we incentivize that? And I think most people would rather not be incentivizing 5-acre or 7-acre. I think Humboldt's done a good job of trying to keep the lid on it, but let's be honest, the state removed the 1-acre cap on us right at the get-go, which opened up Lake County for 80-acre grows and Santa Barbara and on and on. And then you have the metric process for the state, but we all know that there's a tremendous amount of illegal product coming in from Oregon, from Oklahoma, from the black market, from wherever, people that didn't get licensed. And it's easy to slip that into the legal marketplace. So there's oversupply and the market has crashed. So what are we going to do? Are we as a board going to just make the limited decision we have today? No, I think this board's going to really work hard to think about what can we do to further incentivize the kinds of farmers that we would like to see in our future. And I think most of us really always hoped that we would hold on to that international reputation that we had as the best flower on the planet. And we never spent a dime on marketing Can you point to any industry that's got a product anywhere in the world that became internationally famous without any money being spent on marketing? It was all word of mouth because the product was so good, right? And so we've been losing that reputation. But I think we'll gain it back. I think when federal legalization happens, people can write off their expenses, get insurance for crop losses from fires or smoke or other kinds of things, insects. When they can write off their expenses like every other farming business, those are going to change things a lot. And I think most of the farmers I know had always hoped that Humboldt would be at the center of the high quality craft market, the best product on the planet. And I hope we get back to that place because we were there once. At any rate, I think it is what it is. We have this limited set of choices in front of us today. We're going to have to make a decision on one or the other of those three choices. But in the meantime, between now and later, we have a lot of work to do, I think, to really think about what sort of a future we want for our farmers here in Humboldt County and figure out, working with those farmers, how we get there. So anyway, there's my comments.
Supervisor Wilson, then Bushnell.
Director Ford, could we, whatever choice we make, well, it seems like I don't see that the board's going to choose to enact the ordinance today, but if we were to choose one of the other two options, could we add to the direction, which is to have some sort of impacts analysis? Is that something that we could ask for in this so that we have our own understanding of this moving forward? And I hear what Supervisor Madrone is saying about the opportunity to make changes should we choose to move this out to March 2024. But within that context, I mean, those changes could be erased by the vote of 2024. So I mean, it'll be an interesting quandary to see what investment we might make in those changes if they're going to substantially change and not be amendable, just a little while later. And so I think that's something we'll have to consider. We're trying to understand, what can we do? Like, what should we do between it, if we choose this 2024 option, like, really, what investment can we make between now and then? Should we be looking at community plans? Is it even worth it? Is it worth, there's like a whole host of things that we could and should be doing as a board, but knowing that this vote is hanging out there in 2024, we're gonna have to really think about what investment we're gonna ask staff to do, the community to do, make a bunch of meetings, and still have that looming issue whether or not all the effort we do will be of value within that context. So I think that's something that's we should be, I don't have an answer for that. Like you said, we're really limited in this space. And even when we're talking about changes, I think there's some question about, people who have current permits who may want to make some changes to benefit their situation. There's concerns about whether or not that will whether that'll annul or their existing permits or not annul, but require a discretionary process for those updates. And I think that's a concern, and we'll probably have to dig into that. And I think an analysis of the potential impacts would be something we'd want to take a look at. So if the board chooses, if there's a motion to move forward with either the 2024 date or something sooner, I would ask that we include some sort of analysis in that, recognizing all of the concerns that fomented this this initiative. I want to also recognize that it's very cannabis oriented, and I've discussed this with the initiative makers. It's like, in these communities, really the bigger, we're going to see pressure in our, within the 5 and 10 and 15 mile radius of our sort of, of our micropolitan areas and others for estate growth. I mean, I'm just saying, I'm seeing it down south, and we're going to see it here. And there's nothing on here about protecting water quality or with relationship to vineyards or any of these other potential activities on the landscape that are actually, considering the cannabis market and considering the real estate market, we might be really having to think about what resources we're really talking about. Fragmentation of the landscape, view shed issues associated with ridgetop development, these types of things. This doesn't get to that. This is very specific to one piece of this issue. And from an environmental perspective, I'm saying that I recognize the issues that are being brought up here, but we have some, I think we're going to have to deal with this on a broader scale with some other, noise, light, all of those things. Like, we don't have those ordinance. We don't have a dark sky ordinance in Humboldt County except for on cannabis. We don't really have noise ordinance except for on cannabis. And so we really have to understand, if we're really concerned about, I think, about the environment, we might want to, expand on some of those issues. That being said, those are just my concerns, my thoughts on this. I really do feel like our decision today is quite limited, as Supervisor Madrone has mentioned. Thanks.
Then I had Supervisor Bushnell and then Madrone. I didn't know if you wanted to mention, but I had Supervisor Bushnell first, sorry.
My comment through the chair is similar to Supervisor Wilson's. We really don't have a lot of options. We either adopt or we don't and send it to election. And so I appreciate the things you said, Supervisor Madrone. However, if it passes at election and we do that work, it's for nothing. And so I don't know. I think that it would be critical that we evaluate that before we dive in. And maybe, I don't know what the answer would be. Maybe Director Ford has a direction there. However, I do just think there are two options, pass it or not.
Supervisor Madrone and then Bohn.
I don't believe we have the option for pass it or not. I think we either pass it today, it comes back to us and gets done, or we put it on the ballot. There's no not doing it.
I meant pass it or move it to election.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for the
Director
clarification.
Ford,
was
I
like,
think
what?
I think Director Ford had an answer. Then I'll go back.
Well, I just wanted to add that I think that the initiative proponents are here today, and I'm sure that they could speak to this. But Betsy Watson, who's one of the initiative folks, was on the cannabis show last night on KMUD. I'm sure some of you listened to that. And there was a lot of discussion about, well, is there any kind of compromise? Is there any way to be able to pull this initiative at some point? And, the way this process works is that the statement for and the statement against on the ballot won't be done for a while. That doesn't happen today or anytime soon, but it has to happen before the ballots go out to the mail, et cetera. So I'm assuming that's, a year or more out. From what I heard last night, it sounded to me like if we took substantial action to do things that would really meet a lot of the concerns that we've heard from communities that have been coming to the Planning Commission, who has been struggling with this quite a bit, and they've been trying to add new conditions to respond to this evolving industry, but then that didn't seem fair, because people were working under a certain set of ordinances. The idea of changing the goalposts has come up a whole lot, but then it's also true that people out in communities also invested their life savings in their neighborhoods and felt like the goalposts were changed on them. So it's this whole thing. And so can we do the kind of work where we really work directly with the cannabis community, the small, medium farmers, and really make the kinds of changes that might actually satisfy a substantial amount of the concerns? And I believe that if that's true, if we could do that, then we may well see the initiative folks. I don't know that if they can withdraw it at that point. I don't know that election type of stuff. I don't think they can. But it might influence the statement that's made for or against. And it might change the community's decisions on whether they vote for it or don't vote for it if they feel that substantial changes and improvements have been made. I realize that's an if, a huge if. But what else do we have, right? I don't know. It's no guarantee, but it is a way forward.
So I believe Director Ford may have had an answer, and then Supervisor Bohn is next, and then Supervisor Bushnell after Bohn.
I just wanted to mention, just in anticipating a question along these lines, I believe that the election code requires that the petition that was submitted to the people who signed the initiative is what then goes to the electorate. You can't negotiate a compromise after this.
And I would ask Ms. Sanders if she hears something that she has a different answer to, just to speak up, because since we can't see you, it's hard to tell. Yeah, raise your hand.
No, that's my understanding as well, is that the petition has been certified, it's gone through the process, and your options are in front of you today of either adopting the ordinance or taking it to the electorate.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Bohn, then Bushnell.
Well, I can't support it the way it's presented today. It sounds like it's what we're presented with. We talk a lot about incentives for small farmers. We don't do a lot about that, but we talk about it a lot up here. We're going to give it for solar, for water, for everything else. We just never seem to follow through too well. So if we're going to do things like that, I think Mark Lovelace had the best line ever up here, what's considered a big grow, and that was anything bigger than your grow was big. So I always, 10,000 square feet, that's why I want numbers. We don't have very many large grows, and we don't have the title of this large industrialized, 8 acres on 1,000 acres or 800, that's not industrial. All of these people that are trying to get 10,000 square feet on 40 acres after they've spent all their money and can't get through it can come back and put 30 acres of grapes and not tell anybody. They can put 30 acres of anything, big farm, everything else. We've picked on cannabis, which is a legal, item. And now the only problem I see with 10,000, either we're going to have guys have to go out and lease a bunch of properties to do a lot of 10,000s, which is going to create a bigger footprint in the community or more problems. Or the other thing is we're going to find ourselves without any processing, without anything here, because we're not going to be able to go to scale. Is what I've been hearing. That's what I've been hearing from the farmers, that, the small guys, that putting a 10,000 cap affects the big guys, but it affects the small guys because it takes their market away. And, the incentivization of, tying in co-ops and things like that. And I don't know what this does to co-ops. If this is the way it's going to go to the voters, I'm not so sure. 85% of the people, 85% of the signatures were valid, and you guys did, Betsy, you guys did a great job.
Thank you.
Telling the people about this and everything else. But I know the couple times I was asked, I don't know if they knew who I was, but it was kind of misrepresented a little bit. This was going to take out the mega grows. One guy told mega grows, and one guy was telling me the large commercial grows. I don't see an acre on 100 acres being a large commercial grow. I see a lot of guys, so.
Mr. Bohn,
Actually, wait till he'll ask you a question, okay?
No, and I know how, I was at the meeting up on Nealon that day. I didn't speak much. I think Mike took most of that, and John Ford. But I was up, one of the driving forces is the young man that just spent $950,000 for his house that was going to look straight at it, that I've known since the day he was born. So look at, going up to his house a couple times and looking at that with him and his father and stuff like that. So I'm pretty sure how that went, and pretty sure looking at 10,000 was going to be just as bad as looking at 20,000. But with that being said, I don't know how this goes. I can't take it the way it's written now. I think it's not written to cover all the bases. I think it's written to take the rest of the industry that isn't, well, they're all on their knees right now, but I think it's basically going to kick them into a grave. So I don't know. I don't know what we can do on this. I know I can't vote for it the way it is, and I guess we have to do something, and I guess I'm leaning toward putting it to 2024. I'd love to do a compromise. I'd love to do incentives or everything else, but I don't know if we can get to that. So I'm hopefully we can.
Okay, well, we have, I know we have Supervisor Bushnell. I think your hand was back up. And I did want to go, because we do have public. You guys are members of the public, that you get your opportunity as well. And then we have more people here and some on the phone, so I want to be sure we do that unless, you know.
Thank you, through the chair. So you guys did work hard. My heart's racing right now because what you guys are doing is gonna, the entity that you are specific. And like Mr. Supervisor Wilson said, you weren't inclusive of everything, just cannabis. You don't mind if there's 50 acres of grapes next to your house, but you mind if there's 1 acre of cannabis. It affects people that have spent their lives trying to come into this compliance that the state and our county says is legal. And I understand somewhat, but not really. Your headline, massive or mega grows, 10,000 square feet. Have you looked anywhere else in California? 10,000 square feet is not mega anything. And I don't want to say, like, I'm sad that this is going this way. I feel heartbroken for the cannabis community, and I don't understand. I don't understand why you targeted only cannabis. Why you, if you care so much, that you didn't include everything, water, grapes. And I don't want an answer. And I just want to make a statement. Because it doesn't matter now, as Mrs. Sanders said, it's going. So, and I won't support it at the way it's written. I respect you, but I am so sad for the cannabis community, for the departments that have worked so hard to bring this forward, for this board that has worked hard to try to make this work. And they are on their knees. They're broke. The cannabis is failing, and they're struggling for everything to keep their livelihood, and now they have anxiety again because of this. And it just breaks my heart. It does.
Well, with that, no thank you, no clapping, but you can do that. That's all right. I know it's always good to have some, liven me up a bit. Supervisor Madrone, but then I do want to give an opportunity. I'd like to go to public comment, and I will give you guys the first opportunity for the 3 minutes, but Supervisor Madrone.
So I guess it's another question for Kelly Sanders. What if this board were to not have 3 votes to do one of these 3 options? What happens then, Kelly?
I believe that's a question for your county council.
Surprise, Scott.
I believe there would have to be action taken on at least one of the 3 options currently before your board.
So if I hear you correctly, we've got to vote in a majority for one of these 3 options, or we are out of compliance with state law?
Correct.
Okay.
All right, Supervisor Wilson, did you have something else?
No, I'm glad we're going to take public comment on this. I didn't mean to. It wasn't my intention to say that there are not impacts that people are concerned about with relationship to cannabis, because I feel them and deal with them all the time. I mean, in terms of see them in the environment and have concerns. I just my biggest concern is for this is sort of the inflexibility for us to actually move forward with something that could be better than this. That's all. I mean, that's my kind of my biggest concern, and sort of taking the wind out of the sails with relationship to that effort. That's just I could be swayed otherwise, but I'm in this moment and in the information I've received so far, those are my biggest concerns. Right now, I'm going to be supporting moving forward with putting this on the ballot in March of 2024. I just see that as the best way for us to move forward of the options in front of us, with a request for staff to do some sort of impact analysis, and to have that done as soon as possible, so that we can, and if we choose to have some more discussion with relationship to the community, then we're informed. I think that's part of the issue. I mean, again, it's how we move forward with this is going to require an investment, and I want to take some responsibility, as in terms of the board and even myself. It's like, we're here because, and as Supervisor Madrone said, because we haven't been able to respond fast enough to a lot of these concerns, and there's been a lot of discussion around a 3.0 and a 3.0. We've been underwater as a planning department, not just on this issue, but we have a long list of items that we haven't gotten to from the general plan, like I've mentioned. Noise ordinance, light ordinance. I mean, there's a whole list of issues that we haven't gotten to that that we have a limited staff to get to, and so this is one of those things that just we haven't been able to be nimble, and this is somewhat of a result of that. But it's also concerning to me, again, I just repeat, I guess, that the community plan option that sort of smaller communities have available to them is also one that I'm concerned that maybe won't be taken up if there's a feeling that it's not going to if it's just not going to have a result that'll get wiped out later. Those are my concerns. I think we can get somewhere. I just don't know how. So.
County Council, did you have something you wanted to, I saw you moving around over there.
I would just like to clarify, Supervisor Wilson, when you state that you want an impact analysis, are you ordering the report that is allowed for by Elections Code Section 9111?
Of course.
So for further clarification, one of the options before the board today is to order that report, have it come back within 30 days of today's date, and then make the decision as to adopt or submit to the electorate.
No, I don't want to do that. I mean, I'm just going to say, I don't want us to go through this all over again. And I don't think that the report will be robust enough in 30 days to really get us where we need to go. I just don't see that as a path. But can we request an impact analysis or a report similar to that, but on a longer, on a more realistic timeline?
Yes, you can make one of the two options to submit to the electorate or adopt without alteration, and then also provide further direction to staff to come back with an analysis.
That's what I was getting at.
Set forth in section
Pull back that,
91.
of course, comment, go the other direction. Thank you, Council.
I'm sure. Supervisor Bushnell?
So Supervisor Wilson, were you making a motion?
I was going to ask him that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I hate making motions, not hate, but sometimes I'm not prone to making motions before public comment. But I will do that in this moment because I just feel like that's, likely the way we're going to go. I can be convinced to pull it back at some point if there's some other better option, or if I can be convinced by some folks. So I will make the motion that we do as described, that we move this to, that we put this on the ballot March 2024, and then ask staff to come back with a report, an impact report, no later than 4 months? Wait, what do you think? John, what are you thinking? Is 4 reasonable?
4 can be done.
Okay, and 4 months from this date. That's my motion.
Second.
All right, we do have a motion in a second. For anyone who's listening at home and you think you want to comment today, press *9 to raise your hand. Turn the volume off on your video feed. Yes, sir. Hold on just a moment. Okay, go ahead.
I wanted to offer a friendly amendment, and that would be to direct staff to come back to us with a list of options to see how we might start implementing some of these things that might be supported by the community, that would support our small and medium farmers. So it's a direction to staff to also come back with a list of things. For instance, that's the amendment, but for instance, We're going to be discussing Measure S again real soon, right? Because that tax is weighing heavy on many people because there's no income right now. It just isn't there. Last time with Measure S, it was the whole cannabis community coming forward asking for the reduction. Many of those were folks who have not even been acting on their permits, but still got the tax break, right? So is the cannabis community, those responsible folks, and I assume many of them are here today, and there are many others, do they really want to all join together like that? Or do they want to say, you know, there are those of us who have invested in our annual licenses and doing all the right things. Maybe you still have a provisional, but you've also been trying to do the right things. You've been active on your permits. Maybe those are the folks that get the tax breaks, 100% tax break. So at any rate, that's just a for instance. I do believe that we can work together and figure out a way to start incentivizing the small and medium farmers in a better way than we've ever done. And you're right, Supervisor Bohn, we have not gotten that to the table. I want to work on that with you and others. So it's just a for instance, but my amendment was basically a direction to staff to come back with recommendations on how we might start doing some of those things.
And before Supervisor Bohn responds, I'd like to ask the person who made the motion if they're wanting to do that.
I think that we can do an impact, or that staff can do an impact analysis with recommendations.
Okay, so there's no real amendment. Supervisor Bohn?
Can I get your definition of small and medium? Because I mean, I've heard large, I've heard gigantic, I've heard gonzo, I've heard industrial, but we never put a number there. So it slaps you upside the head. I mean,
you know, it isn't so much how big the grow is how well it fits with the community that it's in. I mean, I've seen some larger grows that are an acre, acre and a half, that aren't a problem with their neighbors. They just aren't. But I've also seen areas like Honeydew where the whole flats become a massive scene, and it is an issue. And there are other places like Neyland and others where people felt it was just really inappropriate to be bringing in, in their minds, these larger things. So I'm not going to try and put a number on it as much as to say I think it has to do with how you fit in what you're doing with your neighbors. That includes a vineyard or other things. So while this doesn't cover those other things that Supervisor Wilson was talking about, I think we really need to be thinking about some of these other issues as well. But so I hope that gives you enough background on where I'm thinking.
Supervisor Wilson?
Well, I think our current ordinance describes large scale as an acre. Is that where don't we have in the current ordinance, is there a definition?
No, it's in the state.
Well, the existing ordinance, 2.0, 1.0 was a little different. 2.0 allows 10,000 square feet with a ministerial permit. Then you get up to an acre with a special permit, which is under certain provisions that wouldn't apply everywhere, but with basically a discretionary permit. And then to go beyond an acre, you would need to have over 320 acres of land.
I'm kind of asking about a definition here because this ordinance defines large scale as 10,000 acres or more.
10,000 square feet.
10,000 square feet. I'm sorry. 10,000 acre square feet. It's getting late. So 10,000 square feet or more. This ordinance makes that as a definition, as a large scale, which I have to saying in the title is kind of cart before the horse, because the title is defining it before we as a community vote to define it. And I think that's a bit of an issue with relationship to the way that our staff, analyzed that and looked at it, because we have to just saying, we as a community have not made that definition until it's enacted. That's when the definition becomes the definition, and in this case the title has created that. Whatever. It is what it is, and we're going to have, if this board moves forward with having this at March of 2024, there'll be a lot more discussion about that. I'm almost done today for me. Thanks.
I'll remember that next time you raise your hand. Anyone else before we go? Okay, so I think I will have, the proponents speak first on the public comment. There's still the 3 minutes, but then I'd ask you to stay up there in case there's questions that might follow after we do the general public comment of everybody, okay?
If I could push back a little on that, we were invited to do a presentation, and we worked very hard to make a very short presentation.
Okay, there was a confusion then because I thought Tabitha said that there.
I have the email from Tabitha.
Okay, I thought it was just
It didn't say, in her defense, any length of time or anything, but I was a little surprised when it clicked up and said, can you make a presentation? So we can do it in 10 minutes, but I don't think I can do it in 3.
Okay, so.
And we are speaking for 7,000 of your residents.
Well, yeah, so there's a little, because I was wondering if there's a presentation, and then I heard it was just answer only. Okay, so how about 10 minutes, and then we'll go to public comment. But then you can't talk under public comment, too. No, we'll give you 10 minutes now, and Nikki will turn the timer on so you can keep an eye on it.
And if you.
There we go.
There you go.
Okay, so first I want to tell a little story about how we got started on this. I am not a fan of initiatives in general. There was an initiative in this state that kept me from getting married. Okay, so I understand that. So I want you to know we went to San Francisco and hired an attorney who is extremely experienced, the 2017 Attorney of the Year. And he is experienced specifically in initiatives. We discussed instead doing a community plan. We talked to the people in Hydesville, Carlotta, who have a big, ugly grow they hate. And they said their community plan did nothing except cost them $50,000. Okay, then we thought about suing. Well, suing's going to cost you $100,000, and you have to go permit by permit. So we kind of felt like, and in the meantime, we're talking to all sorts of people who did not want to talk to us. I mean, who are we? So we moved forward with the initiative process, somewhat reluctantly. And Dr. Thurman will speak to some of the wiggle room that our attorney built into the initiative for you, for the Board of Supervisors. Okay, while gathering 7,000 signatures, we found that citizens felt overlooked. There's the perception that this whole thing is completely out of control. There was not as much anti-cannabis stuff as I thought I might collect, particularly in certain neighborhoods. And in fact, we interviewed almost 200 individuals in preparation of doing the initiative. And one of the top 3 items for almost everyone we talked to was, don't mess over the people that have tried to comply, which made me feel good about my community. But water is the #1 thing, and the change in neighborhoods, heavy truck traffic, now that people are going out of business, you look over the sides of the road, it's full of plastic and garbage. There is a certain urgency that we feel, and we've discussed that with 2 of you, because of the water situation. When Neeland was faced with yet another large 44,000 square foot grow permit, our supervisor brought Mr. Ford to a Saturday afternoon meeting. And we were not happy people. But they were doing a pretty fair job of explaining A, the law, B, our options, what was happening. And Mr. Bohn arrived. And he informed us that we should be wanting 50 to 100 acre grows like they have in Lake County. And that, ladies and gentlemen, gave you this initiative. We're offering a forward-looking plan. It's a vision for cannabis cultivation in the future. We are not anti-cannabis people at all. The market has crashed as noted in a Washington Post article a few Sundays ago. We think it's time to prepare during this bust. This is a boom bust kind of thing. And during the bust, we'd like to prepare for the next boom. We have to recognize that cannabis has been an important economic contributor to this county, both during Prohibition and after Prohibition. There's no doubt about that. But it has been viewed, as the Washington Post article outlines, as kind of a cash cow. And it has not been nurtured. It has not been a supported industry. And to answer Ms. Bushnell's very good question, why didn't we go, and I guess Mr. Wilson's interested in this, after a broader thing like wine? Sonoma County has an initiative group like ours, and they're going after pot and wine together. We didn't do that because that was not our problem, and in an initiative, and they're finding this out in Sonoma County, an initiative needs to be narrow. You can't, by law, you can't pack too much in it. So we zeroed in on what was taking our neighborhood apart. So those of you that live in town should understand rural people take care of their own water, their own sewage, their own fire, and we live without any police protection. We realize that there are costs to us for living outside town, but that is the way that we like to live. And we're wondering why there's this industrial level development going on land that is basically ag and TPZ. And the big ones were getting bigger and the little guys were going broke. And these are people in our neighborhood. We're not anti-cannabis. We've lived with cannabis. I've lived up there almost 40 years. And cannabis is part of it, part I kind of for a while enjoyed. But the whole idea of expansions constantly, I sit at home on Thursday nights and watch the Planning Commission meeting. And we're expanding. We don't need more. What we need is support of these folks and not viewing them as some kind of cash cow. And we need to recognize that other people than the people involved in cannabis live in this community. And we would like to be able to appreciate all our neighbors once again, but this thing's out of hand. Dr. Thurman? And notice, Ms. Bass, 3 minutes.
Yeah. So I'd like to offer some corrections here. First of all, the current ordinance does require Category 4 standards. What this initiative does do is it says instead of the owner doing his own self-assessment, which is allowed in the ordinance, this initiative says that that assessment must be validated by a licensed engineer. That's what it says. Those are the words. Multiple permits applies only to cultivation permits. The sentence is clear. The initiative deals only with cultivation permits. It does not talk about tourism permits, doesn't talk about processing permits. So there's some clarification here that I think people need to deal with. The expansion of what's referred to as cultivation involves anything that expands resources, land, water, that sort of thing. So if you want to put a new water tank in and you're not using any more water, that's not an expansion of resource. There's no problem. So if you're putting in a shed and you're not expanding your cultivation or your resources, that's not a problem. It's not an issue. So you talked about the one subject rule for California initiatives. That's why we talked about initially in our early discussions with attorneys about multiple subjects and specifically water use. We were told we couldn't talk about vineyards and cannabis together. There are options for change. Certainly one is you have to get another initiative. Go through the initiative process to change anything in this initiative. The Board of Supervisors can also put forward a measure after a public hearing that would go on the ballot. That's the second way. There's also mechanisms in this, a special provision that says that the Board of Supervisors develops ordinances, resolutions, guidelines that specifically provide the details for how this is to be interpreted and how it's to operate. So those are some things, and Resolution 1843 was important in getting us moving through this. If you recall, this is where the Board of Supervisors in 2018 promised to have annual reviews of this. They didn't have one in 2019 or 2020 or 21 or 22. Never have you had them. So that's where we are.
Thank you, Mark. Supervisor Bushnell, I think, has a question for you.
So I'm curious if your main concern is water, why didn't you do a water initiative?
That's
No, I'm talking not specific to cannabis,
okay, yeah.
to water.
So that's a good question. We did talk about that. And the water rules in California are getting so complicated that it would not be fruitful or appropriate for one county to try to do that, given all the nuances of water rights and all the discussions that are going on throughout California and all the California laws. So that's why we didn't do it.
Well, thank you for that, but picking on one entity because you're concerned about water, I don't know.
Well, we did not pick on one entity. We picked on the problem. We try to fix a problem.
That's up to the chair.
Well, I was going to say Supervisor Bohn may ask you the right question, and then you can follow. I'm not sure this part of the same.
No, I'm not, but I want a clarification on the meeting. The meeting was set up, Mike Finley and Shane Finley asked if we could have a meeting. I asked Director Ford, he said yes. I said, you'll have to invite Mike, it's his district. And Mike was not able to show up that day, but then he was able to show up. So I didn't just show up. I was planning on being there and helped organize the meeting. And the other thing, in 10 years, and over 10 years sitting up here, I have never said that I want 50 or 100 acres. I was one of the ones that was on the 8-acre cap. So I'm sure I might have said you're lucky you don't have 50 or 100 acres like San Bernardino, Lake County, but I guarantee you I never would rally for 50 or 100 acres. I don't think I've ever heard myself say it. We can go through 10 years of meetings, and we've had a lot of cannabis meetings.
So, okay. So what I was going to say is, I know Betsy wanted I'll let you ask or respond to Supervisor Bushnell. You did? Okay, no, you're fine. What I wanted to say is I did look through emails, and we had mentioned a possible presentation, but it wasn't confirmed, and the last emails to you guys was on questions, so that's where the confusion came in. So, but thank you for having it ready to go. Public comment, Supervisor Wilson?
I have a clarifying question for the, what are we calling? The
petitioners?
The petitioners. One of the things you were talking about was truck traffic and garbage, and I'm just kind of wondering how this initiative deals with truck traffic and garbage. Can you speak into the microphone?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you have to, there you go. It's not the most convenient sometimes.
The only thing it's going to do is if we cut down the number of these things, then we'll see less traffic. There is Neeland Road. I know this isn't popular to say, but I think it's in pretty good shape. I think county does a pretty good job.
Thank you.
But there is a double tanker of fuel that comes up the road, I think about twice a month. And I watched it turn off of Neeland, followed it, off Neeland Road onto Mountain View Road, which is mostly gravel, but a good road, good solid road, and then turn into a kind of gravel path across a pasture, and this thing is wobbling like this. That is the kind, and why a grow needs that much fuel, I have no idea. But the whole, when we say industrial, it feels industrial to us because of the giant trucks full of soil. Farmers don't truck their soil in and out. So that seemed kind of strange to us. Water trucks, it's the level of traffic. And we're not wimps, we're used to log trucks, you know, servicing, and trucks that service the towers and so forth. But the amount of heavy duty generators that can't fit on a pickup truck bed that are being pulled on a trailer. It's a lot of machinery and stuff moving up and down. So perhaps if we have less of this kind of cultivation sites, it should help with that.
I appreciate the response. Thanks.
And Supervisor Bushnell?
Thank you. Betsy, right? Well, I hope that your target, what you seem to be talking about, I hope that it, you know, if this passes, that it's not illegal grows that you're talking about, because that's not, this will do no good for those. And also, I'm wondering, you keep referring to our community as Neeland. Have you been around Humboldt County to other grows?
Oh, yes.
Oh.
I'm on the board of sanctuary forests, so I've seen a lot of...
You might want to get to the microphone. Sorry.
Can you come up? Sorry, Betsy.
We want to make sure that
the people on Zoom can't hear you.
Yeah.
So,
yes, I have been, we've been all over the country, all over the county. We were out in Petrolia.
have you visited other people's farms? Have you? Some? How many?
I don't know how many. I over the years, I've had, well, 3, 4 close friends that had farms.
4 years. It's been 5 years. It's been legal. So I'm just.
Have I been to legal grows? Yes, I have.
Other than in Neeland area?
Yes.
Okay. I would love to take you to some beautiful farms.
I would love for you to take me.
I will
to
do
some.
that.
Absolutely.
All right, so I think we will.
Thank you, Betsy.
Yeah, we'll keep you guys up there, but we will go to public comment. I am going to go to those. Well, shoot, I was going to go on the phone, but you guys are all standing up already. Oh, okay. So, yes, if you're interested in speaking, just form a line and come forward. Welcome. 3-minute time limit. You don't have to take all 3 minutes, but if you do, there's no penalty. Welcome.
Good afternoon, supervisors and staff. My name is Ross Gordon. I'm Policy Director with Humboldt County Growers Alliance. We're the trade association representing licensed cannabis businesses here in Humboldt County. If there's one idea that we hope can be clearly established in today's meeting, and I think supervisors and staff, both of you have spoken to this, it's this. This initiative's title and stated purpose that you see before you today, to quote, restrict large-scale commercial cannabis cultivation in Humboldt County, is plainly and simply not accurate. In fact, nearly every provision, rule, and restriction in this 32-page initiative would be applicable to every single cannabis farm in this county, including the majority of cannabis farms, which are under 10,000 square feet, and the 98% of cannabis farms in Humboldt County, which are under an acre of size. These rules and restrictions were developed without public process and input. Many are not viable to implement or comply with, as Director Ford spoke to, and many would result in the bureaucratic strangulation of the small cannabis farms in Humboldt County. What are these damaging provisions? Many of them have already been spoken to. I'd like to speak specifically to a few. First, Dr. Thurmond referenced that expansion only refers to an increase in the intensity of resource usage. With all due respect to Dr. Thurmond, this is simply false. I'm quoting directly from the initiative now on the top of page 8. Examples of expanded uses include but are not limited to an increase in cultivation area, water usage, energy usage, or the number or size of any structures used in connection with cultivation. This is why Director Ford spoke to water storage, renewable energy, drying sheds, other aspects of environmental compliance, as well as attempts to differentiate a craft product, all of which are restricted by this initiative, not encouraged, not streamlined, restricted. Again, for farms of any size, for every existing farm in Humboldt County. This initiative is absolutely not about large-scale commercial cannabis cultivation. It is about every farm in Humboldt County. And when the proponents speak to the hoped-for benefits of this initiative as having less road traffic, it's because the effect of the initiative would be for legal farms, small farms in Humboldt County, to no longer be able to move forward in the process. There are many other aspects of this initiative outlined in our 15-page analysis, which we've sent to you, that clearly articulate how many of these provisions would have devastating effects on existing small cannabis farms in Humboldt County. I want to speak to why I think 7,000 people signed this petition. I think there's two main reasons. The first is that they falsely believed that this was an initiative primarily about restricting large-scale commercial cannabis cultivation in Humboldt County, and they believed the stated purpose and intent to support small farmers. I believe if they knew what was actually in this initiative, many people would not have signed it. Second, I believe many people are frustrated with the status quo in Humboldt County when it comes to cannabis from every perspective, from a neighborhood perspective, from an environmental perspective, from an industry perspective. I understand that. As HCGA, we are open to discussion on how we can move forward collectively and in good faith. But what we have right now, as Betsy said, quote, don't mess with people who tried to comply. That is precisely what this initiative does. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ross. Welcome, Ken.
Hello again. Ken Hammock is kind of the local futurist who tries to think about the future and the issues that don't impact us mostly. I don't know if I can talk to you about cannabis anymore if this passes. I don't know if we're going to have much of an industry left. You heard presentations about tourism earlier. We're trying to build the tourism assets here, the small farms that I've taken an LA rider to, who's never been to Humboldt, has barely been to the rural areas. 1 foot in compost, another one just watching the two farmers in the beautiful Willow Creek wind, explaining what they do, regenerative farming, new techniques, future techniques that other industries should learn from. We're developing those techniques here. We were supposed to get an acre cap. We didn't get it. That's not your fault. I really appreciate all of the Board of Supervisors' point of view on this. I just got to say, I'm walking around with my orange shoes. I talk with a lot of people. I listen to more. I've never heard anyone in all of the communities, cannabis, non-cannabis. I'm on non-cannabis boards, as you know, as well, serving the county and my Arcata and McKinleyville communities. I've never heard anyone say, I support this. So I just ask you to listen one more time to what Ross Gordon said. Anybody that's listening to this call and this meeting today, please rewind and just listen to the policy director for Humboldt County Growers Association. He's really researched this. These are real, and tourism is this part of the vine of our tree will die off if we let this go. So I'd appreciate your attention to this and to our industry. Some of these people are looking for other jobs just because they believe so much in the culture of what we've created with cannabis here. And it's a beautiful culture. I hope we don't lose it. I don't want to waste any more of your time, but you know where I stand.
Thank you, Ken. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm Martin Rowell. My wife and I own Misty Mountain Christmas Tree Farm on Table Bluff in Lolita. We're headed into our 52nd season this year, which I think is good for small family business, you know. I have a 100,000 square foot cannabis factory next door. And I'd like you to just share some of my experience with that grow so that you understand how I got impassioned about the initiative. Permits come with requirements. And my experience is that so far, those requirements are more rounded in the breach than the observance, and that enforcement is lax, negligible, non-existent. So I'd like to give you some specific instances. The water is scarce on Table Bluff. It's the reason that it's zoned Ag Exclusive 160, and it's not all subdivisions at this point. The first requirement in my neighbor's permit is a standard pump test, which in this case would be a 72-hour pump test with a reference well, which would be my well. That test has not been done. We're going into our third dry season, end of dry season, and that test is not in the offing. I spoke to my neighbor recently. He said that he would speak to his enforcement officer and get back to me, and nothing is happening. Noise. The permit came with temporary permission to operate generators until they got their PG&E upgraded. Right now, there are 3 generators there. One of them's in an enclosure. At least that one runs. There's also a 500-gallon fuel tank right next to that generator with no containment. It's 50 feet away from their well. I have 70 decibels of noise at the property line, which is 250 feet away from the generator. I have 60 decibels at my house, which is 400 feet away, all of which is not in compliance. Odors are not contained on site. That's part of their requirement to do that. Sometimes it's bad, sometimes it's awful, sometimes it's not so bad, but we always have odors. That's constant. Ms. Bushnell, you were talking about people have their whole lives invested in their commitment to cannabis. I have my whole life invested in this property. It's my primary retirement investment. And I see it going down the tubes because this is going on next door. They volunteered, the permittees in the hearings voluntarily agreed to dispose of their soil someplace else. They're spreading it on the passengers. And I have security issues. My small greenhouse, which it grows.
I'm sorry, Mr. Rowell.
All right. Was broken into.
3 minutes go quickly. Next, come on up. Welcome.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Hi, Betsy. My name is Nicole Riggs, and I'm the founder of Manifesto Synergies. We offer marketing services for women-owned businesses in cannabis. And that gives me a chance to have an understanding of more than one operation. I know many farmers, and I love my clients. They're intelligent women, they're strong, they're loving, they're creative, they're smart business women, they're regenerative farmers. They have visions for their small farms. I really have so much respect for them, and I am so proud to be able to work with these awesome women. So when I first heard about this initiative from Betsy, it sounded good, like protect small farms and stop mega farms and not have so much noise and diesel trucks. I mean, I want that. My women clients want that. But as unfortunately not what this initiative is going to do the way it's written. This initiative is all barriers. It's the antithesis of what's needed to keep my clients thriving in the long run. I'll give you examples. One of my clients has a dream of opening her farm for yoga retreats. But under this initiative, she wouldn't be able to build a yoga studio. End of her dream. Here's another one. This client has really fine-tuned her genetics. She has unique strains that she has lovingly developed for medical benefits and for flavor. She might like to have a small micro-business where she could have a nursery, maybe a processing area where she can make salves and health products. But having a nursery is a separate permit, and under this initiative, forget it. She would not be allowed to get another permit, so no more dream of her nursery of medical strains. And one last example. This is a client in Willow Creek. She's all about the flavor of her flower. And she'd like one day to host dinners on her farm and to pair food and cannabis and to have a tasting room, just like small wineries. Well, that would require a tourism activity permit, and under this initiative, she can say goodbye to that dream. So you see, all my clients would like to create value add by offering tourism, farm tours, small regenerative nurseries, a tasting room, and none of that would be feasible. My clients have no intentions of becoming mega farms. They're women, wives, mothers. They all grow under the sun sustainably. None of them grows indoors. I've been to their farms. I've been to many farms. It is beautiful. They grow vegetables alongside their cannabis flower, and they're awesome women. I'm very worried about the women in cannabis under this initiative. In my opinion, women represent the best of this industry. They should be supported all the way. They're really shining examples of what cannabis can be when it's done ethically, with love and taste and passion. I know Betsy. I've taught her son through middle and high school, and our kids have been buddies for years. And in fact, right now, they're both in their freshman year at college on the East Coast.
I'm so sorry that timer ran out again. That's what you guys. It's
Very good.
Oh, thank you though.
I will just
Sorry.
say that
No,
the intention
that's-
is
yeah.
good, but the initiative is all wrong.
All right, thank you. You have a heavy load there.
Good afternoon,
Welcome.
supervisors.
3 minutes, Wally.
Yep, this is Nate Whittington. I just wanted to show everybody in the room what the scope of a compliance binder looks like for a small 2,500 square foot zoning clearance farm. It is onerous and complete. Our farm is located in Ferndale. Supervisor Bohn, you've seen it. It's a nice little place. My degree is in environmental water law. I'm not an attorney, I don't practice law, but I know a lot about water and water rules and water rights. I have a 40-foot well that is hydrologically connected to the Eel River, and because I grow cannabis, I'm not allowed to use that well. That's made me look towards innovation and better practices, and I'm proud to say that we use dehumidifiers on PG&E grid power. I don't pull any water anymore. I don't pull from my spring. I don't pull from my well. We've found regenerative resources and ways to work within the rule set that has been set before us. I'm not going to go into all the issues that are wrong with this initiative. It's not well informed. It doesn't get us further any closer to the goal of a sustainable county and a sustainable business model. And, you know, I'll let other people speak to that. What I want to speak about for the last minute is solutions and options that you have before you right now. Under option 3 of the California Elections Code 9111, you can request in this report the fiscal impact of this, how many farms are going to be destroyed, how much money went into all of these permits that is going to be lost. How many people am I going to tell to sue the county over this? The effect of the inconsistency between this and the general plan. The effect of the use on land and the impacts of availability of land. The cost of infrastructure and transportation. All these farms that get shut down, guess what? We're all going on welfare, and you guys are going to spend tax money on supporting us and supporting my family. The impact on the community's ability to attract business and employment. Impact on the use of ag lands. This is an agricultural issue. And any other matters that the Board of Supervisors requests in this report. I suggest that we request a full and robust report on this initiative, because that will become the record that we give to the voters. Let them see the facts of just how absurd this initiative is. And I think we'll see that the county will resoundingly vote it down, and then we can move on to more productive discussions. Thank you for your time.
Right, thank you, Dave. I thought his name, what was his name? Willington, what's his first name? Okay. Welcome.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors and staff. My comment was pre-created, so I'm going to read it. My name is Riley Morrison. I am the owner and operator of Emerald Queen Farms in Willow Creek, California. This initiative will dramatically impact my business and the ability to create on-farm value if it is voted in. The initiative's intent is to prevent expansion in regards to cultivation. By their definition of expansion, it includes the development of water storage, solar installation, on-site trimming, on-site processing, and cannabis farm tourism. All of these items will help me increase on-farm value. I need these activities to operate my farm on a small scale and become successful. The initiative in its creation was rushed and insulated from the public process. At its core, it is non-viable and non-functional for a dozen different reasons. The initiative will create a massive burden to the farmer of new restrictions and processes. The county of Humboldt will suffer if this passes and be weighed down by potential litigation from all sides of the county. The Humboldt County taxpayer will also feel this burden by footing the bill of this non-functional and rushed initiative. Overwhelmed, the county staff will be wasting time and human resources. My request is that the staff writes a report that seeks to understand these impacts to the permit holders, planning operators, county staff, and potential litigation from implementation. I spent over a decade of my life building this business in this county with my family in good faith, that I was building equity for my community and my family. We continue to pour time and money into this process daily. We have a good relation with our community and our neighbors. We want a fair opportunity to succeed, and this initiative will impact my business and my community's ability to survive these difficult times. Please, Board of Supervisors, support the Humboldt County farmers and work with us to craft a solution that meets all the community needs as cannabis in Humboldt County continues to change. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Welcome, Donnie.
Hello, Supervisor Basson. Supervisors, thanks for the
time to speak. I want to agree with all of the opponents to this measure that spoke before me, and also add to it just some. I wasn't aware this was even happening. I wasn't even coming to speak on this, so I didn't prepare anything. But I actually have relevancy to it. I've sold fertilizer to local cannabis growers for the past now nearly 4 years, and I've personally walked well over 100 cannabis grow sites throughout Humboldt County, Mendocino County, Del Norte, you name it. It was part of my territory before I moved on from this position. And what I can tell you is that 100 by 100 space is not commercial. That's tiny. It's insignificant, is what it really is. And 100 times 100 is 10,000 square feet. And so I've personally got so used to walking gigantic cannabis farms that I would constantly go to people that I respected in their farms, and they'd be like, "Bro, look at this," and I'd be like, "Yeah, it's cool, it's great," you know. And they'd be like, "Isn't this the biggest you've ever seen?" I'm like, "No, like I've walked acres. I've walked acres and acres. I've been on cannabis farms where I couldn't see where the end of the cannabis farm ended into the horizon. It looked like when you look into two mirrors like this. It was just hoop houses as far as the eyes can see. So, I mean, so when you have that experience, it kind of changes your perspective of what commercial agriculture is. And especially having like my family's history in commercial agriculture as well, you know, my grandfather owning acres and acres and acres of almonds, and seeing the stuff that he has to go through. I just see I see this bill as insult to injury on a market and a people that have, look, they came from being rejected by society as criminals. Then they worked hard through the Republican process of getting a bill, and the population in California voted for it. And now everybody's following following the law to the letter of the law, up and down the state. Unfortunately, the same people can't own guns still, you know. The same guys that are paying out their nose for taxes, and they're losing their businesses. Now they're looking at this type of bill, and it just adds insult to injury. I mean, there are already, we've got commercial farms. As much as I have respect for Madrone, it's actually the opposite way. We have commercial farms selling cannabis out the back door to the black market because to get around the taxation, to make ends meet, and then calling it mold infested or whatever else. And this isn't like, I'm not saying that they're bad people for doing this. This is a situation that's been brought about upon them. They're now forced to go back to criminality. And the California's cracking down on them now.
Thank you, Donnie. Sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, I made my point.
All right. Welcome.
Hello, supervisors. I think I underestimated about how emotional today was actually going to be. I prepared a statement, but it took me a few deep breaths listening to everybody in line. I'm Nick Erickson. I'm owner of Full Moon Farms. I'm here today to voice my extreme concern over this new initiative. As part of the small farm community here in Humboldt County, I am not aware of a single farm that was contacted prior before this formation. Small farms were not asked what challenges we were facing, how this initiative would help us, and how it would deter corporate cannabis from coming into Humboldt County, when in fact it does the exact opposite. It creates impossible hurdles for small farms, resulting in their inability to continue operations, clearing market space for the large corporate farms to sell locally and export their profits. I feel they've presented this initiative in such a misleading manner that they duped many people into signing under false pretenses, and I know many people personally that wish they had not signed it once they learned more about what was actually in it. This initiative has many conflicts of interest with the actions being required by us, by the state and county, such as barring us from adding extra water storage, energy independence, solar, that type of thing, that are obviously beneficial to the environment. I feel there's a very large disconnect from the reality of today's marketplace. We are seeing a massive constriction, and it's going to keep thinning farms out naturally. The market prices have pushed out more farms than the war on drugs has done in 3 decades. Those of us that are left are here because we truly want to be. We're definitely not in it for the money. Nobody's got money anymore. We are here because we're passionate. We love the rural lifestyle, we love our culture, and we love our land. This initiative threatens all that we've worked so hard for. This initiative, in fact, is the extinction of small farms. And I just give props to everybody that showed up to speak their mind, because it's a very personal issue. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Excuse me. Welcome.
My name is Robert Brunet. I am a local resident, taxpayer, and homeowner, Humboldt County. I do have experience after being impacted by federal raids over a decade ago. My life took a different path into agriculture, row crops, and nurseryman trade. Through that education, I learned what a small farm really is. A small farm, as defined today, is under 40 acres of land. That small farm producing $250,000 or less per year. In Humboldt County, from what I was listening to you guys say earlier, we have about 1,200 licenses currently in Humboldt County. Of those licenses, they add up to about 175 of those farms would equal one small farm in America. So we're only occupying approximately 275 acres of the total landmass of Humboldt County, which is 2.593 million acres. That's 1/1000th of the total land area of Humboldt County. By definition, there is no large-scale cannabis farm in the entire county, and after this initiative, there will be none at all. I think that we have, and listening to you guys talk about the tourism aspect in Humboldt, I think that, and with Joe Biden's recently pardoning cannabis people, and the SHIP Act, which is being pushed through Congress, is showing us that we have a future of being able to export cannabis from Humboldt County around the world. That is 10 times to 20 times the value of what people are getting today. Think about the tax money that the county is going to lose throughout this process. We're literally cooking our golden goose. I wish I could say more, but I'll let other people speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Excuse me. Welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you for all your work on the board, as a board, to support small cannabis farms in Humboldt County. My name is Selena Rowan. I moved to Humboldt County in 2006. I studied biology at Cal Poly Humboldt, and I hope to pursue graduate study in the rural implementation of renewable energy. And I'm a co-owner of a small organic cannabis farm where my husband and I live. As a small farmer, this bill claims to have my best interests in mind, yet I would be significantly harmed if it were passed. I strongly oppose this initiative, and the biggest problem I see are unintended consequences. This said, I do share values and goals with the petitioners. I'm heartbroken by the petitioners' stories. I want the petitioners to have their voices heard and their needs met, and I support engaging in a public process to better meet their needs. However, this initiative sets up a false binary between the environment and cannabis, between the community and cannabis, and the petitioners claim this bill is the only way to get their needs met because they couldn't trust the slow and messy public process that we all participate in. This discomfort has led to a framing process that was rushed and excluded key stakeholder input, and for this reason, it has many unintended consequences that make the bill infeasible and counterproductive as a whole. One unintended consequence that you've heard many times now is I would be prevented from meeting my own sustainability goals on my farm due to the language preventing expansion. The petitioners have claimed that this language doesn't apply to sustainability projects that we've described, but I think the problem is if there's any confusion and this can't be changed. I'd be prevented, if, according to the language that we understand it, I would be prevented from installing additional water storage. I would be prevented from upgrading my solar energy system. I would be prevented from making upgrades to create a farm-based product. As a co-founder of the Cooperative Agriculture Network, which works to incubate small farm cooperatives, they would be prevented from obtaining distribution or delivery permits for their operations. How would they survive and compete? Given the context of how this bill was created, it's not surprising that there are so many unintended consequences. And with 32 pages of technical language, there are undoubtedly many more yet to reveal themselves. For example, imagine how much harder it would have been to implement the current cannabis renewable energy and water storage grants, crucial to meeting countywide sustainability goals, and already a difficult task had this initiative been in place today. Despite sharing the goals and the values of the petitioners, because this initiative excluded public process or stakeholder input, cannot be changed, improved, or fixed by the Board of Supervisors, and has innumerable unintended consequences, I cannot support it. I urge the county to study very deeply what these unintended consequences are. I also support the opening of public process so we can collectively work on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Selena. Welcome.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to talk. My name is Ann Alter, and I'm a resident of Neeland. Over a 5-month period, I volunteered my time to talk with several thousand people while collecting signatures for the Cannabis Reform Initiative. These conversations happened at places and events throughout the county, including farmers markets, Cal Poly Humboldt, Kinetic Sculpture Race in Ferndale, Redwood Acres Fair, Folklife Festival, concerts in Blue Lake, Fortuna Radio, Abbey of the Redwoods Market in McKinleyville, Eureka Friday Night Markets, Eureka Arts Alive, Woofstock in Eureka, Humboldt County Fair in Ferndale, and more. Cannabis is an important subject to people for different reasons. I learned a lot as I listened to people's ideas, perspectives, their anger, and exhaustion. One thing I heard repeatedly was, I need to know more before I sign this initiative. While this response made signature collecting a long process, it also demonstrated that Humboldt County residents want to make an informed decision before signing a ballot initiative about cannabis. Here are some of the comments that I heard over and over. I read the initiative and I'm ready to sign. I read the initiative and talked with my friends in the industry. I'm here to sign. I'm in the business. 10,000 square feet meets my needs and is fair. I support the initiative, but am fearful of my neighbor or my family member or my county supervisor. The initiative doesn't go far enough. It's too little, too late. These limits should have been done in the beginning. I support marijuana, but this industrialization is out of control. I witness fear and retribution, stories of harassment, and many descriptions of the negative impacts on people's homes and neighborhoods over the past 5 years. Creeks and water sources dried up, unsafe roads from overuse, and more things that have already been named. The strongest support for the initiative often came from Southern Humboldt, Fortuna, Ferndale, Redway, Whitethorn, Bryceland, and Petrolia. The region was also where people felt most threatened and fearful of signing. Cannabis is a nonpartisan issue that many people have an open mind to. However, Humboldt County residents are tired of how cannabis has taken over the community, impacted the environment, and decreased the quality of life in neighborhoods and rural areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Welcome.
Melanie Johnson, Elpinglow Farm, state licensed and peer regenerative cannabis farm. We're under 10,000 square feet, 100% rain catchment. I deeply appreciate the empathy of the board in regards to my life and my livelihood. Most of this community has seen me and my family's very public struggle within the arena of cannabis compliance. These signatures, I feel, were gained under a false pretense. This initiative does not benefit my family's farm, and to say that it does is untrue. The creators of this initiative stated a few moments earlier, quote, "We went after what was taking our neighborhood apart," end quote. So they created an initiative for an entire county based on what was happening in their neighborhood. not fully grasping that not all neighbors
Actually, keep trying to look at us. Okay, Melanie,
are
thank you.
created the same. This morning, I harvested the last of my 8 plants, and my processing is set to begin. And I am once again taxed with another job, another goalpost in which I have to move through. And that would be door-to-door education on the truth of this initiative to ensure that the neighbors who signed in belief that they were supporting me will not vote yes on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you, Melanie. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Brittany. I'm an agricultural producer. I come from a family for 46 years who has produced cannabis. It's the reason we are here today, and it's the reason we are struggling immensely. We decided to follow all the rules, not go down to Watsonville, not go down to Salinas, keep our money in Humboldt County, and protect our family farms. And it no longer exists. I also, because of this, took on doing compliance for other farms throughout Humboldt County, 45, and all of them are struggling. On top of that, I am living on the Table Bluff Road, which is my home, of which this gentleman behind me spoke about, saying we're not in compliance. We have tried very hard to be in compliance. Compliance is not easy. Hemp is traded on Ag Day News in the morning. It's soon to be cannabis, but we're gonna lose our standard. We have lost the international baseline to be something from Humboldt County, and we lost the national baseline from when we legalized it to allow other states to allow their cultivators to come more quickly into compliance than us. My family is now looking at leaving Humboldt County, which we never thought we would do. We need people to protect us and to stand up for us because Humboldt will not have an economy. This is real. $250 for a pound. It takes $267.70 to grow an outdoor pound sometimes. How can these people make this? I'm more than happy to have any discussion outside of here, so you can ask me any questions on my expertise that I've learned since legalization in these last 46 years, but please do not let this pass. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Brittany. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Mike Gordon from Hydesville. I'm a 23-year resident of Humboldt County. Father of 3, graduated from HSU with business and focus in economics, and I'm a cottage cultivator by trade. Once Prop 64 passed, I was really hopeful that there'd be a path forward for cottage cultivators like me to have a path forward to actually having business. Once 2018 hit, I realized very quickly that, once that acre cap was lifted, there was really no point. So I pivoted. I became an insurance consultant, regulatory consultant, and property manager for many farms in our area. If this passes, unfortunately, it's not just the farms that are going to be impacted, but it will be all the service and retail sector as well in Humboldt that will be affected as well. I see a lot of familiar faces in the audience today, people who I spent the better part of 2 years in these chambers and hundreds of hours helping to craft the regulations that we had to work with. And those regulations had vast input from a varied array of stakeholders, including neighbors and environmental groups, to arrive at a workable regulatory structure. Where were you guys during that process? And I think it is very insincere that a very small group of people think that they know what's best for our community and our industry. And I think it's very disingenuous how the proponents of this initiative use the guise of protecting the small farms as a reason to dupe the people who signed their petition. It is my job to read and analyze and understand regulations to advise my clients on how best to stay compliant. But after reading this initiative, it is very clear that this will not protect small farmers, but will in fact be the end of the cannabis industry as we know it in Humboldt County. All that I can suggest at this point is that we take this process as slowly as possible and undertake a comprehensive analysis of this initiative and the implications to new and existing cultivators so the public can be well informed before they vote, so that they can see this for what it is, which is a wolf in sheep's clothing. This initiative should be titled the Humboldt County Extinction Initiative, because that is what it is. And let's be honest, this is an anti-cannabis initiative that will extract millions of dollars from our local economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. Welcome, Madeline.
Good evening, supervisors. It's been a very long day. I am Madeline DeLapp. I'm the Executive Director of the Humboldt County Growers Alliance. And first of all, I would like to recognize all of the farmers and cannabis people who are here in the chambers tonight, who have spent the majority of their day in the middle of October during harvest season to be here for an 8-hour day to speak out against this. And there are innumerable people who are waiting on the phone lines also to talk. That is incredible. We are not retired. This is our livelihood. And this initiative is an assault on the livelihood of people who have given their blood, sweat, tears, marriages, lifestyles, families, relationships with their children to comply with California and Humboldt County's not one, but 2 commercial cannabis land use ordinances. I have sat in these chambers for hundreds of hours, 2015, 2017. It's like the proponents showed up to the party late and now they're hijacking our plane. I don't know how waiting 20 months to pass a voter initiative is going to get the neighbors' needs met. There are other pathways. I had a number of conversations on the phone with the proponents in October, November, December, even January before this, and I strongly advocated, I said, do not go down the route of an initiative. There are other pathways. You could create a community planning area. There are ways to get things agendized with the supervisors to where we can make amendments. Because frankly, our ordinance in the status quo does not work for any of us. There are things that can be changed that can better benefit the environment. There are things that can be changed to better benefit our business sector. We need to have those conversations, but we are now kind of held hostage because, as Mr. Wilson said, if we go down this pathway and do all of this work, and then in March, this initiative is still there, everything can be undone. I don't know whether the proponents can voluntarily withdraw this initiative. That would be an interesting question. We are now stuck in a yes or no place, black or white. And that is really not a good place to develop policy from. Yes or no, set in stone in the most dynamic, variable industry that has ever been created in California. We are the pioneers. The people behind me are the pioneers, and we are about to put the death nail in their coffin when we have the capacity to make it through beyond federal legalization and really thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. Welcome.
Hi. Joshua Sweetigan, Southern Humboldt businessman. And I say businessman because I'm involved in a lot of different businesses, not just cannabis. And I don't know why I'm going to say this publicly, but I just hired a bankruptcy attorney, and it's bad. It's bad out there for everyone. And I think it's this bad because of, I've listened to everyone, and it's bias and ignorance. I'm sorry, the people that did this don't understand what we're going through. They don't understand the laws. They don't understand the industry. I thought that we were going to build the Napa Valley of cannabis. I really did. I drank that Kool-Aid. I put everything I had into it. And I've done a lot of things. And the ignorant part of this is I had people write letters against my project, and one of the people said, oh, it's the smell that bothers me. It's 2 miles away from them. So people are just misinformed about these things. And I think that the unintended consequences are going to be, well, I'm in Southern Humboldt, so Southern Humboldt is just tanking. And I think the unintended consequences that these people don't understand, and I hope that the positive thing that maybe will happen after today is they'll understand that it's wrong and fight to change it, whether they can pull it, like she said, or fight against it and educate the community that this is not going to help us. Because we're already suffering, we're going down, we need to work together to solve this. I don't think we'll get the Napa Valley of cannabis anymore, but maybe we can have some semblance of a small, decent, sustainable community that works toward these things. And we are, in this community, I think we're all too familiar with the Charles Hurwitzes of the world And unfortunately, if we don't foster the independent business, those people are coming. And they won't care about what happens. They will step all over this community like Charles did. And I think that if this group of people understand that that is something that's possible, they would want to work with us instead of against us. So I implore all of you to do what you can to maybe educate this group that the unintended consequences are going to be worse than what is existing today. And I think it's just a shame, and I'm sorry for you people.
Thank you, Joshua. Welcome. And before you start, if there's anyone else in here who wants to talk that's in the room, I'd say stand by the side so we know that you're still there. Oh, hello, welcome.
Thank you, Supervisors. Kelly Flores with Margaret Advisors. Now, I'd like to take a moment to provide some perspective of the cannabis industry as it compares to other agriculture in Humboldt County. Now, apologies, this is going to sound a little bit like a math class for a minute, but bear with me. Humboldt County is 4,052 square miles, 12% of which is waterways, leaving 3,568 square miles of land. Now, according to the 2017 U.S. Department of Agriculture census, 27% of that land, 970 square miles, was used for standard agriculture by 849 farms. A square mile is 640 acres. The average farm size was 731 acres, or 1.14 square miles. Now, if I take the Planning Department cannabis monthly interim and approved permit data, and I add up the total cultivation canopy size, that comes to 453 acres. All the legal cannabis cultivation in Humboldt County is smaller than a single average size agricultural farm. And the largest cannabis farm is nowhere near 731 acres. Its largest maybe 8 acres. So that is to say that large-scale industrial agriculture for cannabis does not exist in Humboldt County. But it does exist. In Santa Barbara, Glass House has a 160-acre farm, which is the equivalent of 35% of all the cannabis farms in Humboldt County, one farm in Santa Barbara. And while agriculture is 27% of the land use, cannabis farms are 0.028%. Now, while that small amount of land has been used to bring in millions of dollars to this county, those days are fading fast. Glass House brags that it can produce product for $180 per pound. And as these farmers know, that will never be the case for legal 10,000 square foot farms here in Humboldt. Humboldt cannot compete on price, only with genetics. And the more regulation and roadblocks that are put in place, the more you push away the potential for craft cannabis and cannatourism to contribute to this local economy. Now, there are so many issues with this initiative. And as was mentioned, a single example is not allowing multiple permits. Unique genetics have the best potential to keep this industry going. But under this initiative, a farmer cannot add research and development permit and cannot add a nursery permit to their cultivation. Now, there are issues with the cultivation cannabis regulations. We totally agree with the proponents on that. But this initiative is a machete where a surgical knife is needed. Take time to request that report, research the potential implications, the costs, the unintended consequences, and draft your own initiative and help us all find a better way forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Welcome.
Good evening. Craig Johnson, Alpenglow Farms, Southern Humboldt. My wife and I, who spoke already, own and operate a farm that's under 10,000 square feet. And it's rain catchment, and it employs multiple regenerative practices, which mean we're operating with closed loops, growing mycelium and straw bales, et cetera, making our own compost. And our farm is located on approximately 55 acres containing within 2 parcels of land, and each of those parcels has 2 permits on it.
Hold on just a second, Craig. I think
Yep.
the timer wasn't reset. Was it? Okay, I'm sorry. No, I don't reset. She sets it. Okay, yeah, I was going this one. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, so to back it up a moment, we we have multiple permits at the moment just because of the way the state is structured with light up and full season outdoor. We don't use any light bulbs for flowering period. We are a sun-grown farm. This morning, I took down the last of our 8 plants, thinking that our work was done for the year and we could move on. We've spent a lot of time in these chambers, in Director Ford's office, having small conversations about his Harley. We've gotten to know each other so well. And here we are. We have a new job, as Melanie said. Now we need to go door to door and sell the truth, because the truth was not told. I don't know what type of litigation would go to, because I feel this was falsely represented. Our farm, Alpenglow, Huckleberry Hill, Ridgeline Farms, we're all under 10,000 square feet. We are probably the most nationally known small mom and pop farms I know in the region, in the state, and probably nationally. And when people are walking out of a grocery store, they're thinking, I'm signing, and they're picturing us, most likely, to help us. This did not help us. And I feel it was completely falsely represented. And the first thing I'm going to be doing is looking at the legal action on the signatures and the false representation of this initiative. This was brought on from a wobbly diesel truck going into the forest. Let's go back 10 years. How many wobbly diesel trucks went into the forest? We're talking about one we talked about today. I know diesel trucks got stuck on muddy roads. All that went away. We really did good. The sheriff before Billy Hansel said this is going to take time. And this extinction event has taken out many over the past year. There's a few of us still swimming upstream, and we're going to continue to swim like our life depends on it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Craig. Okay, so we have at least 13 that are on to make comment. Is there interest in taking a 5-minute break to use any facilities? You left already, okay. And then I would also say, can you remind us before we go what the motion is that's on the table so people can kind of adjust what they're saying depending on what we do have?
Madam Chair, I have to place the initiative on the ballot for the presidential primary election on March 5th, 2024, and to direct staff to bring back an impact analysis report with recommendations within 4 months.
I think, what were you saying? I thought that sounded right, but what? Yeah, 2024. Okay, so for those who are commenting from home, there is a motion that seeks to put this on the ballot in 2024 and not accept it as it is today. So just so you know where to go with your conversations, and you can say something as simple as, I support the motion, or I don't. You know, there is 3 minutes, and I know it's a hot topic, but at the same time, I know that our brain power is starting to wane up here a little bit. So our first speaker is going to be 4640, followed by 5727. Press *6 to unmute. Okay, if you have your hand up, be sure to turn the volume off on your video feed, because you may be suffering from time delay. So we'll come back if they're still. Welcome.
I'm here. Hello.
Welcome.
Hi, my name's Matt. My name's Matt Kurse, and I own a company called Humboldt Cannabis Tours. I've met with many of you talking about cannabis tourism. I've been working on cannabis tourism since 2015. I've put tens of thousands of dollars of money into it. I put about 10 years of work into developing cannabis tourism. And this initiative would completely threaten like the whole future of cannabis tourism in Humboldt County. And it would probably tank my whole business and any other hope of cannabis tourism for anybody else, just because it doesn't allow for expansion, which, as I read the initiative, does include tourism. That would be an interesting thing for the county staff to report on, is like the actual impact. Like, what is the county's opinion, the county staff's opinion on whether tourism will be affected, whether microbusiness will be affected? That will be an important thing to include in the report, which I think you should ask for. I also think you should put it on the 2024 ballot. And I would also encourage the board in the future to pass a resolution opposing this initiative. That would be good as well. And I would also encourage the board to continue working on our current regulations regardless of the initiative. I think it would be a big mistake to put like improving things now on hold while we wait for the initiative to resolve in almost 2 years. I think it's important that we move forward with adjusting the cannabis regulations to make them work better for everybody, regardless of this initiative. Anyways, again, I think the initiative is bad. It would tank cannabis. It would tank cannabis tourism, and that is the end of like Humboldt County becoming like France, which is a lot of our vision. And I think that is possible still. Just put some numbers on it. I did about 180 tours this year for over 500 people. I generated like, I don't know, I think if you use the multiplier from the Humboldt Lodging or the Humboldt Visitors and Business Bureau, my business contributed like hundreds of thousands of dollars to the economy. And I think cannabis tourism is important, and we can't leave that behind. Thank you so much. That's it for me. That's all my time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we'll go to 5727 followed by 4509. 5727, just press star 6 to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Great, thank you so much. Thanks for having me here. I'm Drew Barber, owner-operator of East Mill Creek Farms, a full-season, 100% rain catchment outdoor farm of less than 10,000 square feet. I am a small farmer and not supportive of this initiative. Many of my colleagues have expressed the problems with implementing this initiative, as have the county staff. I respect and do feel the challenges that the petitioners are experiencing and have been experiencing in their neighborhoods. And in many ways, I'm in line with some of the language that I hear them using to market their initiative. The initiative does make an end run around the cannabis permitting process that so many of us have been spending years of our lives building and improving. The proponents of this initiative make this end run with no substantive consultation from the stakeholders who would be impacted by the change in rules. This lack of public process and stakeholder input is evident in the ways that the initiative fails to reflect the nuance of cannabis permitting and regulation to make it functional and compatible with our communities. The initiative will serve to muddy the already overly complex and expensive process of permitting and eliminate the small operator in Humboldt County cannabis. The signers of this petition have been convinced to sign this petition, what I believe is based on false and jumbled claims of what it will deliver. The initiative claims that this small group of individuals, a lawyer and several upset community members, will do a better job of regulating cannabis than the tens of thousands of hours and more than 5 years of work put in through public process, much of which took place right here in this room. So yeah, thank you to the board for not approving this today, and I hope that this initiative won't be approved in the long run. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Drew. We'll go on to 4509 followed by 0746. 4509. Press star 6.
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Yeah, hi. This is Sequoia Hudson. I appreciate the time today that all of you have taken in allowing us to speak on this matter. I am a small farmer in eastern Humboldt County. I also run a micro business in Arcata, California to help support small farms in the area, the Humboldt Sun Growers Guild. And, you know, most of what I wanted to speak on, there's been lots of people have spoken on already, so I would just support all of the opposition statements that have been said here today with a couple extra items I want to point out. One of them is just the fact that so many of us have been having to pivot and adjust and change things in our operations in order to survive. And by limiting and restricting and putting up barriers the way this initiative does is that it really doesn't enable us to continue doing that. There are things that we haven't been able to do that we would like to do that would be considered expansion. There are, a lot of us went after these environmental grants recently through the county by way of, that allow us to potentially expand our water storage and improve our renewable energy resources. And programs like that would probably be very complicated and difficult to pursue or even enact or make available if something like this initiative was in place. And I feel like the more that a program is rigid, as in this initiative, the less we're able to fluctuate and change our business models and be able to adapt and survive. And so the process that this initiative has gone through has really been frustrating, where we haven't had the opportunity to give input. And I'm just really super proud and appreciative of the community that has stepped up today to offer the information and the knowledge and the expertise that they have about this initiative. And it would have been really nice to have been able to offer that and had some discussions prior to the initiative already being set in stone, where there is now not an opportunity to change anything or adjust anything or be able to recognize that maybe there are some errors or some things in it that should have been either worded differently, not included, or maybe even included. And so it's really unfortunate that this is the process that's happened and how we've come to this place in time today. What I would really like to do is really encourage your board to, it's unfortunate that you are restricted to so few options, and it seems like the only option is to go ahead and have it placed on the ballot, but with the caveat of getting a staff report and doing an assessment on the impacts. I really feel like that is the path forward in understanding how does this initiative actually impact people? What are all these assumptions that we're making, all these fears that we feel, are they valid, and why are they valid or not valid? And offer that up as information and actual facts so that we can be able to circulate in the community the truth about what it does and the impacts that it makes. And that's about all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sequoia. So next we have 0746 followed by 7974. If you're 0746, press *6 to unmute.
Hello. I'm Indy Riggs. I have a small 3,000 square foot cannabis farm. And I'd like to start by just saying this would be the nail in the coffin for me, like so many others. And I am by no means a large-scale commercial operation, as the title of this is stating and misrepresents. I'd like to reiterate that as small farms, we were not consulted on the writing of this initiative or any of its language. It's almost like they threw a party for us, but never invited us. We have been represented at numerous local events and places of business in order to garner signatures, and voters have been misled into providing these signatures for this erroneous initiative. An initiative which does not support small farms, let me reiterate that again, but adds layer upon layer of prohibitions on anything and everything that can support us. In addition to that, it will prohibit our elected officials, you, the board, from making any changes or amendments to this initiative if it is passed. So I do request that as the board, as our representatives, you do publicly oppose this initiative. Yeah, that's about all I got. Thank you guys for your time, and you guys have a good night.
All right, thank you. Excuse me, 7974 followed by 0297.
Hello, everyone. My name is Stephen Liu. I wanted to reach out and make some comment tonight because I feel like my project was one of the catalysts for this initiative, and that was not my intent. But I want to also admit, despite what some of the initiators of this initiative have said about fearing change and needing police protection or lack thereof up there, I would like to voice the same concerns. If you go ahead and search my project or my name and look at the public discourse that was put onto it, I've been accused of being the Chinese mafia. I've been accused of turning Neeland into Trinity Pines. I've been told that I should go and move to Trinity Pines. And I don't want to engage that rhetoric, but I want also to point out that the system worked for these folks. I originally had put in for an application for a 1 acre project, which when I saw the opposition, despite the fact that there was, one 40 acre property across from me, a 1 acre project approved the year prior with no opposition, that I worked with the planning department to reduce the scale of my project to 10,000 square feet. And I'm open for further adjustment. I've been a consultant in the cannabis industry for several years now, and I owe it to the community. And if what it takes to compete with the initiative is to reduce the scale of my project further, I'm willing to entertain that. At my own cost, I've modified my permit to get rid of the water tanks and proposed rainwater catchment pond. My interest in this property was never to industrialize cannabis. It was always to research sustainable cannabis. And if you look into my application materials, that's what it is. My intent is not to blow up Neeland. My intent is to build a homestead, raise a family, and have kids out there, and pursue my passion, which is sustainable agriculture and sustainable cultivation, with or without cannabis. I've been looking to partner with researchers as well as the original stewards of the land, the tribes, and to propose restoration projects, research a native wildflower that's prevalent on my property, to propagate and to pursue sustainable native plant agriculture. These are the values I have, despite what's been presented in the media, despite what's been presented. And I feel like a lot of the folks tonight here that have been speaking about their farms, their practices, and their values, which lie within the community and lie within a sustainable business here in the county, echo that. I just want to put that out there. And, and I apologize, I'm full of a little bit of emotion right now because of how this case has been presented and how this has impacted not only myself.
All right, thank you.
Personally.
Thank you very much. Before I go to the next speaker, we still have 15 signed up, and I know our brain power is like waning here. Seriously, we want to hear people's stories, but if there's a way you can be more to the point of this, they support the motion or don't, it could be helpful because at this rate, we're still going to be in public comment for about an hour. We'll see how this goes, but I'm just asking people if they have the ability to be a little more concise, that could be helpful to get through everybody. So, Nikki's the next one, 0297?
That's correct, Madam Chair.
Okay, 0297, press star 6. I'm gonna make you say it next time. All right, 0297. Like I said, if you are listening, please turn the volume off on your video feed. Anything yet? All right, we're going to skip and come back. We'll go to 0444. Press star 6 to unmute.
Hello, my name is Eric Walls. I'm the owner of Humboldt County Farms, and I am an opponent of this initiative. I would like to say I support the comments made by Natalie DeLapp and Ross Gordon from HCGA. And I would just like to say that on several occasions, I witnessed this group canvassing for signatures at various county events. When you look at their bullet points, it sounds very catchy. Mega grows, protect water, reduce trash, all things that I agree with and believe in. But as I stood there and listened to what they were actually saying, I found it was all misinformation and claims made solely to collect signatures. It became very clear to me that this is a direct attack on cannabis and the way of life of many in my community, all wrapped in pretty taglines. To say the least, I was mortified. I then engaged them in just conversation, and when I asked them simple questions like how much water farms down in Alton and Ferndale were using per square foot on average compared to cannabis farms, I was met with some smiles. The conversation was quickly driven back to how their water table was shrinking, and that must solely be directly related to cannabis. That's kind of how every question I had with them went, and it was just disheartening to see them using us as like their gouging point and diving off point and saying it's better for us. That's all I really have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So 9493, press star 6 to unmute. Is that who you've got? Or
Oh, yeah, they're dropping off and come back on, so they're just out of my order. But they are still on down here.
okay, so yeah, so we'll go. Can we go to 9493 since we've got?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. I'll go look at yours again.
Call them.
9493. Press star 6 to unmute. Okay. 9493. Are you still there? Nope. All right.
Well, they're still there. They're just not unmuting.
Okay, well, we'll come back. I'll go up to the top of it. We're going to start at the list again since I think 5798, is that the closest on yours? Okay, 5798, followed by 5375. No, wait.
Hi, good evening, supervisors and community. This is Hannah White, owner-operator of Emerald Queen Farms. I am in opposition to this initiative, and I support the county seeking staff report and analysis. I know everyone's tired. I think it's really important that the public has the opportunity to understand the extreme cost burden that this will put on general taxpayers and the fiscal burden that this, just county staff time, more community time. This is a waste of our time. I appreciate the time to speak, and we'll let you guys move on to the next caller. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Hannah. So 5375, press star 6 to unmute. Are they unmuted? Okay, we're not hearing you, but it looks like you're unmuted.
Hello, my name is Lindsay Jones, co-owner and operator of Aloha Humboldt. I strongly oppose this initiative. My husband and I have been working through Humboldt County permitting since 2016. I have dreams and aspirations to complete our conditional use permit, develop cannabis appellations with my neighbors, and further the ethos of sustainability and craft cannabis cultivated in the Emerald Triangle. All of these dreams would be shattered if this initiative passed. This initiative is misleading and misguided to the point of being deceitful. It's terrible to think that after all of the cannabis entrepreneurs, board of supervisors, planning department, county staff, all of us taking years of our lives to come forward, and cultivators having the threats and uncertainties regarding federal litigation, still show up, do our due diligence, do the work, go legal, and create a mostly functional Humboldt cannabis industry. It is an atrocity to think that all of these efforts would be for nothing if this initiative was adopted. We've seen time and time again how amendments and alterations are a necessity in this process. Simply not being able to amend this initiative means that it is inherently broken, it is dysfunctional, and would completely inhibit our industry's progress. Additionally, when federal legalization occurs, it would not be possible for Humboldt to pivot and operate under new regulations without a new ballot initiative. I have sustainability goals to add water storage, solar installation, on-site processing, et cetera, among others. Those dreams would never be possible if this initiative passed. And I'm honestly terrified that the public unknowingly would vote this into law. Like I stated, the initiative wording is deceitful. I began this process in 2016 as a 1.0 applicant. Seeing Category 4 road requirements shows me that the proponents have no understanding of the magnitude it has taken us all to get to this point, and they simply do not see cannabis operators as stakeholders. I know that the Board of Supervisors understands how arduous and all-encompassing to our lives this process has been. Look at today, and how much time and effort was put into 1.0 and then 2.0. Please complete the staff report, and I wish I could support a motion that would support me, but that is not currently an option. So instead, I would like to see your board release an official stance of opposition to this initiative to the public by press release as soon as possible. The cannabis industry has shown you over and over again that we're here to work with you, but this initiative would end it all. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Before I go to the next caller, I did get a message from someone saying that we're not showing up on Access Channel 10. Channel 10. Are we still on?
I wouldn't be able to figure that out from here. I'll ask George.
Okay, we'll check on that. Just this person who apparently is missing us. All right, so the next one is 6967. All right, press star 6 to unmute. Okay, we're going to go on to 3053, and we'll come back to the other one. 3053, Thomas, are you there?
Good afternoon, Thomas Mulder. I just want to clarify, you can hear me?
Yes, Thomas.
Actually, good evening. I was just looking. I apologize. I was in chambers earlier. I would love to be sitting at the podium and actually look at the proponents in the face so they can see the type of person that with this initiative they judge. They talk so negatively about people they've yet to even ask to have coffee with or meet or talk or learn more about them. This is one of the worst initiatives in history. I feel the signatures were collected under false pretenses and wish all signatures would have to be verified. I support having a report coming back. I think that's a great idea. I also encourage the county, if it's legal, to figure out if there is legal recourses, if it's ever found through legal actions that these signatures were collected under false pretenses. As many speakers before me have commented, this isn't about the money. This is about our passion and the fact that we chose to invest our life savings to protect and preserve this heritage so we can pass this legacy on to the next generation. It's not about us before you. It's not about us commenting. It's not about those in the chambers. It's about the next generation. What can we preserve and protect? And this initiative does everything to tear that apart. It is so flawed, and I have so much emotion that I will refrain from those. But I really wish they would do the research. I hope they go home tonight and they really think, wow, is this really what I was after? Just because I didn't want a 1 acre grow in my backyard. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Thomas. 6478, hopefully followed by 5390. 6478, press star 6 to unmute.
Oh, can everyone hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. This is Derek Calvano, employee and advocate for Northern Emeralds. Just to kind of keep this short and concise in the sake of everyone's time. Thank you, by the way. Just wanted to state that we are in opposition to this initiative. Northern Emeralds has been operating for going on 7 years now. In that time, we've employed nearly 400 people, given millions back to this community. Sorry, I'm a little out of breath walking my dogs right now. We've participated in highway cleanup programs. We offer full paid insurance benefits to our employees, paid time off, and have really truly done our best to serve this community in the most positive and optimistic way that we can, regardless that we've been faced with numerous trials and tribulations thrown at us by various regulators throughout local and state. We appreciate everyone's time and commitment to making sure that this is the best possible initiative for this community as a whole. And we just ask that everyone take the time to consider the livelihoods that will be affected by this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And apparently we are now on channel 8. We're channel surfing. It's not the people. It's us. All right, so 5390. Oh, my goodness, you're right. We got booted off by the city. All right, 5390.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can.
Yes, welcome.
Can you hear me? Okay, good. Hi, Dave Dickinson, Be Rich Farm. I had a longer thing prepared, but in the interests of your time and sanity, I'll make it short. I am unalterably opposed to the Humboldt Cannabis Reform Initiative, reform being a generous description. And I think we can add this to the long panoply of crappy ballot initiatives with nice names and flowery taglines. And I think we can also see this as an example of how legislating through the ballot box is almost always a bad idea. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you. And I take it back. Apparently the city of Eureka, they shouldn't be meeting tonight. They're first and third, I think. Well, anyway, we are on channel 8. Doesn't matter who's on 10. All right, 2529. Need more coffee. 2529, press star 6 to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Yes. I'm one of the 7,000 plus, and you have been the cannabis growers who have presented their thoughts today have been lied to. Yes, they have been lied to, but by Ross Gordon and Madeleine DeLapp. From day one, they have chosen to misinterpret the initiative. 10,000 square feet is plants in the ground. Thank you.
All right, thank you. 7108. Press *6 to unmute.
Hi, this is Bonnie Blackberry, and I've been listening to everybody, and I know there's a lot of concerns with the farmers, and I would say the people that have spoken today are people that are doing the right thing, but there's a number of farmers out there that aren't, and I feel like this initiative, it's got the signatures to get on the ballot, so that's going to happen. It sounded like unless county can come up with some changes in their ordinances to address these issues that were brought up, rather than just, well, we're against it, but is there any recognition that there needs to be some amendments to the ordinance to deal with some of these issues? And there's a large percent of the citizenry that feel like they've been overlooked. The impact on their communities or their neighborhoods is pretty insignificant. So I think stressing and recognizing that there's all the people that live around these areas where these permitted farms are, they're being impacted as well. And anyway, so I would hope the county would put some energy into trying to make things better and recognizing the concerns of neighborhoods.
Okay, thank you, Bonnie. 0297, is that next? They dropped off?
Now they're at the end.
Okay. We'll get there eventually. 0116. I believe that's you, Ash. This is on this specific item.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Yes, Ash Teeter here. Myself, not a cannabis farmer, but I happen to know quite a few and want to weigh in on this subject because how it impacts them, but not only them, but the rest of the community. I don't think people quite realize the indirect repercussions of such things on all our people were saying before, the tourism, our housing prices. You want your housing prices to go down because if the cannabis industry kicks the bucket, then that affects everybody's housing price. Property values will just fall. It's not just this issue. It's kind of it seems almost like a coordinated effort to drive the little guys out. And you combine this with all the incremental taxes from farm to sale, it's kind of devastating what's happening. Really like people to consider that, just the broader implications of what it's doing to the community, because it's going to be bad for everyone if this and issues like this keep passing. It's just not good for the industry at all. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ash. We have 3556. Press *6 to unmute. Just a reminder, there is 3 minutes, but if you can say what you're thinking in less, it's greatly appreciated at this moment. That's my mind.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi, my name's Sean Stam, and I'm a second-generation cannabis farmer. I was born and raised out in Honeydew and have been a part of this movement from the beginning, and really tried to urge all my friends to come forward and legitimize their businesses and get with the program under phase 1. And I'm just blown away by this initiative right now. And I'm definitely hugely opposed to it. It will be the nail in my coffin, and I will not be in business anymore if this happens. We're just barely surviving right now on the margins as is, and I've had to cut employees and do the majority of my work with very few people involved. I've invested hundreds of thousands of dollars into my infrastructure to be a contributing member to the taxes, to get our roads better, to get our schools better, to help our community. And this initiative will literally shut down this whole industry. It will be over. And I just don't know if these people understand what they're doing by even putting this forward. I have 3 kids and support my family. My retired mother is my business partner and was a teacher for 20 years out here. We're literally doing everything we can just to keep our business alive right now, and to have another hurdle to jump over in the midst of one of the most restrictive counties that there is already. This is completely insane from my perspective. And just to say something, if you think this is hurting big farms, big farms are the only ones who are going to have deep enough pockets to spend $100,000 a mile to fix their road and turn it into a Cat 4 road. The county roads aren't even Cat 4 roads hardly out here, which we are where the center of this industry started out in southern Humboldt. So I hope you guys hear everybody that's coming forward and shut this thing down. I hope you pull it back and redraft and talk to your neighbors and stop trying to power trip on everybody and ruin a whole industry. It's one of the only industries left in our county. Fishing, logging, they've already both been decimated by overregulation and taxation, and this is just it. So I hope it doesn't happen. Please pull it back. Get it off the table. That's it.
All right, thank you. The next one is 6585. Press *6 to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Roger Weger, and that I've helped to get multiple licenses and gone through the process through the county there for distribution, manufacturing, as well as processing, and also helped out the farmers regarding getting licensure and so on with them. And and by the way, I'm against the initiative entirely. The reason why is the fact that the initial application process and all the elements that had to be achieved in order to basically be legal at this moment were extraordinary. And furthermore, the number of licensees that are probably still in force today that have already dropped out relative to the economy or their finances and what have you has already impacted that entire county to a grand degree. So this initiative, although is misdirected, and then in turn, it's also been put forward to whereby it can't be changed and things along those lines. And so it was, a very large thorn that they put out on a very difficult industry. Just to survive in this environment is going to take everything that these farmers have just to manage that. So your county is going to be losing so much of what they've attempted to gain as well as build, and the economy will suffer as a result. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. 7834.
We have a caller ahead of them, but they're
What?
just coming out of order. They're just
Okay, well, I'm
coming
just
out of
going to
order.
whatever's at
It's
the top
fine.
now.
I'll find them. It just might take me a second.
Okay. On the
Yes.
top of mine, I have 7834.
They
Is that-
keep calling, raising their hands, dropping off, calling again. I'm trying to put them in the order.
Okay.
But yeah, so we'll just go by your list, and I'll make
Thanks.
sure that I find them.
7834. Press star 6. I'm the only one that's not going to take a break.
They're still muted. Nope, they just unmuted.
Okay, welcome.
Hi, my name is Joy Hippen, and I am a Neeland resident and a cannabis farm owner. And I'm just going to start by saying that I am in support of the opposition to this initiative. And this issue is a territorial dispute, and it's really sad that it's being framed in this way, because whether you have been here 30 years or 3, or you're from a different country, or you look different than the dominant population, we all deserve to live here and thrive here. And, you know, since moving here, it's been really difficult for me financially and psychologically because of the othering that's been happening. And my farm is not in Newland, but it's close. And this reform initiative will likely put our dreams and my husband's retirement and our savings 6 feet under. We didn't start with a lot, but we've worked tirelessly to get our no-till, minimally irrigated farm up and going. And as much as I really wanted to make a sustainable and regenerative change, I don't think I can fight this bias anymore. Like we're failing, you know, and there's nothing we can really do about it. And we keep trying, and we've done everything possible to stay compliant. And this is just so disheartening that this is still happening, that we still have to, you know, worry about bringing our kid to school and having a community meeting essentially against us. So I guess I'm not going to go any longer, but I just want to say thank you for your time. And I really want our community to be also inclusive of the cannabis community, and, you know, think about us as citizens who actually live here too. And, you know, having this kind of venom coming against us after 5 years of struggling through legalization is really, really hard. So thank you.
All right, thank you. 7207, Nikki, is that what you've got? 7207. Press star 6 to unmute. Are you there?
Hello. My name's...
Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. I would like to give my public comment on the cannabis initiative. I wanted to start off, got brought up to this just today. I just got back into town and didn't realize this meeting was even happening. But I read over your guys' staff report, and I just don't see how you can make a budget on a budget that's incomplete, considering we know Humboldt County hasn't filed their taxes. And I find that, you know, increasing a budget seems a little bit ridiculous, considering I have emails that I have written the county.
Excuse me, caller, excuse me. What agenda item are you on?
The one that you guys were discussing, the initiative.
Okay.
It talks about the budget that you would have to $35,000 to $40,000, and it says budget is incomplete, and it's pulling from, I believe, the 21 and 22 or 23 fiscal year. And I want, you know, you guys are already understaffed. Most of us are trellis grant applicants getting money already from Humboldt County to make these changes, to become compliant. And, you know, as someone that has received the trellis grant, 2 of them, you know, I have to pay taxes on that grant, which isn't cheap. You know, so basically you're looking at all of our money being gone. And so, you know, just to reiterate everything everybody's been saying again to you guys. But I just wanted to point out what I saw written by the staff on why you guys should approve this initiative, which I found to be ridiculous. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Nikki is 1467. The next one you have, okay, 1467. was that number again?
1467.
1467. Press star 6 to unmute.
There.
Hi, this is Dylan Mattoll. I'm calling you from Honeydew. I'm sitting in my living room with a bunch of neighbors who are also cannabis farmers. I'm also sitting here with a couple of my friends who are former employees who are no longer employed because of the state of the current cannabis market. I'm an active community member. I am absolute to this initiative. It is not what we need. In the presentation we heard earlier, we heard about reference to the Washington Post article. I can tell you that I'm one of the farmers that was featured in that article, and what they are talking about as far as oversupply has nothing to do with Humboldt County. This ordinance will not do anything to really address some of the issues that are being complained about. My farm is permitted and licensed to grow an acre. I grow substantially less than that. I grow about 30,000 square feet of outdoor. I've invested everything that I have into this land and into this business. This ordinance, I would also say I am fully compliant. Everyththing is in order. There is no problem with my farm. I've never had any complaints from any neighbors. This ordinance, as John Ford said earlier, would make me now legally non-compliant. Legally non-compliant, what does that even mean? I've invested 5 years of time into this process. I am fully compliant as far as the state of California and Humboldt County says. That is absolutely ridiculous. This ordinance came about because of a project in Neyland. That specific project, as we heard earlier from a speaker, this particular project that there was opposition to was a outdoor project with full rain catchment that would have just grown beautiful outdoor sun-grown cannabis. They were because of the opposition, they were brought down to 10,000 square feet. That's where we ended up. They have built nothing there. They have done nothing. Nothing has even happened. The process actually did work for these neighbors where they were able to object to that project and substantially reduce the square footage of it, yet they're still looking for more. This is an anti-cannabis project. I'm sorry, I had a lot of things to say. I had written them all down, but this is just, hearing everything that I'm hearing, it becomes very emotional.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Dylan. Sorry about that. 3 minutes does go by quick. 0297. (0297). Press star 6 to unmute.
Still muted.
They're still muted. Press star 6 to unmute. And yeah, we can move to the next. We can keep them on. They're muted now? Yes, welcome.
Hi, my name is Dave Munich. I'm the owner and farmer of Humboldt Renegade Farms in southern Humboldt. We are under 10,000 square feet and strictly water catch. We 100% oppose the initiative. We are greatly affected by the overregulation already. And with everything we've put into our business, our life, this is our passion, our livelihood. We can't take any more. We're hanging on by a thread, and this would really be the nail in the coffin for us. Not one small farmer, or farmer for that matter, that I've spoke with supports this initiative. And with federal legalization on the horizon and the SHIP Act being put in place, all these small farmers, all these real craft farmers have a fighting chance for Humboldt to stay the Napa Valley of cannabis that we truly are and the world knows us for. And I believe that we still have that chance with the right marketing and the right we can make happen. I would ask that the supervisors request an impact analysis report so the public can truly see the detrimental effects that this initiative will have on real small family farms. Thanks so much.
All right, thank you. 6447. Looked like a 0. 6447. All right, 6447. Press *6 to unmute. If you're listening to this at home, turn the volume off your video because I think that's the time delay issue here. Okay, are they unmuted now? Okay, welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hello.
Go ahead.
You can hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, hi, this is Johnny Casale with Huckleberry Hill Farms. Thank you for listening to me today. I just want you to know that I'm totally against this initiative. I'm a 5,000 square foot farm. I'm a second generation cannabis farmer. I have a transportation license. I have a nursery license. I have one of the few tourism licenses in Humboldt County. I have 450,000 gallons of rainwater catchment. I'm Sun and Earth certified. I'm Fish Friendly certified. I'm Compliant Farm certified. I'm Cannabis for Conservancy certified. And I'm part of the state cannabis trail. And I've been living on the same piece of property for 50 years. And what this initiative would do would eliminate me from this program. And I've tried to represent not only myself, but this whole county in a very positive light. And I don't care about the Washington Post because I've been on the Rolling Stones. I've been on Forbes magazine. I've been in every publication, and I haven't been talking about myself. I've been talking about this wonderful county and this wonderful permitting process that we've been in, and what I believe will be the Napa weed. And fortunately, because of a couple people, I might be eliminated from this process. And you know, from the time the state of California put me on a billboard on 101 and said, "This is California cannabis," I really wanted to believe that, and I wanted to believe in the process, and I wanted to come out of the darkness into the light. For this plant, I'm owed that. We, as a county, are owed what we've been through. So, unfortunately, I would love for you two people that started this initiative to come to my farm and to talk to me personally. If you've driven to Sanctuary Forest, you've driven right by here, and you're still invited. I would love to talk to you personally. So please do whatever you can to shoot down this initiative. Appreciate you taking the time. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. As a reminder, the motion on the floor is to put it on the ballot in 2024. I mean, generally speaking, that is the motion. 3031. Press *6 to unmute.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome.
Yes, this is Graham, and I oppose this amendment to the planning and general plan, local coastal plan, and county code amendments initiative. If there's going to be any kind of change made to cannabis growing in Humboldt County, I would rather see something done with the so-called illegal or gray market growing operations, where instead of sending the sheriff in to arrest people and rip up their crops, I'd rather see you send a tax collector and a environmental person out there to tax them and also make sure that they are not doing any harmful things to the environment. I think that would go a long way to helping the situation with the marijuana growing here in Humboldt County. We really need to promote the growing of marijuana here and make it much like Napa County is to wine. We need to have Humboldt County to marijuana so that we have an actual thriving tourist economy coming in to look at the growing plants, enjoying, a tasting room, things of that nature, just like they do in Napa County with wine. Thank you for your time and listening to my comments.
All right, thank you for calling in. We have 5223. Press *6 to unmute. Unmuted now? Okay, welcome. It says you're unmuted. We can't hear you, though.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now.
Good evening, and thank you for your time. My name is Jessica Mulder, and I'm a resident of Southern Humboldt. I work in 8 to 5 in the community of Garberville, and I'm in town every day. I see the impact firsthand of the collapse of the cannabis industry, and this is referring to retail stores, grocery stores, restaurants, local feed stores. I believe it would be in our county as a whole's best interest to revisit this initiative and look at the overall prosperity of our county. Our economy is reliant on the income from the cannabis industry, which is already struggling. If this were to pass, it would be the end all to most non-corporate businesses that are operating in our community today. Thank you.
All right, thank you. 0330, press *6 to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi, my name is Allie Shore. I have lived in Neyland for over 20 years. My kids were born there. They went to school with Betsy's kids. I've been nothing but a respectful and responsible neighbor. I oppose this initiative. I own a small 10,000 square foot farm in Neyland. I know your choices are limited, so I would ask that you review it and then put it to a vote. One thing that I wanted to mention that I haven't heard anyone else say, when I listened to Betsy talk earlier, I heard her talk about consulting over 200 people. But as far as I know, none of our local cannabis farmers in Neyland were consulted with. None of the ones that I know in the 20 plus years that I've lived in Neyland has conversations with Betsy before they introduced this initiative. So I feel like a lot of what they've said has been manipulative and untrue and twisted, and I think the board sees that, and I just want to voice my opposition to this bill. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We have 4422. Press *6 to unmute. Are they unmuted? 4422, press *6 to unmute. Okay, it looks like you're unmuted now.
Hi. Okay, my name is Pamela Lane. I know it's getting late. I just will say I am strongly opposed. I'm from Honeydew. My son spoke earlier. He spoke well for all of us out there. And we didn't have any neighbors that opposed. I was a teacher in that area for 38 years. I've been in the school system, and this is so wrong. It doesn't. I've raised my family here. It's legal. We put our life savings, my life savings, into becoming compliant, and now we can barely. Everybody in this business that's still alive, that's still having a business right now, it's just barely scraping by. And to put these barriers up for the small businesses is only going to allow for the big corporations to come in. And it's just so wrong. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. 8497. Press *6 to unmute. Are they unmuted? Welcome.
Hello. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Board. I really appreciate this time to speak of this. My name is Jeffrey Churchill. You've probably seen me in the Lost Coast Outpost on the recent write-up about this initiative, where we tried with ACGA to work with these people. It really hasn't come to fruition. They're standing strong against small farmers. I've worked tirelessly for the past 6 years trying to get my farm compliant, trying to get permits done, and we finally reached that last year. It's now there is zero money, and all we have left is our homestead, our life. It's failing. Let's be honest. For most of us, it's failing. And I wanted to say that earlier commenter about Ross and Natalie misleading us is completely incorrect. They have taken care of us. They've done everything they can, taken trips to Sacramento while all this thing was happening. So, and I feel for the people in Neyland. I do. None of us want big ag to come in their community. But I also want to say that what's to stop a hog farm moving next to their house? And if they think cannabis stinks, well, how's about 200 head of pigs? So I'm in very opposition to this. I wish we could all work together. Again, I've worked tirelessly with Mr. Ford about everybody in his department, including some of you supervisors. Mr. Madrone has been excellent in weaving me through all these issues and problems, always gets back to me. I really think we have some work to do, and I hope everybody can stay together and make this thing happen. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We have no more speakers, so we'll go back to the board. We do have a motion, and it's been seconded. Supervisor Bushnell, did you?
I just wanted to ask if Director Ford had anything he wanted to add.
I don't have a lot to add at this time. I will just say that what I mentioned was legal nonconforming, not legal noncompliant. And that's a kind of a term of art for something where the ordinance has changed and rendered an existing legal use to be nonconforming to the way the ordinance is now written.
Thank you.
Supervisor Wilson.
Thanks. Thank you for this, all the comments and everything that's been said here today. I want to say that I feel like, in some ways, lesson learned on my part with relationship to a bit of process, because I think, 2020 hindsight, I think the next time we have an initiative process that begins, we shouldn't have this hearing today. We should have had this hearing the day that there was an initiative put on the table. I think, and just saying, just hindsight, I hadn't really thought about it because I hadn't lived through it necessarily in this way. But I will put forward that, anytime we have an initiative process put forward by the public or by some members of the public, then we should probably have this kind of vetting of sorts at that time. Because we went through, an hour and a half or more, 2 hours of comment that's not actually, it is somewhat germane in that it's the subject matter, but it's not actually the decision we're making necessarily at this moment. And that's really unfortunate. And I think that we could do better in the future with relationship to that. I think that would have been the time, that would have been the time. And it would have to be, maybe board initiated discussion. We wouldn't make a decision necessarily at that time, we would one way or the other, but at least we would be able to have this conversation way ahead of, the process of gathering signatures and all those other things, and then way ahead of this very locked-in situation that we're in this moment. Whether it would change stuff, I don't know, but it seems like it would be just the point at which we should have that conversation. So, lesson learned, I want to just kind of put that out there. Thanks.
Supervisor Madrone?
Ms. Sanders, thanks for staying with us so late. So there has been a suggestion that I received that says that proponents of an initiative can withdraw the initiative anytime up until 88 days before the election. Is that correct?
It is, that is Election Code Section 9118.5.
Okay, so I'm going to very briefly say what I said earlier. I know Betsy to be a person who's spent decades in this county on working on conflict resolution. And she and Mark spoke to that this wasn't what they really wanted to do. I really think it's incumbent upon us as a board to do what you just said. I know it would have been nice to start it earlier, but we still have an opportunity to work with the cannabis community. Those are the good actors. And I think we really all have to recognize there are bad actors and there are bad farms. And until we're able to separate those things and be honest about that, I don't think we're going to go anywhere locking arm in arm on protecting bad actors and bad farms, because they exist. They're not you all. I believe the people who have showed up here today are the small farmers who really care and invested their life into trying to do the right things by their neighborhood, by their community, et cetera. So I'm not going to give up hope. I really believe it is entirely possible for us as a board, working with our community, to figure out what are the things we can do to make this all better and hold on to this industry and the incredible people that have invested so much, but also protect our neighborhoods and our community. And so I'm hoping we can do that work. And it looks like we're going to have this thing in March of '04. So that gives us over a year to do this, to get this done. And we can do it. I believe we can really figure out what are the improvements we need to make to be able to get it to the point where I'm hopeful that we can satisfy many folks out there and also the proponents. So I'm going to keep that hope alive and hope that we can work together to find a way forward with this whole thing. And anyway, thank you.
Well, I had Supervisor Bushnell and then Wilson, unless you guys want to. Oh, I didn't see you.
I want to ask Betsy and Mark, right? Are you interested? In if working.
Give you till December 1, 23 to get it together. And the only hesitant. Can you use the microphone?
Yes, thank you.
A retired college professor. We never used him. Yes, it would be about, I don't know that's the exact date, but it would give you a year and a month to be able to pull it off. And anything can be improved. All that, we would demand, though, that it not just be cannabis people that are being consulted and negotiated with. You know, some people may think that we twisted arms to get people to sign this. We didn't. We spent hours. We had a flyer, a handout, and when people said, I don't sign something before I read it, I said to them, me either. Here, read about it.
So
what we would need to do is to consult a broad level of the community so we can all live here.
Are you willing to negotiate beyond the terms that are in the initiative right now? Do you recognize that there may be some things in that initiative that won't work?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. I also need, and perhaps you could be helpful in this, I need for someone to get the small farmers that were here today to understand what the initiative really says. It does not block vertical layering of permits.
So I thank you for that, and I think that we are going to do a deep dive on that, and maybe you have something to learn as well.
Absolutely.
And
I've learned a lot already.
Thank you.
We hired a consultant, cannabis consultant.
I want to get your number before you leave, please, because I would love to take you to some farms.
Yeah, I think you have it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. I saw Supervisor Wilson, then Bohn. I'm sorry if it's backwards. But sorry.
Can we define for a moment, and this is a question for council, or maybe it's a question for elections, can we define specifically the people that need to be satisfied in this change? How many of them are they, and who are they specifically? Just it? Is it just two people? There's just two people that are the petitioners that hold the power of this in this situation. I just want to be really clear about what
We would hold the legal, and there's a third petitioner, Terry Desch. The three
Okay.
of us would have that power. But we honestly went out, you saw us, Mike. We pounded the streets and explained this to people so that
it's
we
okay. Hold on.
represent those people.
Betsy, I'm not asking you this question. I'm asking council this question, and I'm asking our elections. I just want to be really clear about who is who the arbitrator ultimately is that has the power to pull that back, and who the entire community has to negotiate with in terms of that space.
So section 9118.5 of the California Elections Code states that the proponent of an initiative may withdraw the initiative at any time before the 88th day before the election, whether or not the petition has already been found sufficient by the elections official.
Okay, that's right.
So
Okay.
basically, it is the code defines it as the proponent of the initiative. So
Okay.
that would be.
So ultimately, kind of elected by the signers of the petition to hold that power. Okay, I want to, because that is the dynamic that we're having. We're part of the power dynamic as elected officials in this situation, and then you all are part of that, and then who is responsible to the community is part of the dynamic that we're going to have to negotiate in this, if that's really the case. And I just want to be really clear about that ultimately, because we can talk all we want, but if there's three people that hold that power, then we have to recognize it and understand it and be clear-minded about it. So that's all I wanted to be, and it's not just power, it's responsibility, because responsibility is the ability to respond ultimately. So I guess I was just quoting John Trudeau, but anyways, are the three people the nice one? Is that what we're clear about then?
Yes, I believe that they would be considered the proponent for purposes
Okay.
of section 9118.5.
I appreciate that. And with that, I'm ready to vote on what we're doing today.
Supervisor Bohn had a comment too.
I haven't. Yeah, and we had the meeting up on Neeland a year ago, September. I think the 12th, I believe. I got an email from Mark thanking me for being there. Again, I'll deny forever that I said should grow 50 or 100 acres, because I can't find anybody that heard me say that. But I do know that the meeting was robust. I've got, like I said, I know a lot of people up there. What we'd have to do is, and I don't know if we're going to have what you're discussing. Do we run that? Because we have the availability of all these planning commission meetings where these were all passed initially are open. So we're going to kind of shift and change the way we're going, which is fine, because we're in this position. Because the way I read it, and I may be wrong, but for like a 10,000 acre farm, if they're at 10,000 acres, but if they want to add more solar or anything like that, any addition to their farm, they have to go through a whole permitting process, like starting from square one. Am I misunderstanding that?
Can I interrupt just for a second? We've asked staff to do that analysis. We don't have to adjudicate that in this moment. We have asked.
No, we don't. I'm
okay, I just want to we got a lot of stuff to do. I just want to say we've asked staff to adjudicate that to analyze.
I'll stop. Mike said to say stop.
Well, I'm just saying, I think go ahead. For me, I think the question is ultimately, we're going to ask staff for recommendations from that analysis on how we might move forward, either with an amended process or whatever it is. Like we're going to need some direction on what we might do to move forward to get us where we need to be. Right. The details of what I appreciate your very good question and the anxieties that are being expressed here about all these details. I'm hoping that staff will come back with that and we'll be able to take a look
I think
at
Supervisor Bohn was going there.
And I'm probably, sorry.
So, yeah, but are we ready to vote?
We have to do a roll call vote, but it's not working.
Is your thing up?
Is it? Not everybody's is
You're
on.
it. Wait, you're the
Mine's, I got mine up.
Okay, well, I'm roll call vote, doing a roll call vote. Supervisor Bohn? Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
And Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
So I need to take a brief break. I didn't get a chance to like disappear during the thing. So if if the vice chair wants to start without me, that's fine. Or, you know, give me just like 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Yeah, 5 is fine. So that is. Should be. All right, so this item I-4 is actually from the Board of Supervisors, and no, excuse me, I'm tired tonight. County Administrative Office, so we're going to go to you, and you can send it to Director Ford, Ms. Hayes, whichever you want it. It's fine. I think you got time.
Okay, Chair Bass, thank you for that. Sorry for that delay. Yes, this item comes before your board to consider a couple different things. First of all, the makeup of the Planning Commission. The recommendation contained in the report is to reduce the Planning Commission size down to 5. 22 agencies were surveyed. 18 of those have planning commissions of size 5. So while having 7, we're not necessarily a unicorn, but we are not in a field of like beings with that makeup. There's only 2 other entities that have a commission made up of 7 members. So, including us as one of those 2? 3 total, if you include. No, 2 total. 2 total. So 1 other. Okay. So it is uncommon, to say the least, to have a planning commission made up of 7 folks. And in addition to that, we have a code of conduct and ethics and rules for the Planning Commission. The rules portion of this we tried to adopt before with the Planning Commission, and that effort failed in its place. So we bring back before your board those rules with really no changes made to them. And then we added on the code of conduct, which is very similar to the code of conduct your board adopted for yourselves. We also included in some language that addresses diversity, equity, and inclusion, and some recommended training opportunities for the Planning Commission to educate themselves on diversity, on tribal relations, and also sexual harassment and ethics, some of the mandatory courses that our employees take. With that, one other thing in there. There is a recommendation to consider removal of a planning commissioner should they find themselves unable to comply with the code of conduct, which would allow any board member to agendize that and obtain a 4/5 vote to have the removal of a planning commission. The code of conduct also lays out a clear path of commissioners of how they can address each other's behaviors while on the dais and conducting county business.
All right. Supervisor, are you done?
With that? Yes.
Yes, okay.
Thank you.
Supervisor Madrone, and then Bushnell.
Well, I'm really inclined to want to continue this just because I think, it's so late, and I'm sure there's a lot of interest in this in the community. But that being said, it's 24 out of 58 counties that have been surveyed here. Be kind of interesting to see what the whole 58 looks like. But on one hand, we're saying the majority of the counties only have 5, so let's go with that. But on the other hand, we're saying going with 4/5 vote, and yet the majority of the counties do it with a majority vote, not 4/5. So that's kind of dichotomous, you know, like, why aren't we going with majority there as a recommendation as well? I'll just say what I feel, and that is, I think that 7 gives us a diversity. It helps us meet quorum, and I think it's a positive thing. And I think when we have problems, it's easy to take a knee-jerk reaction and think, okay, here's how we solve this problem. But really, I think you need to go after the problem directly rather than trying to just reduce numbers as a way to get at a problem. So for me, I'd stay with 7. I'd use a majority vote of the board to be able to remove. And what was the third item? And I think the rules and the code of conduct look great. That's succinct, right?
Okay, and then I had said, Supervisor Bohn, did you have your, no, Bushnell,
did.
sorry, and then Wilson.
Did you just cuss?
Whoa.
With your microphone?
Bushnell.
Thank you, through the chair. So thank you, Supervisor Madrone, for your thoughts. I don't feel that way. I would like and I don't think this is a knee-jerk reaction. I think things have been coming up since I've been been elected, which has been 2 years, about the Planning Commission. And I think, our board of 5 gets it done, and in 58 counties, every board of supervisor of 5 gets it done. I would like to see the commission reduced to 5 with alternatives for each, alternates for each district. I would like to do the 4/5. I think that if you're going to remove a supervisor that is appointed by a district, I just think that it goes to show that the board 4/5 supports that. I also, the code of conduct I like. However, I would advocate to maybe talk about commissioners that are on other seats or boards that are incompatible with the Planning Commission, and that things arise with those incompatible positions. I would like to see maybe we add that into the code of conduct or have a discussion about it. And that's where I stand.
This is good. We'll just go and see where people are right now and then go from there. Supervisor Wilson?
Sure. I initially was actually I like the 5, but I was actually thinking 5 with an active alternate, meaning not everyone would get an alternate, but you'd actually
Have a roving alternate.
you'd select an at-large active alternate, so an alternate that actually is involved in the conversations. Actually, you would just, and then if and when there's a need for someone's missing, you'd have another person available.
I like that
and they'd
idea.
be involved in that. I will say, I'm still, I am more inclined to just keep it at 7, and I'll tell you one of the reasons that we did receive an email from one of the planning commissioners. They did point out that there are counties with 7 or more: Contra Costa, Santa Clara, San Diego, Imperial, Fresno, Yolo, Sutter, Sonoma, Marin, Merced, Stanislaus, Sanger. Is that a county? Yeah, I guess it is. Monterey County, and Tuolumne and Washoe. So they're.
Well, that's another state, I think. Isn't Washoe another state? Yeah.
So a Sanger. Okay, that's why I was like, that's not a county.
So
Okay.
those are states and not counties?
No, those are counties in other states.
And we're gonna.
No, there's two of them are counties in other states. The others are not. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 counties with 7 or more. Imperial has 10 commissioners. Fresno has 9 commissioners. Sonoma has 9 commissioners. Stanislaus and Monterey both have 9 commissioners, according to this survey. So I'm going to say we're not so outside the zone necessarily with 7 commissioners. That's just I'm just putting it out there. But on all the other issues, I actually like the 4/5 version better, because I do think that there needs to be some thought with some seriousness with which a board removes a commissioner that is appointed by. I think that's reasonable, and I think the terms was interesting. We didn't really discuss terms too much, and I thought the term for, at least for appointeds for the supervisors, should be just the term of the supervisor, just at will. Like the supervisor has, they don't have to reappoint.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, well, some of them are at will, and some of them are 4 years, and some of them are 2 years. I'm just saying I prefer the at will. If that's the way it is now, great. If that's what we need to enumerate, great. Whatever that is, that's the one I feel like there shouldn't be any. The supervisor should have the authority to remove a commissioner if that's their commissioner, or appoint one, assuming they meet the qualifications.
And the at-large are 4 years currently?
Oh, right. So I would say that's an interesting. What is our at-large is currently? They're 2 years, right?
They're
4.
4. I could see us taking it down to 2 years. Although, I mean, yeah, I could see us doing that. Yeah, I could see us reducing those to 2 years. And that way we can be checking in, and again, it's a vote of the majority of the board. So, yeah, that's kind of where I'm at on that. Sorry, that's where. Taking a survey, that's my.
Yeah, we're trying.
That's where I'm
Supervisor
at.
Bushnell and, no, okay, Supervisor Bohn.
I think a lot of the boards of supervisors can do it with 5 because they get paid. This is our job for a lot of them. Not all of them. I mean, to Hema, it's not their job, obviously. But I mean, a lot of them, they have to show up every day. That's why they're elected. The planning commissioners, I mean, I don't know how they do it for as long as they do it. Some of them,
Well, so I asked
two nights a week, they get $100, I think, a meeting for,
Well, I think Director Ford can speak to that because I asked him to bring those statistics tonight.
Okay. I don't think any of them are doing it for a full-time job. So, but what I'm saying is we've got them in here 2 nights a month. For a while, they were coming in 4 nights, weren't they, John, for a couple months there? Did we have them in 4 nights?
No.
Okay. 2 nights a month, and they put a lot of time and effort in, and they're here late, and they try to finish their stuff. So I think that's why I like the 7 members. I do. I like the 2 at large, and things are changing, I keep hearing, so that'll be interesting. So I like that part. I like the 4/5 vote. If somebody's, you want somebody off, I think 4/5, because that way it's not as, everybody doesn't see it. And I'll address that right now. I'll address the elephant in the room. I've had a lot of talks with my planning commissioner, and everybody says that I shouldn't put friendship into this. And sorry, you're wrong. I have friends, and I have friends because I respect them. I have a planning commissioner that's been here for 10 years, and I don't think we've ever had this discussion. We discussed that he had a bad night, but it was more than a bad night. Because I know him, I don't think he is everything everybody says, but then again, I don't think I'm what everybody says, but I hear it all the time, so. And going forward, we'll address it, but it's mine to address, and I'll wear that. But I'd like to stay at 7. 4/5 vote, I'm fine with. And the rules, we can put if we're going to live by them, they can live by them. I don't have a problem with the code of conduct. I mean, nobody should have a problem with the code of conduct. I was surprised we didn't have one. But then again, we went quite a while without needing one. I mean, we've had commissioners that have had run-ins, numerous run-ins, and we've been able to overlook that. But so. And I don't think we make, they don't live in a glass house. None of us do. But I'm just saying, I think we've got a pretty good planning commission right now. It may change. It always changes. But the respect of letting it play out would be nice.
Did you, Supervisor?
I do
Bushnell?
have some other comments that I want to make, but I think Director Ford,
Can I, well, we're kind of giving the tally
Do
here.
you
of what
wanna-
we're thinking.
yeah?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask first. Yeah, so I was going to say, because I've gone, I thought about this a lot, but then some more comments were coming in yesterday, and I do think, I like the idea of 7. I think there's diversity that does get added there. I'd be curious if we keep the 2 alternates, not alternates, the 2 at large. I'd rather see those terms be 2 years. I'd like to see a more frequent check-in, because I think sometimes things can kind of roll a little too far. I mean, through the last 12 years, I can think of a couple of times where I wish the conversations had come up sooner. And I like the 4/5. I think that adds a little, I think there's concerns about people being politically motivated in a group trying to get rid of someone, and I think the 4/5 is good. Yeah, and I could actually, yeah, I like 7. I know it's more of a challenge and it's a struggle, but at this point, I'm more than happy to hear what Director Ford says. But those are just my thoughts, and definitely the code of conduct and rules. So now you've heard us all. Change our mind.
No, I mean, the 7 is fine. We just brought that up really because that's what the survey showed. And I know in Monterey County, there was not 9, there was 10. And there was 2 appointments from each commissioner, or 2 commissioners appointed by each supervisor. Sorry, it's getting late. But, that's what it was. 7 seems to work fine.
Well, and from my perspective too, I want to be cognizant of the fact that I'm only here for another few months, and there's another supervisor coming in who, may want to be part of this discussion if this happens in the future. So I just, I think if 7 is doable, it just makes sense, I think, to stay for now. Yes, ma'am. Supervisor Madrone?
Who was actually next?
Well, I've been keeping a chart. So it seems we have some pretty strong agreement here, and I would make a motion that we stay with 7 for the number on the Planning Commission, and that we make the the alternate terms 2 years. The at-large terms 2 years, and that we go with 4/5 vote to remove, and that we adopt the rules. And was there a minor change you wanted to make to the rules?
I wanted to add some things, if I could.
Please.
So Mike, you just quoted someone that emailed us, and 4 of the things she said were inaccurate. So it's fine. I'll support this board, but we just got corrected on 4 of the counties or states that that the emailer said. So it's fine. I'll support this board. And yes, on the codes of conduct, could we have a discussion around incompatible offices, if people hold incompatible offices with the Planning Commission? I would like to talk about that.
No, I do that now.
I do, because this came up before. When you have a commissioner that has to recuse often, if we're going to have 7 members, that's fine. I'll support this board, but I want those 7 members to be able to participate and not have to recuse continually because they work in an incompatible office with Planning Commission.
Yeah.
And this came up 18 months ago, and I'm going to say it here. People thought that I was picking on someone. I did not. I was not. I am not now. I want to ensure that our Planning Commission works well and does its job, and this is the time to do that. And so, yes, if we could have that discussion, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, excuse me?
Supervisor Madrone?
I totally appreciate where you're coming from on that. It certainly is an issue that needs to be discussed. I just think it's probably a deeper discussion than we're going to get done in just a few minutes. So I would love to have that discussion, but in a deeper way, because I think there's lots of different things people do in their livelihoods that could be conflicting. And it gets a little more complicated. I think the things we've come up with here are pretty straightforward. We could get them done. And then have a discussion about incompatibility, but not in 5 minutes. I just think it's deeper than that.
That's fine. Could I suggest that we bring it back then?
And so
The
my
code of
motion would
conduct.
include that we bring back that for discussion.
Just that one.
That item?
The one item about incompatible
There's so many.
positions when you're being a planning commissioner and you may have other things going on in your life that create an incompatible situation to be able to get the work done.
Can I ask our council, is the code of conduct a working document?
Yes, the code of conduct can be amended.
Okay, so then we could bring that discussion back. And of course, we would need staff's help to
Yes.
even identify, I'm not suggesting that we could even do it tonight, but we would need staff's direction on what staff feels are incompatible offices
Agreed.
to even name.
I accept that amendment, and we'll see if there's a second.
I'll make a second. I just want to clarify that we would adopt what is currently in the code of conduct now and give staff direction to come back later with some amendments, or do you want to, okay, all right. That way we're like, it's moving forward. We have what we have, but I think you hear what Supervisor Bushnell was getting at in terms of really kind of doing a little bit of a deeper dive on potential conflict of interest issues and incompatible office issues.
I also have one more question before we vote. So we currently have 2 at-large members. One is up in January and one is almost 2 years in. So would this be now for clarity, I want to know, would this take effect now? Would it take effect after his 4-year term? How do we do that?
So this is going to require an amendment to the zoning ordinance. So in order to make this effective, we will bring back a modification to the zoning ordinance. And then 30 days after that, it'll take effect.
So we'll have it done by January.
And so that means that the current at-large members would be subject to the new amendment then?
One already is.
Well, one's up in January, but one is 2 years in, going to be 2 years in.
They would both be subject to it. I think there would be a question, since you're doing it 2 years, would you want them
Do you want to alternate
to
them?
expire, that's where I was
Yeah.
going, to expire
Yes.
on the same date or to alternate?
I think alternate.
Alternate would be better and more, would
So
be.
then you could have the existing one run out their existing term, and then the new appointment,
That's 2 years. So.
that'd be expiring at the same time.
Yes, it
Yeah,
would be.
so you would need that won't work.
So we'll bring back some options for you to consider.
Okay.
Okay. Supervisor Bohn?
Good 7:30 advice.
Supervisor, anyone else over here?
I was just going to say, the one with that's 2 years into a 4-year term could be reduced to 3 years and then roll into their alternating. That's fine.
Look at that, you guys are thinking.
You've been together too long today. All right, so I think I'll go out to public comment. There's nobody here that wants to comment, but we do have a couple online, so. 1041. That's Donnie, I remember these numbers now. Welcome, press *6 for your 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Okay, thank you so much for the ability to speak. I have a few points to make regarding this agenda item, and my tip of hat to all you guys for staying there so late. I'm actually in the comfort of my own home, and I couldn't wait it out that long. So this whole thing is predication for reducing the size of the Planning Commission. I agree with Bohn, Madrone, Wilson, and Madam Chair Bass about the chair's conclusion. 7 members don't seem to be outside the trend when looking outward to other counties. It is very suspicious to me the staff left out that information from their report and only provided the numbers that supported their recommendations. However, considering the complete failure that recently took place in terms of local governance, specifically regarding the Planning Commission and their fumbling the ball when it comes to the now infamous Schneider project, it seems to this outside observer, the entire body needs an overhaul of membership, and I'm talking specifically about the Planning Commission. They all collectively took responsibility for not objecting to the comments made by Alan Bongio during the August 18th Planning Commission meeting. If the entire Planning Commission is responsible for not objecting and stopping the commentary of Chair Bongio, they are obviously responsible for their complete failure to oversee the permitting compliance on the Schneider project. The staff report recommends reducing the number of eyes and ears on the ground, when clearly the 7 folks who are charged with the task of overseeing the Schneider project completely failed at their assigned duties? How can the board justify reducing the number of people tasked with overseeing the permitting and compliance process when we've just experienced a clear illustration that the current number of staff couldn't live up to the duties assigned to them? It has been very convenient for the Planning Commission to place all the blame on Alan Bongio. Look at all these things predicated on one night. Finally, Alan Bongio and Rex Bohn, by proxy, did nothing wrong. Don't think too much about the fact Amazon.com has a fantastic documentary series called The Great Indian Wars. The fact California Proposition 27 in the first sentence of the description submitted to the state of California by the tribes reads, allows Indian tribes. United Indian Health Services of Padua Health Village has not received any coverage by the local press for its hate speech-filled title. Native News Online titled Wahlberg Brothers are big hit Indian gaming trade show and convention in Las Vegas. This covers how the two brothers have been working with the National Indian and Gaming Association, whose website uses the word Indian 11 times on just the home page. They're trying to search engine optimize for the word Indians because they self-identify as that. Are two brothers, these guys and these organizations, are they all like the new branch of the KKK? Please, someone explain this to me. You get the point. The word Indian is not racist. Alan Bongio is not racist, and Rex Bohn's not racist either. They're good men, and they deserve everyone's respect for all the things they've done for this community. End of sentence. If it was all of these organizations, you know, if they would never.
Sorry, Donnie, that's at 3 minutes. All right, we're going to go to 8184. Press *6 to unmute. And you'll have 3 minutes, but you don't have to take all 3 minutes, just in case.
Hi, good evening, supervisors. This is Roby Tenorio. I can't believe you're in your 11th hour. I really appreciate this item coming before your board, and I do agree with the need for your board to have a process for removing planning commissioners. And although I can appreciate that it's helpful to look to other counties on how they function so that we can learn ways to improve our county's public process, my concern is that in adopting the process of only having 5 commissioners appointed individually by each supervisor, we would be depriving our planning commission of an opportunity to be more cooperative and diverse. And I really appreciate that that is the way your board is speaking tonight, because the 2 at-large positions really encourage and require the supervisors to appoint commissioners that the supervisors can agree on who they appoint. And that just does bring more cooperation and diversity. And the Planning Commission does have critical work to do. So thank you very much for looking at tonight, even though you're so tired. So good night.
Thank you, Roby. We got one more item, I think. 2, right. 9334, press *6 to unmute. (9334). Oh, now you're unmuted? Okay, welcome.
Thank you. Dennis Mayo calling. Hey, I'm pretty happy with the direction you guys have went tonight. I've got a whole dissertation on where I thought you were going, and so very happy with the direction you're taking on this. I just wanted to point out, while I was on the Planning Commission, it was a pretty intense time, and we were meeting once a week for quite a while. It's a lot of work. And you need diversity. You need diversity. Denver Nelson and myself asked questions quite a few meetings, and there was an uproar like this about our questions, and there was several groups that wanted him and I to be censored. Thankfully, the board said, no, that's ridiculous, and we went on, and it's good. You have to let people ask questions. You've got to have discussions that are sometimes uncomfortable, and that gets you to a better process ultimately. So one thing that I was going to say that I'd written down after a whole bunch of stuff that I don't have to say is that this is the type of subject that you all should take up during your strategic planning process. I don't know whether you have a retreat where you do that. I know that twice I went to your strategic planning several years ago that you had. I think that's the way to talk about this stuff in depth and kick it around. And I'd like to see you do that. Thanks for sticking around late. You know, a lot of us work 14, 15 hours a day every day too. But I still appreciate what you guys have done. And thanks for the tenor tonight. It's much better than I was afraid it would be.
Thank you. I thought you said dinner. And I said, what? That was not in the plan. Yeah. 7108. I think we got Bonnie, I think.
Good evening. I'll try to be fast. This is Bonnie Blackberry. I just appreciate the direction the board's going in. This whole thing with the Planning Commission is a response to what happened at the Planning Commission meeting. And I don't know how the reducing the size of the commission would really have dealt with any of the issues that were brought forth. So I appreciate people being in favor of keeping the 7 for diversity, and thank you. And I hope you're not there too much longer tonight. Okay.
Thank you. All right, there are no more speakers. Supervisor Bushnell, forgetting names now.
That's okay. Thank you. Thank you to the speakers also. I do want to say that this item is not because of the issue that came from the Planning Commission debacle that happened. It was being talked about prior to the code of conduct was being talked about months ago. So while the timing looks that way, that is just not the case. So I just really want to say that.
All right, Supervisor Madrone.
I just want to commend all of you, all of us. Here we are, 11th hour, as she said, and we're working well together, you know, and it's awesome. Thank you all.
I'm having a good time, which is kind of frightening, actually. All right, so we do have a motion that's been seconded. Do we have any further? I think we're ready for a vote.
Can I restate the motion? I have that the Board of Supervisors approve the following. Direct staff to make the changes to Section 312-1 of Humboldt County Code as follows. Keep the commission membership at 7 members. Change the at-large membership terms to 2 years. Each district supervisor appoints 1 commissioner for their district, which is no change. Include provisions for removal of a planning commissioner with 4/5 vote of the Board of Supervisors, and adopt the Planning Commission rules, code of conduct, and ethics. Also to direct staff to bring back potential amendments to the Planning Commission rules, code of conduct, and ethics.
Supervisor Wilson, there's a question mark in what you said there. Supervisor Wilson?
Does the 4/5 or majority for removal of a planning commissioner only apply to supervisor appointments, or does it apply to the at-large? And I just want clarification from the board what they think about that.
I would think it would be all.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify.
So I have a little different opinion on that. I would think it should be majority in that case, because it's not,
Right.
To me, you have the super majority when you have one of a supervisor's person that may be asked to leave.
Mm-hmm.
But I think as far as for me, it's more that the at-large, to me, 3/5 seems appropriate. So I don't know if Director Ford has, because we have a little bit of difference here as opinion.
It's really a policy issue of what the board's preference is. I think the recommendation for the 4/5 was because it is hard to go from a supervisor appointment, supervisor removal, to then having board removal. And so that's why the threshold was intentionally recommended to be high. If that same logic should apply to the at-large, that's fine. If you want it to be a simple majority for the at-large, that's fine too.
Supervisor, I heard you. I heard your mouth. I thought you were talking.
I just would think that continuity across the membership would be good, and for them as well, for the commissioners that, as we all stated, put a lot of time in. And, you know, I like the 4/5 across the board, but of course, I'm happy to do what this board majority says.
Supervisor Madrone?
The majority. I think for consistency's sake, we appoint an at-large with a majority vote, and they should be able to be removed with a majority vote. That would be consistency, actually, even though it's different than the 4/5 to remove. But I don't believe we're also changing the fact that as the appointing supervisor, the planning commissioners serve at will, the 5, and that we as an individual can remove that person at will. That's not changing. But if the appointing supervisor doesn't want to do that for whatever reasons, no disparaging of any kind, then it takes 4/5 to overcome that. I feel good about that personally, and just leaving it that way.
Supervisor Bohn?
Now we're getting.
I'm having a hard time feeling good about having to remove anybody. Because that means there's a failure somewhere. So, I mean, we can remove anybody with 1 vote, and we can put anybody on with 1 vote. So consistency. I mean, I like the 4/5 vote because I think it
It takes the political aspect out of it,
you know,
really.
it does, and I do. I would prefer 4/5, but I'm only 20%, sometimes less.
Can I say one more thing? When I was
Sure,
thinking about this item, and I thought a lot about it, and, you know, I thought about what you just said, Supervisor Madrone, about consistency. Well, if we're going to remove for 4/5, do we appoint with 4/5? But then I was thinking, okay, what's the most important aspect, right? To not micromanage and I did have some help with this conversation, I have to say that. You know, bouncing my thoughts. And so I am where Supervisor Bohn is. I like the 4/5 for continuity. It can get political, let's just recognize that. And that's where I would like to get away from. And so I like the 4/5 across the board.
So if I might, as the motion maker, I'm sorry, Mike, I like what you're saying. I think that what I would feel good with is that we appoint at-larges with 4/5 vote, and we remove them with 4/5 vote. I mean, if the person has 4/5 of support, that's better than 3/5. Would it?
Well, I mean, if you have a problem when it could be very difficult to do it, I think Supervisor Bohn and then go to Supervisor Wilson again.
I'm just going to say, we get that report every week because our boards and commissions aren't full. And so let's make this as tough as possible. If you come apply, you have to have 4/5 approve. And somebody's going to say, man, I've seen those guys operate. They can't get 4/5 vote on anything. I'm not going to do it. And then they're going to find out that it doesn't pay very much, I guess, because they get a stipend. And then they get to stay late. And I mean, I just think trying to get people on this, if you do that, and then you've got a chance if you get 2 people. We appoint with 3/5, we kick off with 4/5, and like Michelle just said, it doesn't matter. But it was back in the 70s when we've had 7 people. That was as far as I could find on the planning commission, and it's worked fine up until we decided we needed to change stuff.
So in the interest of compromise, I will stay with 3/5 to appoint, that we're not changing that, but agree to the 4/5 to remove for the at-large position.
And actually, this isn't a point of compromise. I just think you had a compelling argument. So,
Look at that.
and so with that, as a seconder, I think that sounds great.
Good job.
I am really, really trying to keep up with your conversation. So what changed a little bit?
So to remove all members 4/5 vote.
To remove all.
Any member, at-large or otherwise, 4/5 to remove.
Okay, thank you.
But the appointing supervisor can still remove their appointee.
Whenever.
That didn't change.
Okay, and it still didn't come up for you. So I'm going to do a roll call vote.
Sounds
Given
good.
up.
Get her done.
Supervisor Bohn? Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes, and thank you, Director Ford, for staying till whatever time it is, 7:30.
Supervisor Wilson
Yes.
and Supervisor Bass, sorry.
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
All right, yes, thank you. It's full day. So we've got 2 items left. So this one we're going to, is the introduction of an ordinance of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Humboldt, amending Section 213-1 of Chapter 3 of Division 1 of Title 2 of the Humboldt County Code relating to pay increases and compensation changes for the Board of Supervisors. Welcome.
Thank you. Tabitha Miller, Chief Financial Officer. And before I open up the PowerPoint on this, I did just want to make an observation that this is difficult because staff is asking you to basically give yourself pay increases of taxpayer dollars, and it's all done out in the open, and it's not something where we have any opportunity to check in ahead of time and get even to kind of feel the supervisors out. That said, I also want to remind you that you're also setting the salaries for future supervisors, and I think in light of kind of where we're at as a community and as the county looking at diversity and looking at trying to really be inclusive, keep that in mind, that not everybody can afford to take a job that they don't get a certain pay, and so it's something to consider. The ordinance that is before you today includes the clause where any supervisor can choose to not receive the full amount of pay. We've left that in there, and I assume that you'll want that in there. So just something to consider when you're thinking about who's going to, succeed all of you and what that should look like, and making sure that we're allowing maybe a broader, more diverse supervisor pool. So just really quickly, I wanted to just remind you what is currently in the municipal code. We're not changing this, but I know that there has been some conversation about potentially trying to be more specific in what we tie board compensation to, or maybe even looking at different indexes. So you can see in that second sentence, it's such compensation shall be reviewed and acted upon at the same time that the employees in the county representation Unit 4 receive adjustments in compensation, and that is the ASME. They also are 1 through 3 in addition to that, so the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees. We're kind of mimicking that this evening. So if we take that same approach, and this is what is in the proposed ordinance, you can see your current salary, if you take the full amount, is at $97,023. You would have a 7.5% increase on the effective date of the ordinance, which is 30 days after it's approved by you. So if we move forward with this in a timely manner, that would be the 1st of December. It is set up so that you would get the pay increase because we've lumped these, we've pushed them together by acting approximately 9 or 10 months after the ASME was passed. 2%, $106,386, and then the following year you would receive an additional 2.5%. And the compensation would be $109,046. This is a conversation that you can have tonight, or we can bring it back at another time, but it's that idea of maybe changing the index that we tie it to and being more specific so that it's something that maybe you don't have control over. The one thing about tying it to the labor groups is that it does reflect what all of the other employees are getting on some level, but it does mean that you also have a certain amount of influence over what those numbers ultimately are, and so it's not a completely hands-off decision. The other option is, and many counties do this, they tie it to the California state judges and justices. That particular index is the current fiscal year is all of the state employees, the average of what they receive. One of the challenges with this particular number is that, of course, because you have to calculate all the numbers ahead of time, it's late in coming, so it's always going to be a little bit later in the year. And then a few counties I looked at actually tie it specifically to a consumer price index or a consumer price index for all urban consumers. And they'll have, a few of these even have a cap in place. So that's another option, which is, it's the consumer price index, but it's capped at 3% per year so that it flattens it out. And again, I'm opening this up, and this is something that you can have us come back at a later date and have a more in-depth conversation, or we can look at amending the ordinance that sets your compensation at a later time. Just really quickly to let you know, the benefits are also laid out there, and they are pretty much, if you read through the list here, medical, dental, vision, life insurance, workers' comp, retirement, you're tied currently in the ordinance to other elected county officials. So that's exactly what you would have approved for the department heads earlier today, but department heads that are both elected and appointed. And we have the wellness benefit is you are the last folks to have that in a compensation agreement, and we are planning on having it sunset upon the effective date of the ordinance. And I know that the CAO has already reached out to HR, so we'll make sure that you get a up-to-date current tally on exactly what's outstanding there, so you can make sure you use it before it expires. We'll spend time on this if you want, but this happens to be just some selected index increases if you wanted to go to that more specific route, and you can kind of see they are all over the place, and timing has a lot to do with it, in the sense that some of these, even the last one, the CPI for the San Francisco area, because of the way it's calculated in the time, I had to use the prior year. So it's, like I said, they're not necessarily, it gives you a sense as to what the different indexes would be over a 5-year period. So, and you can see that, interestingly enough, the CPI for the San Francisco area came out with the highest amount. So with that, I'm happy to answer questions or take direction on both what the proposed ordinance that's before you, that's before you tonight, or talk about potentially looking at alternative ways to set compensation for the board going forward.
Okay, before we go, I was going to say, it's very generous compared to what we've seen in past years. So, I mean, what I've seen while sitting up here in the past. Supervisor Bohn, did you have something you reached over, so.
Well, yeah, I think what we've given the employees this year, I mean, from what I understand, this is the largest 3-year package they've ever received, according to, in memory, which is great, because it's also the Social Security is also going up the highest it has in four and a half decades. So at 8.7, I think it is. So I'm just saying, the cost of living and doing that, and I know we talk about, and I think it's the jobs and everything else, but I know that if we give what we gave ASME with minimum wage, they'll be a little over $16.60 or somewhere right in there. How many people do we make that make under $20?
I don't know that I know the number off.
Yeah, I don't know that we know that number. I would say it's probably significant. You know, it's not a few folks.
Full-time employees, not that, because we have a lot of part-time, I know, that make, but.
Yeah, several hundred, I would say.
Okay.
Yeah, I would.
Out of 24.
I would agree, based on looking at the numbers we're looking at, and in order to bring those people up.
Okay, because I know we want to bring our employees up too, but it's, and I don't know how we get there. And I mean, is that including, do you include the IHSS with that, or you don't include that because they're not our employees? Okay. All right. Yeah, because I can, May of 2013, that was my first time I ever had negotiations, and I think we gave ourselves 2%, and the board decided not to take it. And then a couple supervisors, for election reasons, decided to not take longevity pay.
Yep, sorry about that.
Which I got for 1 week and then realized that we had this. I don't get that, so, which is fine. But I'm just saying that's one thing the board doesn't get. So whatever we do, when I say I'm not taking the raises, I literally don't take the raises. I mean just what I says. I sign my sheet every year and everything else. But let it be known, I will take the raises this year because I get more grief. I've never had anybody thank me for not taking the raises, ever. I've had more people come up to me and says, "You're an idiot, you work awful hard." So with that being said, I'm just saying I will be taking the raise And I figured I'd be honest about that because I've been pretty honest about not taking the raise over the years.
Anyone?
I just want to, I mean, I think there was some, I think what Tabitha mentions, which is that, this does have to represent full-time employment if we expect full-time responsibilities, even though the job description in and of itself isn't described that way. I can tell you that it's more than full-time, and it's really all-consuming. I think a lot of people in the community understand that. I mean, you just can't even walk through the community without turning it off quite often, and your opportunity to leave the community as often is circumvented, or even like you're always communicating even when you're supposed to be on vacation. It's really it is all-consuming in that regard. I think there's recognition of that, and there's recognition that if you don't pay a certain amount, you're right. It's not. We can't have these positions be for retired people only, or people with external incomes necessarily that are supplemented. It's that. I mean, that can't be a disqualifier. And so I do appreciate that. And then also it has to be somewhat competitive. I mean, I've mentioned if you're a professional in a field, this is not necessarily the most competitive package you might be thinking of, but yet you might want to actually do the work for the community and bring that skill set to this board. So I think it does represent all those things. When we did this the last time, I committed to not taking the raise until we negotiated our SEIU contracts until those were done, and I held to that, and then I thought it was a reasonable thing to do, because all of these packages that we've been working on, AFSCME, the stuff we did today, our management folks, and then there's like SEIU's kind of left back for us to, so it just takes longer for whatever reason. It's just a longer process, and it's a little bit behind. So I want to make sure that everyone's represented in that. And so I just want to say, whatever we come up with today, I think I'll be committed to just kind of doing that same thing again. I do think that if we're to stay competitive, we need to make sure that the position, again, is beyond us, because some of us are here for a very short amount of time, and some of us, are, who knows, how long necessarily. So I'm okay with what we have here today. Although I do like the idea of tying this to the judges personally, although I was really surprised to see how much they've raised in the last 5 years. In the last 3 years, they've been below what we're putting out. So who knows what, I mean, it's really it's from the 5 years ago that the raises for the judges and the state kind of bumped way up. So it's hard to tell whether that would pan out over 10 years or whatever. And the reason I like that is, like you said, it's like, it's just done. We just like, it just goes, or CPI with a cap. I don't know, and I have to tell you, I don't think we don't have the minds right now to do this in this moment, because we're just like a little bit overloaded. So keeping it at the same as what we've done for basically the rank and file workforce, I think is not unreasonable. But with recognition, our pay is on the on the upper upper parts of what AFSCME. But there's a lot of people in AFSCME that get higher salaries than us, and there's in the management, that definitely, like, there's hundreds of people that are, matter of fact, of all the electeds and the appointed supervisors or directors, we're the lowest paid within that. Also recognizing that, because it was mentioned before, we don't get compensation with relationship to vacation or sick leave, and I believe that's about 15% reduction of what you would see in for a typical salary, something 10 or 15%, something like that. So with that mix, I'm all right with this. I just have to recognize that, we're still in a time that there are people who are not being paid enough to do really hard jobs. And we're going to have to just keep working harder to figure that out and how to get them better pay. And in recognizing all of the, in an organization of this size, every time we move pay around, it jumbles the system and we have to reconfigure that. And, but that's our job. That's part of the deal. So those are my thoughts on this.
Is that a motion, Mike?
I'll make the motion to go with staff recommendation.
It was a jumbled
Which is,
motion.
ask me?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
To get this moving, I'm going to second so we can have some conversation.
Okay, so motion has been seconded. Anyone want to have some conversation?
I do want to say, if I could just say, along the lines of what Mike said, you guys work hard. I think we all do. And I know that I work full-time at this job and I put in the hours. I do want to recognize that we need to get staff up to a living wage and that we need to work on that. That doesn't mean other people need to not, get what they've earned or deserve also. And I'm more talking about the discussion earlier today, but that we really need to have a conversation with, through the board and through the CAO, that people need to, right along with what Supervisor, who are you, Bohn said, price of gas is $7 right now. And so people need to, it needs to be a living wage, and I want to recognize that.
Supervisor Madrone, I think.
Well, I appreciate the board discussion, and I do know we work really hard. Everybody works really hard. And, I was a little confused 4 years ago thinking that I didn't have the choice to not accept the wage. And what I did was, just for clarification, Rex, I did, and we've had this discussion before, but I did commit to not accepting the raise until SEIU had been brought up. And then what I did was we got them up a year later, and I went to them and offered the money I got for my raise. They said there was no way for them to accept that or to manage it or do anything, so that was my bad in terms of not understanding that all I had to do was go to payroll and say, don't put the raise in my thing. So you've taught me that lesson. I appreciate that, and I want you to know that I appreciate what you did 4 years ago, and maybe I'm the first person to thank you for that. But at any rate, I'm going to do that again, and I'm tying it. I support the board doing this, I do. But I'm just simply going to vote no because of my own personal feelings about it. I also appreciate that I think we're getting to the point as a board where we recognize 16 now, 20 now is what 16 was 4 years ago with the inflation and everything else. And we've got to figure that out. And just playing with some quick math, if we gave 16 to 20 and that became sort of our new minimum at the county, 4 times 2,080 hours in a year is about 8,320 times 100 people. It's about 832,000. Well, if there were 500 people in that category, it'd be about 4 million. You're really good at math, too, I have to say. You just knock that stuff out. And so I think there is a way we can try and figure out how to come up with 3 to 5 million. We do all kinds of stuff for $1 million here, $1 million there, department heads and others. So I look forward to getting to that place. And once we get there, I'll accept the raise. But in the meantime, I'm going to tell payroll, don't do it. So thanks for teaching me. I appreciate it.
Supervisor Bohn, then I have a comment.
I wished it was that easy. I wished it was that. Well, we've been talking negotiations with how many different departments and everything else, and the same one that comes up with every one of them is compaction. So everybody that makes 21 and that person that made 16, now that person made 21 probably has 7 years, has taken extra training. I mean, the one thing about the county, and I'm going to tell you, and I think we can look around the room and almost ask anybody, there's the opportunity to make more money if you want to make more money. Because I'll tell you what, every day we see somebody going into an office going, what are you doing? Well, I transferred. Well, they transferred because they saw an opportunity. So we give those, our basic is we start a lot of people. I got a gal that started here 3 years ago, and she complained about what she was making. She came up and says, you were right, Rex. If I stuck my nose to it, I'm making more money. If you want to make more money, you can make more money. There's every opportunity in the world to make more money here, and we're probably one of the best at letting people, and then we give incentive. We give longevity to some people, I guess, except for 5 people. But but the thing is, no, it is easy. It is easy for people to make more money because they can make that jump if they want to make that jump. Now, the other thing is what the county does is we pay the same amount of money for a great employee, a mediocre employee, and an employee that probably doesn't deserve what he's getting. Not that we have very many of those. I'm always impressed at the quality of the people we have working here at the county, and I'm always wondering why they're not in the private sector. A lot of the reasons they're not in the private sector, they like the security of working here, getting the retirement, and knowing they're pretty stable. They can't be, and their chances of getting laid off are pretty slim. So I think as long as we work forward to making sure everybody, and as Mike said, as long as we're paying everybody what industry is paying those people. We have road workers that have got to make more money because otherwise we need to start charging them for being an equipment and truck driver school for them to move on to somewhere else. I mean, because that's what we're doing. So, I mean, we lose so many of them. That's what I hear more than anything else because they can go make. So as we move forward, but the compaction issue, when we take everybody to that 20, but I would like to look and see, I think everybody could make 20 if they wanted to go out there and work to get, and we pay, if I'm not mistaken, we pay, if they want to go to college, we pay for college credits, right?
We have an incentive for, yes, we don't pay the full balance.
No, but we pay
yes,
some of it.
Correct.
So we try to help all those people. So I think we want to help everybody, but we want them also to take advantage of helping themselves to get up there too. We don't just want to hand it to them,
We might be, I don't know if we're going too far afield from the thing. Supervisor Wilson?
I want to say one of the reasons I think that people may not go to the private sector is one I share, which is public service is pretty amazing. I'm just saying, it is, I find this work just extremely rewarding. And I think we have many, many employees in the county that feel that way. I mean, not everybody for sure, but there is something about being on the team of people helping to help people and help hold it together, really hold civil society together at this level, local government level, is extremely rewarding and not the best paying positions. It just isn't. So I just,
I was just going to, I have to say, I came from the private sector, restaurant. If you think this doesn't pay well, you should try being in the restaurant business, okay? So for me, I feel blessed to have this job. But I think you're right that it's not just doing the job. You've got to it's a compelling creature that you become part of.
And Mike, I appreciate that because tell you what, I do a lot of community service. I do and have since I was 17, quite a bit and everything else. But I was always out there, during the general plan and stuff, sitting next to Tina and things like that, going, we need to look at this and that, protect property rights. But I decided to do this. Now I'm, and I guess you may understand this. I took a pretty good cut in pay to do this, a very healthy cut in pay. I haven't made this little money in years because I was very fortunate. But all the pay raises I got, I earned because I did the job and would go the extra mile. So I took a cut in pay because it was no really big benefits. The retirements have been cut and things like that. But it's a fun job a lot of the time. Sometimes it's not. And if you can get over the fact that people are going to call you names and say you're this and that and everything else, it ain't that bad. So, but you make a good point. A lot of people just want to serve their community and they feel this is the way they can do it.
Our CIO is looking like she's ready for this conversation to move along.
I have one question though with the motion, if I could.
Sure.
So we didn't address the rest of it if we wanted to go into whatever that criteria is. So do we need to have that as part of the motion to come back?
Yeah,
I know, but Tabitha brought some options
If you
for us to consider.
If you as a group want us to consider that either next year or in the future at some point in time, provide the direction and we'll do that work and bring it back to you.
I think that would be reasonable next year sometime to consider that. And if it means changing those dates, then I think that would be reasonable. I mean, but for today, in this moment, let's just get over this and move forward. You know, that's kind of where I'm at.
No, I'm happy with that.
Okay, Supervisor Bushnell?
So we're keeping it at staff recommendations? Okay.
So how about we go to public comment? There's a couple people on. I don't know if I don't see any hands up yet. So if you are on the call, I mean, if you're calling in and wish to comment, press star 9 so we know you're there. And in the meantime, there's nobody here. Oh, we got one hand up. 5164. Press star 6 to unmute and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hey, I'm a county employee. I can't believe the discourse I've heard today. I've been promoted once, and I'm still making less than $20 an hour. Consider that.
Madam Chair, you hung up.
Okay. Okay, there's no other hand up, so we'll go back. You know, and one thing I'd say is, you know, I hear what Supervisor Madrone is saying. For me, I'm in a position where I don't want to choose somebody else's salary, so I feel that I can't vote against it, even though this is like, I think, the largest increase I've seen come through in a long time. But I also recognize that I'm only here for a short period of time, and I don't want to negatively affect somebody else's earning potential. So, you know. Yeah, let's just, are we ready?
I'm going to do a roll call vote.
Okay.
Supervisor Bohn?
Sure.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yeah.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
And Supervisor Madrone?
I'm with you in spirit, but I vote no for personal reasons.
Thank you. Motion passes 4-1.
Okay.
Thank you.
So
Thank you, Tabitha, for being
Yes,
here
thank you.
so late.
So we get to go to our public hearing now, correct?
Yes, Chair Bass, and I'm going to.
You're playing the part of Tom Mattson.
I am. I've got my Tom Mattson hat on now because he was not able to hang out with us until 8 o'clock at night. So before your board is a public hearing for the unmet transit needs. The Humboldt County Office or Association of Government will be holding their own public hearing at the end of November. However, they asked that the county do the same to gain feedback on what the county's unmet transit needs might look like, so that when the when the local transportation fund evaluates their allocations, they can take those needs into consideration. So before your board is this item for your discussion. Not seeing a lot of public engagement on this. So at this point in time, you have an option to accept the staff report, close the public hearing, and
First, I haven't
finish-
opened it yet. I'm opening a public hearing.
Yeah, no, I'm telling you your options. See, if you are not in a position to have this conversation, or you think that we might be able to gain better feedback by having a hearing at some normal hour of the day, then we can continue the public hearing until next week or a date uncertain.
You know, what I was saying, we could do that, but at the same time, there's multiple public hearings going on in different agencies, right? That then end up going into HCOG's collection. So we're not the only one. That's what I'm saying. Anyone have any? Supervisor Bohn? I just did. I said I opened it up.
Well, yeah, I think we never get very many people talking on this anyway. So could we go onto the county website and ask anybody that would like to, or do a press release, anybody would like to bring in their unmet transit needs, do it electronically, and then have them come in. Then I think we'll get a better we'll get a better sampling and leave that open for 10 days and then give those numbers to HCOG.
I have a question, or just kind of add on to what Supervisor Bohn is saying. I think, anyway, it's being this late. Are you saying like we do like a press release or something to that effect? Yeah, so maybe we do some sort of press release or something that says, hey, everybody in the county, because we're not the only jurisdiction that's doing this. I mean, all the jurisdictions are doing this exact same thing, but maybe because it's when you do a press release, or maybe do like a radio ad or something, or something in the newspaper. Let's do something. Put a little oomph behind it to make that request, and see what we get. So.
CAO, did you have something you wanted to add to that?
No, I was just going to say, I think that's absolutely possible, and we can leave a suppository email for them to submit any written information that they have.
I think you meant a repository.
Yeah, you received those.
We're sending those to Rex Bohn. You know what I mean.
I needed to laugh. Wait, first, are there
Public
any hands
comment.
up? My thing just went off.
No, Madam Chair, there's no hands up.
Okay, there's no hands up.
Right.
Okay. And,
Okay, we're doing a roll call vote.
Okay.
Supervisor Bohn. Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yes, was there a motion in a second?
Yep.
You and
I did?
Supervisor Madrone.
You made the motion.
Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
And Supervisor Madrone.
Yes, and I just want to point out that we are prime time, Board of Supervisors. about 10 minutes.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, I'm closing that public hearing. Oh, it's always good when you can laugh. We're done, right? Yay.
So I
This is
would like
a-
to thank our Access Humboldt and
Yeah.
Nikki and Alicia and Scott, who
And everybody who's.
maybe don't love being here at 8 o'clock at night. Thank you for staying.
Is this our record this year?
No.
Well, and we didn't. But